Streamscape presents The Bachelor's Promise by Naima Simone, narrated by Philip L. Says and Ava Lucas. Let me live with you and eat from off your golden plate and sleep on your bed, and I will bring you your golden ball again. The Frog Prince. Chapter 1. Only under the threat of death, or watching the latest Kanye West rant on YouTube, the same thing in Noelle Reyna's book, would she admit this, but when she was a kid, she loved fairy tales. Yep, enchanted forests, cottages made of candy, glittering castles with their royal banners waving from gleaming turrets, glass slippers, gorgeous gowns, and priceless jewels. Magical fairy godmothers, protective dwarves, and beautiful princesses who played with golden balls. What girl wouldn't rather become lost in that world, instead of the one that contained this side of rundown apartments with water-stained walls and temperamental heating? One with hand-me-down clothes and shoes that pinched because they were a size too small. One where dolls were missing an eye or an arm. Because when toys came from the thrift shop, beggars couldn't be choosers. But soon enough, the grim harshness of reality bullied away the gilded dreams of fairy tales. When a child's father came stumbling home at 2 o'clock in the morning reeking of alcohol and cried for the wife who'd left him 9 years earlier, right after their daughter was born. Well, stories of kings, queens, and princes tended to tarnish. Still, at 25 years old, Noelle stood in the wide entrance to the huge ballroom and surveyed its glowing crystal chandeliers, pristine marble floors, and floor-to-ceiling arched windows. She couldn't help but be reminded of the castles from those old stories. Couldn't stop the awe and delight from swelling in her chest before she quelled it with a mental get-real slapdown. After all, she hadn't arrived at this ritzy, hoity-toity event to dance until midnight or court a prince. Nope. She was here to collect, or go down swinging. Aiden Kent was definitely handsome enough to rival the son of a king, and people no doubt treated him like royalty since he was a millionaire and all. But to her, he was more of an ogre. No offense to Shrek. Though to be fair, Aiden would probably call Noelle a witch. Oh, who was she kidding? He'd definitely call her a bitch. Squeezing her eyes shut, she released a slow, long breath. Unfortunately, the calming technique did nada for the frantic tumbling and somersaulting in her stomach. Nerves or not, she couldn't allow the 99.9% probability of his animosity. Okay, fine, hatred. Make her turn tail and run. She'd given up everything to come to Boston and hunt him down. She couldn't quit now. Not when she'd come so far and so much was at stake. Her future rode on finding him and forcing him to listen to her. But first she had to locate the cold-hearted bastard. "Excuse me," a voice demanded from behind her. Noelle turned around and tilted her head back to meet the aloof stare of a black-suited man treating her to a not-so-subtle once-over. Suited, not tuxedoed, so he probably wasn't a guest but an employee. From the faint tightening of his mouth as he scanned her fitted leather jacket, dark blue skinny jeans, and knee-high combat boots, he probably assumed she didn't belong in the ballroom. Most likely because the staff, in their starched white shirts and black bow ties, were dressed more formally than she was. Hell, she'd driven 16 hours from Chicago to Boston, with everything she owned stored in her back seat and trunk, and she'd barely had time to unpack. So damn it, she hadn't had time to dry clean her Christian Dior dress or find her Manolo Blahniks. Shucks. Okay, no problem. Skating past security had been a foreseeable stumble block. I got this. Mentally rolling her shoulders, she plastered on her best little girl lost expression and added a dose of sheepishness that would have made her father, a stellar con artist, give a proud fist bump. "Can I help you?" the suit asked, suspicion coloring his tone. "Would you, please?" She made a show of glancing around her, wincing. "I'm supposed to meet my friend here to give her a ride home from work? Sarah. She's with the catering crew. Do you know her?" She palmed her cell and pretended to scroll through her address book for Sarah's phone number. "I'm certain she told me to meet her at 8. "Dinner's just about over, miss," he said. After giving her another head-to-toe scan, he glanced over her shoulder toward the crowded ballroom and then returned his attention to her. At least the distrust had disappeared, replaced by what seemed like impatience and more than a little irritation. "You can't stand here. The auction is about to start." He waved a hand toward the exit behind him. "The kitchen entrance is this way and down the hall. You can wait for her by that door." "Okay, great," Noelle chirped, pouring feigned relief into her voice. "Thank you." He nodded and stood guard, watching as she backtracked out of the ballroom and strode down the corridor. The watchdog waited until she reached the swinging set of double doors, where noises of clanging pans and shouted orders emanated, before he returned to his post. And as soon as he disappeared from view, she retraced her steps. This time, however, she didn't park it in front of the entrance like a dumbstruck ninny. Slinking to the side, she leaned against a wall next to a couple of towering plants that could have doubled as trees. Their shadows provided nice coverage where she could watch and hopefully not be seen. A moment later, unbelievably cheesy music that wouldn't have been out of place on The Young and the Restless rolled through the room. She snorted, scooting forward and peering out between the trees. With all the money floating around this room, they could have at least sprung from music from the 21st century. "Welcome to the Rhodonite Society's 11th annual Masquerade Bachelor Auction," a slender blonde in a gold, tight-as-a-gnat booty dress announced as she strolled to the center of the stage at the far end of the room. A bachelor auction? What the hollowed fuck? She shook her head. This is what Aiden did? Who he'd become? Maybe he'd been so long removed from the poor South Side Chicago neighborhood they'd grown up in that silly, self-aggrandizing events like bachelor auctions had become the norm. "And welcome to a wonderful night filled with fun and luxurious once-in-a-lifetime dates, courtesy of 10 of Boston's most handsome, eligible bachelors. Every penny of the proceeds will benefit the Blake Literacy Foundation, which raises awareness of literacy as well as providing programming, tutoring, and technology to Boston's underprivileged youth." Uh-huh. Every penny right after fees, expenses, and whatever else the charity could trump up were deducted. Applause, chatter, and a few whistles filled the room, because these people were so gung-ho about the idea of stamping out illiteracy. "So, without further ado, here is your first bachelor!" Blondie eased out of the spotlight as a man in a black tuxedo and a white mask strutted out of the wings and paused center stage. With one hand in his pants pocket and a hip slightly cocked like a wannabe Abercrombie and Fitch model, he radiated arrogance. Noelle didn't need to see his face behind the disguise concealing his features. Handsome or not, it was clear this guy thought he was the shit. "Our first bachelor considers himself a risk-taker," Blondie announced. "Whether it's in the conference room, on the slopes, on the racetrack, or in love, he doesn't play it safe. As a very successful financial manager, he loves to discover new avenues of earning money for his clients and longs for the same excitement in his love life. The woman who eventually wins his heart will have the same adventurous spirit, be spontaneous, and have a wonderful sense of humor. And a double D rack and be as smart as a box of rocks," Noelle snorted. "Since he's a gambler in life, the lucky woman who wins this bachelor will spend a thrilling weekend in Las Vegas. 3 days and 2 nights spent in a luxury resort. Enjoy the finest restaurants, the best shows, and of course, you'll try your luck at the most famous casinos on the Strip. So who would like to win this fabulous, thrilling weekend in Sin City? Let's start the bidding at $5,000. Excellent, Blondie grinned. I have 5,000. Do we have 6,000? 6? 7? The bidding continued fast and furious until it topped out at $13,000. Jesus Christ. Who the hell dropped that much money at one time? On a date? And Noelle had never understood the big deal about Las Vegas, wasting money on a chance and a prayer. That wasn't risk-taking or excitement. It was stupidity. Growing up and living with an alcoholic father with a spotty employment record, as well as a shady brother who could have earned W-2s for using women, had schooled her early on the value of a buck. But if a person had never known the gnawing emptiness of going to bed hungry, or had never lit enough candles to erect a shrine because the power bill hadn't been paid, then plunking down more than 10 grand with a wave of a paddle probably didn't register on their "what the hell" meter. 4 more men appeared on the stage and exited with exorbitant price tags hanging over them. 10,000, 15,000. If she had the kind of money these people threw away, she wouldn't be in a strange city, hiding behind trees in an honest-to-God ballroom. She wouldn't have to seek help from a man who detested her and her family with a passion usually reserved for sex and religion. And here's Bachelor number 6. A tall man emerged from the wings, his long, unhurried stride covering the distance to the center of the stage in just a few steps. His black jacket draped over his wide shoulders and tapered to his slim waist as if he'd been sewn into it, while the crisp white shirt hugged his chest like a woman who just couldn't take no for an answer. Pants, the same ebony color, emphasized and flattered the powerful strength of his legs. Powerful. A perfect description of this man. He controlled it, exuded it, wore it. Noelle straightened, an electric current surging through her body. Everything within her, every sense, every thought, every cell of her damn body, tightened into narrow focus. Nothing else existed in that moment but the bachelor standing at the front of the room, hands tucked in his pockets, his elegant grace and confidence evident in the very absence of the snicker-inducing posing and posturing of the men who'd preceded him. A mask might have hid his features, and he donned the same formal monkey suits as the other bachelors, but this man she would know anywhere. It had been 6 years since she'd last seen him, but not for a second did she doubt who graced the stage. Aiden Kent. Even as an 11-year-old girl, she'd been fascinated by the masculine beauty of the son of her father's girlfriend. His hair was a bright blending of canary, goldenrod, and chestnut, 3 of the colors in her most prized possession. The 120 crayon box her father had surprised her with on her 10th birthday. She couldn't glimpse his brilliant green eyes from her hiding place, but she knew they were the same. Even when he'd stared at her with icy disdain or, for a precious short while, gazed at her with blistering heat, the beauty of his eyes had never changed. That gaze had always contained the power to wound her like no other, to make hurt crawl through her like a living thing, to cause joy and love to burn bright like the Olympic torch, like no other person had been capable of stirring, to cause guilt and shame to snake through her, even when the sins his stare accused her of weren't hers to bear. This bachelor may not be a Boston native, but our fair city has certainly become home to him. Though his business and personal interests, such as travel, history, and classical movies, take him all over the country and world, he always looks forward to returning to the welcoming, open arms of Couples Bakery. Laughter rippled through the room. Noelle shrugged. Must be a Boston inside joke. Still, he is on the elusive search for a woman who will tempt him like his favorite bagels. And he does believe she's out there. She will be intelligent, independent, and have a sharp wit. She won't need him, but want him. My. Blondie made a show of fanning herself with the note cards in her hand. Bullshit, Noelle scoffed. She hadn't met a man yet who didn't prefer a woman reliant on him for something. Money, sex, attention, love. The lucky woman who wins this Bachelor will fly in his private jet to Los Angeles for 2 days and 1 night of sightseeing, fine dining, and shopping on the famous Rodeo Drive, all topped with a red carpet movie premiere. Exciting, isn't it? We'll start the bidding for this star-studded evening at $7,000. $7? $8,000? Wonderful. 8? And 9 over here? Noelle watched the paddles fly up around the room, the rapid flickering of wood soon turning into a blur. 11,000 came and went, with 15 fast approaching. One woman in particular seemed intent on winning. Whenever an amount was shouted out, the stunning redhead raised it by 1,000, never hesitating. She must have really wanted to rub elbows with celebrities. Or maybe it was the man himself she wanted to rub elbows and other body parts with. Noelle would bet her most treasured graphite pencil set that the draw was the trip, but the prize was the Bachelor. 17? 18? $18,000! Do we have 19? Blondie scanned the audience, her bright smile gleeful. 18 going once, going twice. Sold to number 51 for 18,000. Congratulations. Holy Christ, $18,000? Noelle blinked, then exhaled, staring as Aiden nodded to the redhead and strode off the stage. The rest of the auction passed without Noelle paying much attention to it. Her heart thudded against her ribcage. Each second that passed drew her inexorably closer to the moment when, oh God. She closed her eyes, pinching the bridge of her nose, wishing she could shut off the queasiness she felt as easily. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, Blondie trilled as all 10 men filled back out on the stage. Bachelors, please remove your masks. Unbidden, Noelle inched forward, focused on one person, the only one who mattered. The one who would determine the path of her future, whether it would be hard or hard as hell. Slowly, Bachelor number 6 lowered his mask, and Noelle glimpsed the features of the man she hadn't seen in 6 years. Moisture fled from her mouth as if chased. There were the same chiseled planes that never failed to make her fingers itch to grab a graphite pencil and draw them, try to capture his vitality and masculine beauty with paper, lead, and ink. He still possessed the same mouth that seemed incapable of losing the full, sensual curves, whether it flattened into a grim line or quirked in a lazy half-smile. The same hard jaw that begged for a woman's lips to brush over it. As many probably had. She clenched her fingers into fists at her thighs. Not that who kissed him where was any of her business. She didn't give a damn. Not anymore. Who he fucked, how many, and according to the Boston Society gossip pages there were many, wasn't what had brought her here. Only a promise. Cautiously she edged from the safety of the trees. No one had noticed her yet, and she took comfort in the inattention while it lasted. Because it wouldn't last. Her heart lodged in her throat, each beat threatening to cut off her air supply. With feet that became heavier with each step forward, she eased toward the crowd of gowned and bejeweled women and tuxedo-clad men. Like the Red Sea, they parted, staring and murmuring at the oddity in their midst. Heat blazed up her neck and poured into her face, but she jacked her chin higher, dragging on the I-don't-give-a-fuck attitude she'd acquired early on in life. Ahead of her, Aiden greeted the redhead who had won the date with him. He lifted one half of that beautiful mouth in a teasing, flirtatious smile that still haunted her. The seductive gleam in his green gaze caused the breath to stutter in Noelle's lungs, and it wasn't even aimed at her. He clasped the woman's hand, but, as if sensing the tension whispering through the ballroom, he glanced up. The warm light in those brilliant eyes dimmed, replaced by a coldness that sent a shiver tripping down Noelle's spine. Her slow tread stumbled, halted. Go, a voice urged. Keep going. But her body, Frozen by the shock and growing rage in his hardening expression paralyzed her muscles. Well, Aiden had finally noticed her. And now there would be hell to pay.
Chapter 2. There were times in life when a person had to take a deep breath, step back, and analyze a brewing situation with calm, logic, and a cooler head. This wasn't one of those times. As Aiden Kent regarded the petite, denim and leather-clad woman standing several feet from him, the vice-like band strangling his lungs and chest couldn't be described as calm or cool. It had been 6 years since he'd last laid eyes on Noelle Reyna, and never again would have been too soon. Memories bombarded him with brass-knuckled fists. His mother, wan and thin, trudging in the house from an extra shift at the nursing home. His mother, sitting at the kitchen table bent over her checkbook, robbing Peter to pay Paul because her longtime boyfriend had once again wasted bill money on booze or another get-rich-quick scheme. His mother, lying on a hospital bed, her body wasting away with cancer. Her tired gaze shifting to the door, waiting for the man she loved to walk through the door and be by her side before she died. Aiden, standing in his mother's home 2 days after her funeral, staring at the wreckage her boyfriend and his son had left behind after they'd ransacked it. Aiden, sitting in a motel parking lot as his fiancée knocked on a first-level door, room 132, and watching as she kissed the man who appeared in the doorway. The man who happened to be Tony Reyna, Noelle's brother. And jumbled amid those images were ones of Noelle, her face lighting up with relief and gratitude when he'd busted into a house full of blaring music and drunken college students. Noelle, laughing as she watched a DVD during one of their movie nights. Noelle, her blue eyes bright with desire, golden skin flushed with the heat Aiden ignited in her. Only once had he lost control and touched, and it still had the power to haunt him. Fuck. Fury, grief, resented arousal, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness pounded at his temples and pressed against his sternum. Just one glance, one goddamn glance, and the daughter of the man who'd stolen his mother's youth and broken her heart, the sister of the man who'd betrayed Aiden with his fiancée, and he was right back there, immersed in the past he'd left behind, doused in the pain and powerlessness that had strangled him, wrapped in the suffocating embrace of guilt that squeezed the breath from his lungs. Really? The redhead who had bid on and won a date with him tusked, her lovely face scrunched up in a distasteful moue. Aiden didn't bother responding. Yeah, Noelle couldn't be more out of place in this room of gowned and jeweled guests than a frog in a pond of golden koi. But it wasn't the hip-length leather jacket that molded to her slender torso, or the tight denim and black boots that appeared painted on her long legs that he objected to. He didn't give a damn that with her clothes and long tousled black hair, she'd shown up looking like a pin-up biker chick version of Snow White. He gave a damn that she'd just shown up. "Excuse me, please." Without waiting for her reply, he strode forward, every bit of him focused on the unwelcome blast from his past. As he neared her, Noelle's chin tipped up. He snorted. Some things hadn't changed. Since he'd first met her 15 years ago, when she was a tiny, skinny 11-year-old, she'd been giving him that defiant gesture. It had pissed him off when he was 16, and it had the same effect at 31. Another Reyna, invading his life uninvited, like father, like daughter. "What in the hell are you doing here?" he snapped, halting inches from her petite frame. He towered over her, the top of her head barely reaching his shoulder. A part of him, the civilized part, warned him to ease back, to calm. That same part of him was appalled that he would use his height and wide frame to intimidate her. Regardless of their turbulent history, she was also a woman. But the primal section of his brain, the one that scented his enemy and was on the hunt, kept him rooted there, studying her through narrowed eyes, ready and poised to pounce. A wise person would have retreated, would have turned tail and run. She didn't. She wasn't foolish. The time they'd spent together had revealed a brilliant mind that had awed him. So that left brave. Or desperate. And desperation on Arena meant trouble. For Aiden. Noelle tilted her head to the side, those pale, pale blue eyes never wavering from him. This close, he couldn't miss the beauty mark that punctuated the bottom of the graceful arch of her left eyebrow. Or the thick fringe of coal-black lashes that, if he hadn't known her since childhood, he'd cynically think were store-bought. This close, he couldn't not observe the delicate lines and bone structure that appeared almost fragile and innocent, or the wide, lush mouth painted in deep, vibrant crimson that made a mockery of his last thought. With the massive midnight waves tumbling around her face and shoulders, she seemed too much. Too wild, too colorful, too carnal. Hell, at this very second, almost every man in the room was probably imagining that lithe little body effortlessly rising and falling over him, all that dark hair swaying against creamy, sweat-dampened skin, her light blue eyes gleaming down at him. His jaw clenched, mirroring the knot tightening his gut. He'd tasted her passion, been burned by it. Even 6 years later, he remembered everything. But he'd also experienced firsthand how Reynas used what they had, cunning, quick-talking, fast hands, or pretty smiles, to get what they wanted, a roof over their heads, money in their pockets. Another man's woman. Fury flared higher within him at the reminder of whose blood ran in Noelle's veins. "I repeat," he ground out. "What the hell are you doing here?" Leaning forward, she stage-whispered, "Making one bitch of a scene." Lust flashed to life inside him like a flare gun. Gone was the shy, quiet young woman who had become his friend, then almost his lover. In her place stood a bold, vivid, sexy imposter who not only had the balls to crash a charity event, but get in his face and challenge him. That shouldn't have hardened his cock like a steel rod. That shouldn't have made his fingers itch to thrust into that wild fall of hair and grip it, dragging her head back. But it did, and disgust for his reaction, for his traitorous body, prickled across his skin. For several long seconds they remained still, staring one another down like they were gunslingers in an old western. The only thing missing were a tinny soundtrack and a scrawny tumbleweed rolling across the ballroom's marble floor. But almost immediately he became aware of the low murmurs and felt the pointed looks. They rippled through the room as more and more of Boston's social elite took notice of the showdown between Bay Bridge Industries' chief operating officer and the mysterious, underdressed goth girl. Damn it. In the almost 2 years since he'd settled in Boston, he'd managed to avoid even the hint of scandal. Other than comments on the women he'd dated, Aiden's name had stayed clear of the online gossip columns. Not now. The Rhodonite Bachelor auction was a huge annual charity event attended by businessmen and socialites alike, including the press. No way in hell this incident would go unnoticed. Hell. "Aiden." A hand landed on his shoulder, lightly squeezing. Maybe in support, maybe in warning. Lucas Oliver, chief executive officer of Bay Bridge Industries and Aiden's best friend, extended his hand toward Noelle. "Noelle, it's nice to see you again. May I introduce my wife, Sydney Blake Oliver?" As if hesitant to remove her focus, Noelle stared at Aiden for a long instant before acknowledging Lucas. She pressed her palm to his, her small, delicate hand disappearing inside Lucas's larger one. Something welled in Aiden, vast and hard, but almost immediately he squashed it. Almost. "Lucas?" She nodded, glancing at Sydney, her gaze dropping to the other woman's rounded belly, probably wondering, as so many of them did, what the statuesque, beautiful, and serene woman was doing with his intense, intimidating friend. A year after their marriage, the mystery of how Sydney Blake tamed the beast of Bay Bridge still confounded people. "Nice to meet you, Sydney." "You too, Noelle." Sydney smiled, and nothing in her soft, welcoming tone betrayed the curiosity that had to be running rampant through her. "We were just headed out for a late dinner." With a rueful grin, she smoothed a hand over her stomach. "The food they serve at these things is pretty, but definitely not enough when you're eating for two. Would you like to join us?" Relief flooded through Aiden. God, he loved this woman. If Lucas wouldn't plant a fist in his face, Aiden would gladly kiss her for providing a graceful exit from this awkward situation. Flicking a glance in Aiden's direction, Noelle nodded once more. "Thank you." "No, thank you," Sydney said, shifting next to Noelle and sliding her arm through hers, guiding Noelle through the crowd of people. For the first time, Noelle's bravado slipped, and Aiden caught the whisper of uncertainty, of vulnerability that flickered across her face. She'd braved a ballroom full of formally dressed people in denim and leather without flinching. Hell had faced him down, but a gesture of kindness from Sydney made her uncomfortable. "If you know both Aiden and Lucas, then I finally have someone I can pump for information, like humiliating secrets from their past they both refuse to share." Like hell. If he had his way, and he would, Noelle wouldn't be in Boston long enough to confide anything about their history. "Aiden." Elegant, feminine fingers wrapped around his bicep, simultaneously drawing him to a halt and out of his head. Frustration snaked through him as Noelle, Sydney, and Lucas drifted farther from him. Forcing a smile to his lips, he turned to Joanna? Jolene? Damn, what was her name? "We need to make plans for our date. I'm staying at the Four Seasons," she purred, splaying the fingers of her other hand over his chest. "You can come up to my suite. We can have a drink and discuss the details." Discuss. The gleam in her hazel eyes let him know exactly what she wanted from him, and it didn't include dates or accommodations. And 15 minutes ago, before Noelle appeared in this ballroom, he wouldn't have hesitated to take her up on her offer. A gorgeous, confident woman, physical attraction, and a mutual understanding of pleasure, and no strings? Yeah, that was his thing. But now, instead of following Jocelyn, right, damn it, her name was Jocelyn, to her hotel room, he practically vibrated with the need to go after Noelle and do what? Run her out of town on a rail like some stereotypical Western sheriff? Demand to know why she'd sought him out? No. Unable to resist, he glanced in the direction of the exit through which she and his friends had disappeared. He didn't want to hear what she wanted, didn't want to hear anything except goodbye. "I'm sorry," he said, closing his fingers around Jocelyn's and stepping back. "I truly am, but there's a small family." He clenched his jaw, barely managing not to choke on the word. "Issue. Can I have a rain check?" Jocelyn's smile faltered, her eyes narrowing the slightest bit. She probably wasn't used to hearing no, especially from a man. "What about our date?" He squeezed her hand, then released it, impatience an insistent hum under his skin. "I'll get your number from the auction committee and give you a call this week. I promise. I'm sorry, I really have to go." "Wait." But he'd already strode away, all his attention focused on the woman who had dragged the past kicking and screaming into his present. It wasn't enough that her father had used his mother for a place to stay and money to fund his endless supply of alcohol, or that he'd been too busy getting plastered and locked up as she lay dying of cancer, or that he'd violated her memory and her kindness even after her death. It wasn't enough that Noelle's brother had fucked Aiden's fiancée behind his back. It wasn't enough that when he should have been focused on his mother during her last few months of life, Noelle had consumed his time and thoughts. It wasn't enough that he'd trusted Noelle, and she'd given her father another way to fuck him over. Another last hurrah to take from his mother and shit on her memory. Now she wanted to corrupt the life he'd built for himself here, far from Chicago. No way in hell. Noelle was leaving, and taking the past with her.
Chapter 3. Don't faint. Don't show signs of weakness. You've come this far. Noelle repeated the mantra to herself as Lucas Oliver's wife led her from the ballroom and into the gleaming, cavernous foyer. Lucas Oliver. God. She should have counted on seeing him tonight. Since she'd met Aiden all those years ago, the brooding, dark-haired, scarred youth with the beautiful turquoise eyes had been by his side. Back then, Aiden had treated her with an aloof disdain, and Lucas had been polite if distant. And damn intimidating. It hadn't surprised her when he and Aiden had founded their own company, Bay Bridge Industries, and had grown it into a national conglomerate. Neither did it shock her when they had become millionaires, real rags-to-riches success stories. It did surprise her that the lovely, glowing, happy woman complimenting Noelle on her boots was married to the infamous beast of Bay Bridge. Aiden's mother had loved reading about her son and his best friend in the business section of the Chicago Tribune before the pair had relocated to Boston. She'd tisked at the moniker they'd crowned Lucas with and chuckled at the one they'd bestowed upon Aiden, the prince. If the press had demonized Lucas, they adored Aiden, as his many appearances in both the financial and social sections revealed. Yet, it had never been Lucas who had caused shivers to dance over her skin in a tango of nerves, fear, and, God help her, infatuation. Though Aiden had first viewed her as a nuisance, then a burden, there'd been a time when he'd been her protector, her friend, the man she'd secretly, and then not so secretly, adored. Even after he'd cut ties with her after his mother Caroline's death, even after he'd broken her heart with his cold, horrible accusations, Aiden believed Noelle had provided her father with the means to rob his mother's house after she'd passed, taking from her one last time. He'd never forgiven Noelle, and truthfully, she'd never forgiven herself. Common sense argued that she wasn't responsible for her family's actions. No, she hadn't given her father her key to the house, and no, she had no idea Frank Reyna had planned on going to Caroline's house after Aiden had kicked him out and confiscated his key. But after Frank's ranting about getting what was owed him, she should have guessed. Frank Reyna hadn't only been a drunk, but he could be spiteful and vindictive when drunk and crossed. Back then, she hadn't spoken a word in defense of herself or her family. Not to protest and say she'd loved Caroline like a mother, probably more so since she'd never known the woman who had birthed then abandoned her. And not to apologize for her father's selfishness and criminal behavior. Her father had been guilty of every charge lodged against him, but she hadn't. And after the time they'd spent together, Aiden should have known better. But that had been 6 years ago. Now, hovering on the cusp of a future and life she'd been afraid to hope for, to dream of, she needed Aiden. Needed him to keep his promise, or rather the promise his mother had entrusted to him. Instead of a restaurant, we decided to return to our house, Sydney said. Lucas has arranged for a light dinner to be waiting for us. I still hope you'll join us. She tilted her head back and smiled at Lucas as he held up the coat he'd retrieved for her. The love and heated intimacy they shared in one look had Noelle glancing away, as if she intruded on a private moment. Still, she couldn't resist that part of her that wanted to stare, to analyze them like a jeweler with a loupe to determine if the affection was authentic. Because from her experience, that kind of connection was as rare as a woolly mammoth. Too many times she'd witnessed women, including Aiden's mother, letting themselves become trapped by so-called love and losing their independence and sense of self. Giving their bodies and futures to men who wouldn't recognize commitment if it pissed on their legs. Yet that knowledge didn't prevent a shaft of jealousy from piercing her chest. Not for the love she didn't believe in, but for the joy and peace that suffused Sydney's features. For the contentment that softened the stern lines of Lucas's face as he curved a palm over his wife's extended belly. Tearing her gaze away from them once more, she swallowed and shook her head. Sorry, Sydney. Aiden appeared at Noelle's elbow, gripping her upper arm in a firm grip. Her heart thumped against her ribcage, her breath catching in her throat. For the first time in 6 years, he was touching her. Even though her jacket prevented skin-on-skin contact, She swore his heat seeped past the leather, branding her. Instinctively, she tried to step back, place distance between them. But his hold tightened, belying the calm, smooth tone of his voice.
Noelle and I haven't seen each other in a long time. There are some things we need to talk over, especially since she traveled so far.
An edge sharpened his words, and she cursed the knot of anxiety that sat in her chest. But then again, most people didn't bother peering past his gilded masculine beauty. She'd watched him tummel his hands through his perfectly styled golden hair in agitation, seen his stunning emerald eyes bright and diamond-hard with calculation, observed the sensual curves of his mouth flattened by rage. No, most only saw the playboy good looks and missed the stalking predator beneath.
Aiden,
Lucas murmured, slipping an arm around Sydney.
Maybe you should come home with us. No, we shouldn't.
The cold resolve in Aiden's tone practically warned Lucas to mind his own business. Christ, she hadn't meant for her presence to incite dissension between them. It's okay, Lucas. Thank you for inviting me, though. She nodded at Sydney. It was nice meeting you. You too, Noelle. The other woman smiled, but when her gaze shifted to Aiden, her eyes narrowed. Good night, Aiden.
It was good to see you, Noelle,
Lucas said, then with a hand on the small of his wife's back, guiding her out of the building and into the freezing November night.
Trying to ingratiate yourself with my friends, Noelle?
Aiden murmured, the question almost pleasant, amused.
Sorry, that tactic didn't work.
Annoyed, she jerked at his grip again, and this time he freed her, the faint twist to his lips indicating he detested having his hand on her in the first place. Hell, she wouldn't have been surprised if he'd rubbed his palms down his pants to rid himself of the Raina taint. She straightened her shoulders and gathered the facade of bravado she'd perfected over the years around her like a sheltering cape, trying to ignore the shame that pierced her, shame that made all the sharper and brighter because there'd been a time, a short time, when he'd seemed to enjoy touching her. Before you interrupted, I was going to decline her offer, she said. The corner of his mouth quirked, the gesture humorless, mocking.
And turn down the chance to use more people for whatever reason you've popped up here? I doubt it.
He pivoted, denying her a chance to reply. Not that she could. Fury and humiliation strangled the words in her throat.
Come here,
he ordered, heading back toward the ballroom and then veering off down a corridor. He paused in front of a closed door with a gold plate that declared the room beyond, private, but that obviously didn't apply to him. Aiden walked in and flipped a switch, bathing the room in light. A long table flanked with big, leather office chairs dominated the space, and a floor-to-ceiling window granted a beautiful view of a large park. Boston Common, the signs she'd driven by had stated.
I'm guessing there's a purpose behind your dramatic entrance,
he said, sliding his hands into his pants pockets. The action parted his tuxedo jacket and stretched the white shirt over the wide expanse of his chest and the flat plane of his abs. She jerked her gaze to the wall over his shoulder, disgusted with herself for noticing. But damn, a formal shirt really shouldn't fit like a freaking wet t-shirt. I found your home address and went by your apartment building, but you weren't there and security wouldn't allow me to wait for you. No one was at your office either. Your company's website had a mention about sponsoring the auction, so I took a chance you would be here. She shrugged, exhibiting a nonchalance that was a blatant lie. I didn't mean to party crash your flesh market. That kind of just happened. Like shit happened. Usually bad shit.
Right,
he drawled.
I have to admit, I'm pretty surprised at the tactics you chose. From what I remember, your brother was the showman with the flair for drama. You were a little more subtle.
Conniving, sneaky. She could read between those lines.
Is he Act 2? Does he or your father plan on showing up soon too if you don't seal the deal?
He sneered. Just the mention of her father, even when it was laced with revulsion, momentarily stole her breath. Pain lanced her heart, and she curled her fingers into a tight fist as if she could contain the grief, the loss inside her hand. Tony isn't with me, and Dad. She paused, swallowed past the wedge of emotion clogging her throat. Dad's dead, she whispered. He passed 4 months ago. Years of drinking alcohol had taken its toll in the past 2 years. Frank's health had steadily declined as he suffered first from hepatitis and finally dying from cirrhosis of the liver in July. Silence permeated the room. Not a flicker of emotion touched Aiden's face.
I'm sorry for you,
he said, his tone quiet, soft, surprising her. Considering his hatred for her family, she hadn't expected anything from him. Yet his 4 words somehow seemed more sincere than the effusive but empty, hypocritical platitudes from her father's drinking buddies and cohorts. Thank you, she murmured. Frank wouldn't have won any awards for Father of the Year. However, when it would have been easier for him to abandon her like her mother had, he'd stayed and raised her to the best of his ability. And she loved him, warts and all.
None of that explains why you're here, though. You want something, so why don't you just tell me so we can cut this?
He waved a hand back and forth between them.
Short.
Now or never. She tipped her chin up, steadily meeting his eyes when, at the moment, she wanted nothing more than to run back to her beat-up old 2000 Honda Civic, get behind the wheel, and not stop until she hit the Illinois state line. But when she'd packed up that same car with everything she owned 2 days earlier, she'd vowed to stop living for others and just start living. For her future, for her dreams, for herself. I need you to keep your promise. There wasn't a need to elaborate. He'd only made one vow concerning her, and it had been to his mother, the one person he held in the highest esteem. She was counting on that deep respect and love. Aiden would sooner break a promise to God than to Caroline Kent. If possible, his face hardened even more. His full mouth flattened into a grim line, the slashes of his cheekbones and the lines of his jaw seeming more pronounced, more forbidding. His emerald eyes glinted. For an instant, Noelle was reminded of a sleek, silent cat, motionless and hidden, only the unblinking gleam in his eyes warning his prey of the dangers stalking them.
You really want to bring my mother into this?
He asked, the almost silken tone sending an ominous shiver tripping down her spine. A wise person would heed the danger in the deep, soft voice and back away slowly before getting the hell out. But desperation defeated wisdom as assuredly as a royal flush trumped a 4 of a kind. No, she breathed. But I don't have a choice. She didn't, not when the stakes were so high. Her chance to rise above her past, to be something more than a no-good Reina, teetered on this. Her dreams and plans hung in the balance.
It isn't enough that your father sucked my mother dry for everything. Her joy, her money, her security, her home. It isn't enough that he trashed her home, stole from her after she died. It isn't enough that your brother...
He bit off the rest of the sentence, and Noelle fought not to flinch. It isn't enough that my brother cheated with your fiancé behind your back, she murmured. A frigid silence descended between them.
So you know about that?
He asked, voice as soft as hers, but with a menacing note that had the hair on the back of her neck not just rising, but cowering in fear. She nodded. Tony had never admitted his betrayal to her, but Noelle had overheard his confession to their father. Shame slid through her like an oily sludge. Hell, he'd been bragging, but she'd keep that tidbit to herself.
And yet you want me to fund a free ride for you.
Aiden continued.
That's what you've come here to get out of me, isn't it, Noelle?
That's not fair, she said, amazed her voice didn't waver, especially while inside she was shaking like the freaking cowardly lion. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't...
Desperate? He interrupted with a sharp crack of hard laughter. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Look, I'm crystal clear on how you feel about my family, about me. Your loathing has never been a state secret. So believe me when I say if I had another option, you would be the last person I approached. But Caroline asked you to... She closed her eyes, hating that she was here. The equivalent of crawling to a man who had obliterated her heart and pride, then stepped on the pieces on his way out the door. No, correction. To stomp on the pieces, he would have had to notice them. And he hadn't. He hadn't cared and hadn't looked back. Yet here she stood, pushing ahead, determined. And as he'd pointed out, desperate. I need you to keep your promise. I offered you a check once and you turned me down, he said, voice hard. Yes, I remember. How could I forget? She asked flatly. It had been complete with more zeros than she'd ever seen in her life. But the money had been stained with hate, with resentment and disgust. While Caroline's body had been riddled with pain, the ovarian cancer ruthlessly and greedily eating away her life, she had made her son vow to take care of Noelle. She's going to need someone, Aiden. She has dreams just like you did. I wanted to help her achieve them, but that's not going to happen. Not now. Honey, my will. I didn't have the chance to change it before this cancer consumed every waking moment. But I've left her money. She wants to attend graduate school, and I want to leave her enough to cover it. Please, for me. Make sure she gets the money to be happy. She deserves so much more than she's been given so far. Even though Noelle had been hovering outside Caroline's bedroom when her son had come to visit, the other woman's whispery, pain-laced voice had reached her. At the time, an overload of emotion had washed over her. Gratefulness for Caroline's heart and thoughtfulness, even as she suffered. Love for the amazing woman who had been more of a mother to her than her own, and mortification that she'd pleaded with Aiden to take care of Noelle like a charity case. Even though Noelle and Aiden had been close then, shame had crept through her because she'd so wanted Aiden to look at her as an equal. Only 2 weeks after overhearing their conversation, Aiden had tried to fulfill his mother's last request. Tried, because standing in Caroline's house among the overturned furniture, empty drawers, and mess her father and brother had left behind after ransacking the house of valuables they could carry out, Noelle had declined the money. In that moment, the check hadn't been one of love from Caroline, but a get-the-hell-out-of-my-life payoff. And in case she had any doubt, Aiden had told her he never wanted to see her or her family again. So call it pride, guilt, or maybe stupidity, but she'd turned her back on the check and the man. Her father and brother might have suffered from ergophobia, a fear of work, but she hadn't. That afternoon, she'd walked out of Caroline's house, her home since the age of 13, and into a tiny one-bedroom apartment that she'd worked a full and part-time job to pay for, while managing to finish college. But then, a few years later, her father had become ill, and the money she'd saved for graduate school had gone toward a different purpose. At the time, I didn't need it. Lie. She damn sure could have used his assistance. But her pride had been part and parcel of taking the money, and back then, losing any more of it to him hadn't been worth it. Now pride didn't grant her a future that didn't include low-paying jobs and an apartment in a building that, by all rights, should be condemned. Pride didn't cough up tuition money so she could finally get back on a path toward obtaining her dreams. Yet those words refused to come. Fear of his skepticism, or worse, ridicule, lodging them in her throat. Now? He arched a dark blonde brow. Now I want to go back to school, she blurted, crossing her arms. Briefly closing her eyes, she pushed the remainder of the explanation out.
I know I'm 25, but it took me 5 years instead of 4 to finish undergrad, and then I had to put everything on hold to care for Dad. She'd been there, carrying him to doctor's appointments, purchasing and picking up medications, cleaning up after him, making him as comfortable as possible, and paying his expenses and completely depleting her grad school tuition savings while waiting for the long Medicare process to go through and be approved. The weight of his care had been on her, as her brother had dodged any kind of responsibility, as always. She loved him, but Tony was a chip off the old block. After Dad died, I didn't have anything holding me back any longer. I wanted a fresh start, she concluded, aware of her defensive, almost defiant tone. What she didn't add was that the desolation that had swamped her while lying on her bed staring at the water-stained ceiling a week after her father died had been overwhelming, strangling, because she knew the next morning she would wake up, go to work, come back home, cook, and go to bed, only to start the same soul-sucking cycle again. While her dreams of owning her own art gallery circled the proverbial toilet bowl day after day, then she'd remembered Caroline and her wishes for her. Years ago, she'd passed on the money out of pride. But pride would have her working fingers to the bone for years trying to save and pay for graduate school. Aiden had been willing to give her the money once, and to him, a millionaire, the tuition would be one more entry on his P&L statement. But to her it was everything. He literally held her future in his hands. Silence followed, so thick, so tense, she shifted her gaze back to him, bracing herself for his scorn. In her head, her brother's derisive laughter echoed, followed by, "Give it up, Noelle. You're too old to be chasing some fucking pipe dream." "What degree are you trying to earn?" he asked, his question abrupt. She blinked, momentarily speechless. "An MBA." He frowned. "I thought you were pursuing a bachelor's in art." More blinking. Jesus, she probably resembled a demented Betty Boop. But damn, she hadn't expected him to remember anything about her, least of all her college major. I did. I have a Bachelor of Fine Arts," she stuttered. Clearing her throat, she lowered her crossed arms. "But I want to follow it up with a business degree." Because to convince a bank to grant her a loan so she could open and run her own art gallery, she needed more education, more experience. Thanks to her part-time job for a Chicago art dealer and her new position at a local gallery, which she would start the following Monday, she had the experience part covered. But the education, the knowledge of how to make the gallery a success, for that she needed the money Caroline had once wanted to give her. "What exactly do you want from me, Noelle?" He shifted forward, his tone hardening, the patrician lines of his face sharpening. She inhaled a deep breath, a big mistake. His clean, fresh, rain and earth scent filled her until she could practically taste it. Taste him. The hell? Where had that come from? Whatever feelings she'd once had for him had been ground under the heel of humiliation, rejection, and pain. Curling her fingers into tight fists, she focused on her purpose for being here. Focused on the fact that she had to rely on a man who considered her a selfish, money-hungry user. "I need you to pay my graduate school tuition." She paused. "For Boston University." "Boston University?" he repeated, ice dripping from each syllable. "You're applying to Boston University?" "Have applied," she corrected, voice soft, wary. "And have been accepted with a partial scholarship. I start in January. I can cover all of my other expenses. Only the rest of the tuition has to be paid." "What are you playing at, Noelle?" He growled. Anger seemed to radiate from him, beating at her. "Of all the cities and colleges you chose here? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm not one of your father's marks. You can't con me. What else aren't you telling me?" "Nothing," she insisted, insulted. "I have an apartment and a job. I arranged those before I left Chicago. I've been providing for myself and others for years without your assistance, and I really don't want it now, but I have no choice. Screw this. Yes, her father hadn't been a model citizen, unless it was a citizen of the Cook County DOC. But she wasn't him. She'd left her Chicago neighborhood behind so she would no longer be tainted with the same no-good Raina brush. The lazy, shiftless, lying, using, check for your watch if she shakes your hand brush she'd worked damn hard for 25 years not to deserve. Damn if she'd let him, make her feel dirty, unworthy. She stalked forward, allowing anger and hurt, yes, damn it, hurt, to propel her forward when caution would have been prudent, safer. Look, believe what you want. I could quote the damn Bible from Joseph to Jesus, and it wouldn't change your opinion or erase your suspicions. But if you think coming to you and asking for help was easy, then all those millions have made you soft in the head. She snorted, shaking her head. At this moment, though, I need you to keep your promise to Caroline more than I care about offending your tender sensibilities with my presence. She wanted me to have the money. So how about this? Send the tuition payment directly to the university, and you don't have to worry about seeing me again. You can go on pretending I don't exist, and I can forego the pleasure of you staring at me like I'm something you scraped off the bottom of your shoe. Giving him a tight smile, she pivoted and marched for the door, desperate to escape the room before she did something stupid, like allow the tears stinging her eyes to fall. Damn it. She'd been teased, bullied, and sneered at more times than she could remember, much less count. Yet none of those mean girls or leering guys who assumed she was an easy fuck just because of her last name had been able to drag one tear from her. Only Aiden possessed that power. Because for some insane, inexplicable reason, she actually cared what he thought of her, even knowing he couldn't see past her father or brother for the real her. Even knowing he probably still blamed her for aiding and abetting her father's larceny. Damn him. Noelle, we're not finished. Don't you walk out that door. Like hell she wouldn't. She was a grown-ass woman, self-sufficient, mature. So she did the only thing a grown-ass, self-sufficient, mature woman could do in her situation. She flipped him off and walked out.
Chapter 4. Dawn is God's way of saying, I love you. That had been one of his mother's favorite sayings. Aiden snorted, staring out his home's library window at the gray and purple sky as it reluctantly gave way to pink and orange-tinged clouds. After witnessing his second dawn in 2 days without sleep, it felt less like I love you and more screw you. Pressing his thumb and finger to his eyes, he rubbed, but nothing could ease the grit and sandpaper sensation that had set up behind his lids around hour 35. Damn it, guilt was a bastard, and a merciless one at that. This early on a Sunday, he should be lying in bed, possibly with a cup of coffee, possibly still asleep, possibly wrapped around the warm, curvy length of a woman. By right, the only thing stirring this morning should be his dick as he slid into slick, tight, feminine heat. Instead, he sat in his office chair, staring at the same view he'd been studying since late Friday night after returning home from the auction, his only company an emergency bottle of Jack Daniels, anger, and guilt. The worst fucking menage in history. Anger, because a pixie with long, wild black hair and pale blue eyes had invaded his life, hauling a shitload of baggage along with her. Baggage that, until 2 days ago, he'd believed he'd successfully divorced himself from, if not forgotten. And guilt because, in spite of the pain, the grief, and her demands, he couldn't deny his body's reaction to her. 6 fucking years since he'd last stroked her golden skin, kissed that made-for-sin mouth. 6 years since her slick, tight flesh had squeezed the hell out of his fingers, almost sending him head over ass into orgasm with her. The pull shouldn't be so strong, so visceral, especially since they'd only crossed that physical line once. But that didn't stop his cock from hardening like a rock and pressing against his zipper so he could count the number of metallic teeth imprinted there. He closed his eyes, and as if his brain was just waiting for that moment, memories flooded him unchecked, and he was too tired or drunk, possibly both, to shut them down. His mother had started dating Frank Reyna when Aiden was 16 and Noelle 11. The two of them didn't move in with Caroline until 2 years later, when Aiden left the house for college. Over the years, his disgust for Frank's laziness grew. While Aiden viewed Frank's daughter as an added burden on his mother, he didn't mistreat her because she couldn't help who and what her father was. But the quiet girl, with the blue eyes that seemed too big and old for her face, always unsettled him. And as she grew older, the feeling strengthened. Because the time came when he couldn't ignore her any longer, not when the slightly awkward girl blossomed into a sultry beauty who stunned and drew him. Though he tried to stay away, when he received a call from her at 1 o'clock in the morning one November night, he hadn't hesitated to go to her. Home from college for Thanksgiving break during her sophomore year, she had gone to a house party, and the girl she rode with was drunk and refused to leave. The tremble in her voice when she'd asked him to come pick her up had echoed in his head the entire time he drove to the house. And when he'd stalked into the house and saw her standing in a dark corner, a plastered asshole touching her face, he'd barely restrained himself from kicking the guy's ass before escorting her out. That night had been the start of a friendship and close bond, one that had been theirs alone. For the first time, he came to know the intelligent, gifted, funny woman who hid behind a shield of shyness. And for the first time, he allowed her in, lowering his guard and sharing parts of himself that only Lucas had been privy to. But after a few months, their relationship changed. He started to glimpse the same desire that always simmered inside him in her eyes. A tension that hadn't existed between them before sprung up, imbuing every word, movement, breath, with a sexual awareness that he fought, until he didn't. Until the one night her innocence no longer restrained him. He'd eventually recovered his control, but not before he had her stripped naked, her cries caressing his ears, her sex clenching his fingers. And then Caroline had gone into the hospital. Cancer. Stage 4. 2 months to live. The words had hammered him, driving nail after nail of guilt into him. While he'd been consumed with Noelle, his mother had been ill, dying, and he hadn't noticed any of the signs. The woman who had sacrificed everything for him, college, a man who wanted her to have an abortion rather than have her son, her youth, didn't get to live. See her son walk down the aisle, hold her future grandchildren. And there Aiden had been, with Noelle, reaching for a happiness that should have been his mother's. She'd earned it, damn it. She deserved it. He opened his eyes, snapping the connection to the past. Exhaling, he dragged his palm down his face, echoes of pain pulsing in his chest. He'd distanced himself from Noelle after his mother had entered the hospital, because when he thought about Noelle, he couldn't separate his overwhelming guilt from his need. The two were inextricably entwined, and wanting her shamed him. And then, the robbery. Then, the distance had become a clean break. But now his mother's will, and it was her will whether she'd legally recorded it or not, bound him to her. His cell phone chirped 3 times behind him, the discreet chime he'd set Friday night before leaving for the auction. It replaced his usual ringtone, Bella's lullaby from Twilight, which never failed to gain a derisive snort from Lucas. Fuck it, the song was pretty. Turning, he snatched up the phone from his desk and swiped the answer button without bothering to glance down at the screen. No need to. Only one person had the balls to call this early. "It's 6:30 in the damn morning." "And you can tell time. Congratulations," Lucas replied, his tone as dry as the dark alcohol in the glass tumbler on Aiden's desk. Aiden grunted. "It's too early, and I'm not nearly drunk enough for your charm." Unfortunately, the oblivion he'd been chasing in the bottle of whiskey had proven as elusive as the sure thing Frank Reyna used to brag about before hitting up Aiden's mother for money. The only sure thing that could be counted on with Frank was booze and broken promises. Damn. He slammed that particular door shut and laid the blame for it creaking open right at Noelle's feet. "It's not like you were asleep. Hell, have you even been to bed? You sound like shit," Lucas said, the blunt assessment a prime example of why Aiden was considered the more affable of the two. "Your concern is seriously underwhelming," Aiden drawled. "As much as I'm enjoying this call, what do you want? Are you okay?" Aiden closed his eyes, and there was the good and bad thing about having a friend who'd known you since childhood. They knew you so damn well you couldn't bullshit them. "No," Aiden admitted. "Fuck no." A beat of silence passed between them, but they didn't rush to fill it with a question or an explanation, because neither was needed. Lucas had been there when Frank Reyna and his children had come into Aiden's life, had witnessed the devastation they'd waged and the wreckage they'd left behind. Lucas even knew about Aiden and Noelle's budding relationship. His friend understood the effect of Noelle's reappearance in his life. "What does she want?" Lucas asked. "For me to pay her graduate school tuition?" He gave his friend the abridged version of his conversation with Noelle, including her one-fingered salute when she'd left him in the conference room. Lucas snorted. "You probably deserved that." Yeah, probably. He'd been harsh, cutting, more so than he usually was with other people, both in business and his personal life. But everything about her got to him like a red flag waving in front of a bull. From the untamed waves of dark hair to the too-old-for-a-25-year-old eyes, the wide, carnal, unsmiling mouth, to the petite, delicate frame that made him feel like a damn bruiser, she got under his skin. "What are you going to do?" Lucas posed the question that had been plaguing Aiden since falling into the office chair Friday night. "I don't know," Aiden sighed, rubbing his palm over the back of his neck. "I just don't know. God damn it," he swore, low and hot, surging to his feet. He paced to the window. For once, the mesmerizing view of the glass-smooth waters of Boston Harbor didn't calm him. "From the moment Frank came into our lives, all he did was take. For 7 years he lived off my mother, and later me. When she became sick, I paid the bills, paid off the house. Not that I cared, I wanted to do that for her, but you would think, as a man, he would have had some scrap of pride, making him want to care for the woman he was supposed to love. But he was selfish, a user to the end. Still that wasn't enough, and Tony—" Rage at just the thought of Tony Reyna swirled inside his chest like a simmering volcano, one rumble short of erupting. "Noelle isn't her father," Lucas murmured. "Or her brother." Aiden released a bark of laughter, the sharp edges of it abrading his throat. "You do know how hypocritical you sound, right?" Only a year ago, he'd warned Lucas against punishing Sydney for the sins of her father. Not that he'd heeded that warning. "And you remember what you told me then? That I should leave Sydney out of my plans for revenge against Jason. That she was innocent. I should have listened to you. It would have saved her, and me, a lot of unnecessary pain." "Excuse me?" Aiden said, pouring exaggerated shock into his voice. "Could you repeat that? You should have what?" His chuckle at Lucas's grunt faded, as did the quick burst of humor. He sighed, tunneling his fingers through his hair. Raw frustration and helplessness rose inside him like a swelling wave. Huge and too out of control to be ridden out. "I thought that part of my life was over. After Peyton, I swore I wouldn't give the Reynas one more thing to tear away from me. And now I have to invite them back into my life? I don't know if I can." Lucas sighed. "You think I don't understand bitterness? Hate, even? Aiden, you, more than anyone, know I wrote that damn book. But it's not them, just Noelle." He paused. "Caroline talked to me about her, too." "What?" Aiden rasped, shock streaking through him like an electrical current. "You never mentioned—" "There didn't seem to be a need when Noelle wouldn't accept your help after the funeral," Lucas explained, his tone solemn. "Caroline told me about the money she wanted to leave Noelle. She didn't know about you two, how close you'd become, But she did know how you felt about Frank. She didn't blame you. You were her son, and she recognized the issue you had with him. But in case you couldn't fulfill her request, she asked me to. God, that stung. Aiden flattened his palm against the window, bowing his head. He clenched his jaw as if the action could contain the pain and shame brewing inside him. Aiden? Lucas murmured. No, Aiden interrupted, his voice a hoarse, almost unrecognizable replica of itself. Give me a minute. Love. How many times had he questioned his mother about why she stayed, why she allowed Frank to stay? And her answer had always been the same. I love him. And her eyes, the same green eyes she'd bequeathed to Aiden, had been so sad, as if stating, I know you don't understand. The hell he didn't understand. Experience had taught him one valuable, irreversible lesson. Love was an excuse, a fucked-up excuse to use someone. For a person to remain in a relationship that demeaned them because being alone was too damn scary, an excuse to lie, to cheat, to devastate. His mother had claimed to love Frank, or had she been more in love with who she wished he could have been? Aiden had loved Peyton, and it had blinded him to her instability, her emotional problems, her betrayal. He hated the word. She didn't ask me to hurt you or force you into anything, Aiden, Lucas said. But she truly cared for Noelle like she was her own child. She didn't ensure Frank was provided for. She didn't mention him at all. Her concern was for Noelle, and she entrusted you, us, with her care. And as much as I understand why you would wash your hands of all this, it's what Caroline wanted. So if you won't do it for Noelle, for Caroline, then I will. Aiden swallowed the acidic retort that scalded his throat. Not because Lucas didn't deserve his vitriol, although he didn't. No, what halted him, was the image of his mother. Or rather, images. Caroline walking him to school, her coat flapping in the wind, her blonde curls blowing around her face, her hand strong around his smaller one, promising without words that she would never let anyone harm him. Caroline turning to the front door, a smile easing the tired lines of her face as Aiden walked into the house. That smile, full of joy at seeing him, had always been there, greeting him no matter how stressful or wearying her day at the nursing home had been. Caroline clapping and cheering as he walked across the high school stage, her eyes fierce with pride. Caroline whispering her love and gratefulness for him as a son in her paper-thin voice, even as the cancer ate at her body and spirit. God damn it. He drew his fist back, slamming it toward the glass, but at the last minute slowing and letting it fall against the window with a dull thud. He would do it. He would grant Caroline's last request of him, because she'd never failed to be there for him. She'd never abandoned him, and he would do the same for her. I'll do it, he whispered to Lucas, before ending the call and staring sightlessly out at the ever-brightening sky. He'd do it, and afterward, he would once more be Raina-free.
Chapter 5. Well, fuck a duck. Noelle sank to the black kitchen stool that had come furnished with the Alston apartment. When she'd answered the Craigslist ad to share a 2-bedroom place, she'd eagerly plunked down her half of the security deposit and the first month's rent. The convenient location, near busy Commonwealth and Brighton Avenues, and only blocks away from Boston University and the rattle-trap subway system locally known as the T, had seemed ideal. And the 3-level brick building boasted all amenities a grad school student needed: 24-hour emergency maintenance, parking, and most importantly, a laundry room. And when she'd arrived 4 days earlier and met Chauncey, her new roommate, she'd been content with her decision. Everything had been perfect, except for the 2 inches of water that now covered the living room and seeped out into the hall. The same murky, reeking pool also drowned the bathroom and second bedroom, her room. Noelle chuckled, catching the slightly hysterical edge to the low burst of laughter and not giving a damn. Jesus Christ. Exhaling, she studied the russet stains steadily widening across the ceiling like a dirty Rorschach test. Over the couch hovered an amoeba. Near the window pranced 2 dancing bears. And right in the center, a vagina. Yep, definitely a vagina. "What the fuck are we supposed to do now?" Chauncey bellowed into the surprisingly calm superintendent's face. In the time they'd been roommates, Noelle had learned the volume of the short brunette's thickly accented voice was stuck somewhere between booming and bellowing. How such a small body could contain that much sound without combusting had to be one of the mysteries of the universe. An even bigger enigma? The woman was a librarian. The super, a stocky, quiet man, lifted a beefy shoulder in a casual shrug. Apparently, Chauncey had been a tenant for 3 years, so he was probably used to her histrionics. "Not much you can do," he mused, scratching a red patch on the side of his neck. "I have to call into maintenance now to unclog Mrs. Leonard's toilet and sinks, and I don't know how long it'll be before they respond. Don't know what the hell the woman was thinking, stuffing so much shit in them." "Well," he chuckled, "not shit." "It smells like shit, John," Chauncey snapped. Noelle snorted. Big mistake. Damn, the odor. "See?" Her roommate jabbed a finger in Noelle's direction. "Look at her! She's gagging! We're all gagging! Because we're all standing in a cesspool of what the fuck is it?" She waved her expressive, delicate hands, gesturing toward the water lapping at the soles of her flowered rain boots and the super's waders. "Where were we supposed to go?" "Well, I swear to God, if you say well one more time, I'm gonna lose it." Both Noelle and John's eyebrows arched high. If losing it was worse than this. "Now, Chauncey." John held up his hands, palms up. "Like I said, I have to call into maintenance. We'll have to fix Mrs. Leonard's plumbing and get her apartment and yours cleaned up and repainted. That could take a couple of weeks, at least." When the brunette's mouth parted, most likely to pour out another profanity-laden reply, the girl had a mouth that would make a seasoned sailor go, "Damn." John popped up a hand. "It's the best I can do. I didn't cause this mess. We all have to deal with it." "Is there another apartment we can stay in until then?" Noelle quickly asked before her roommate could fire back. "One we can temporarily use?" Another scratch to the irritated patch on his neck. "No, unfortunately." He winced, but hastily added, "But I'll prorate next month's rent for the weeks you can't use the place." "You're damn right you will. We pay for an apartment. If I wanted to live in a pool, I'd live at the Y. Or the sewer." Chauncey scrunched up her face, but instead of yelling, she sighed, her shoulders deflating on the long, heavy gust. "I'm so sorry, Noelle," she said. "This is horrible. You haven't been in Boston a week, and now this shit? Literally?" She thrust her fingers in her hair, her top knot tilting to the side like a precarious Jenga tower. "I can go crash at my parents', but I'll be on the couch, or else I'd take you with me. But honest to God, I'm doing you a favor not taking you there." She shuddered. "What will you do?" The panic eddying inside Noelle ratcheted up. Where would she go? Her mind raced. She didn't have family here. Maybe a motel? But she didn't have the funds for a 2-week, at least, stay. She'd handed over $1,800 for this place, and her job didn't start until tomorrow. Though more than a little bit of dread clawed at her throat, she covered it with a small smile. None of this was Chauncey's fault. "I'll find something." "What the hell happened?" a new voice demanded. Noelle closed her eyes, the air in her lungs evaporating. For just a moment, she'd wondered how her situation could get any worse. Now she had her answer. Lifting her lashes, she met Aiden Kent's stare. Damn, how did he do it? She rose from the stool, rounding the bar-style counter that separated the kitchen from the living area. Even in a simple leather jacket, a gray shawl-collar sweater, and black jeans with water staining the bottoms and the tips of his boots, he could have walked off the cover of GQ magazine. Screw GQ. Hot as Hell magazine. His emerald gaze touched on her, traveling from her messy bun to her combat boots, then the long-sleeved t-shirt and nylon shorts that were fine for lounging around the house, and she battled the urge to fidget. How many romance novels had she read where the heroine claimed to have felt her man's eyes on her? Before she'd scoffed. Now, she raised her mental hands in an amen, because she swore his scrutiny solidified, grew fingers, and skated over her skin, leaving twists in her belly that she would be drawn and quartered before admitting to. She held her breath as his perusal dipped to her legs. His mouth tightened as his eyes narrowed on the riot of color that streamed from the mid-thigh hem of her shorts and disappeared into the top of her calf-high boots. She could just imagine the scathing words trapped behind his grim, sensual lips about the artful tangle of white, violet, blue, and pink flowers with the green leaves and dark brown tree limbs that inked the skin of her leg. She crossed her arms, tipping her head to the side. If he expected her to be ashamed of the body art or care that it might offend his hoity-toity sensibilities, he would have a long wait. She smothered a snort. The truth was, she'd ceased being that shy, desperately in love girl 6 years ago. Today, she didn't need his approval. Or his condescension. When he finally met her gaze, something dark flickered in his eyes before his aloof expression and shuttered stare revealed nothing. If not for that flash and the tiny, telltale tick along his chiseled jaw, she might have believed he was unaffected. Might. Hey! Chauncey cooed, sidestepping John and swishing over toward the front door where Aiden remained standing. Can I help you? Dear Lord, what are you doing here? Noelle asked. Just great. The last words she'd said to Aiden had been that she didn't need his help, that she could take care of herself. And then the next time she saw him was in a flooded, water-damaged, funky apartment. At some point in her 25 going on 26 years, she'd committed a mortal sin and God was sticking it to her, royally. I came to see you, he said, the bored tone still managing to convey the obviously he'd left unspoken. What happened? He repeated. Mrs. Leonard happened, Chauncey explained, waving a hand toward the stained ceiling. A very sweet lady, but she's older and dementia is setting in, which is why she probably mistook a sinks and toilet for drawers and stuffed panties, bras, scarves, and jewelry down them. So we're flooded and homeless for at least 2 weeks. At least, Noelle is. Aiden's attention jerked from Chauncey to land back on Noelle with unnerving intensity. She fought not to fidget under the relentless weight of his inspection. Once more it lowered, scanning her bare legs, and her skin tingled. Don't worry, I'll be fine, she assured Chauncey, her eyes focused on Aiden. She would be, because she had to be. Besides, this wasn't the first time she'd been forced to move with little or no notice. Before moving in with Caroline, her father had dodged more than one landlord because he'd failed to pay rent. They hadn't been strangers to sneaking out of an apartment in the middle of the night, or even being escorted out by a sheriff after hurriedly packing whatever belongings they could carry in a car. Where are you planning to go? He pressed. She hiked her chin up. A motel. His eyes narrowed. You have money for a long stay? I'll be fine, she said through gritted teeth, trying to ignore Chauncey and John, whose heads whipped back and forth between her and Aiden as if watching a Wimbledon championship match. Why did he care? He'd made it perfectly clear that he would have preferred if she'd never darkened Boston's city limits. She'd meant every word Friday night. She could take care of herself. Except for those 7 years living with Caroline, the only time of security she'd experienced. She'd done just that. Aiden stared at her, and she returned it, while all she wanted was to escape the scalpel-sharp scrutiny. After Caroline's diagnosis and then death, when Aiden sliced Noelle from his life with the skill of a surgeon, she would have prayed for him to notice her, to just look at her. Damn, she'd been so naive. To be on the receiving end of his full attention was intimidating, disquieting. She sighed, ready to call Uncle and retreat like a coward, when he strode forward, the splashing of water punctuating each step. Her jaw, honest to God, dropped as he stalked past her and into the kitchen, his muscled arm brushing her shoulder. He halted in front of the boxes and suitcases she and Chauncey had managed to hastily pack and stockpile in one of the only safe zones in the apartment.
"These yours?"
The question snapped her free of her shocked paralysis. "Why?" she blurted.
"Because if we stay here much longer, we're going to need hazmat suits. So, if possible, I'd like to make as few trips as possible to move your belongings. So are these yours?"
"Yes," she admitted, shifting forward and placing a protective hand on one of the cardboard boxes. "But I don't need your help. I can pack my car myself." He hefted the top carton and headed for the door.
"Don't bother, we'll put everything in mine."
"That's not
My car has more space. You can follow me in yours."
She threw up her arms, frustrated. "Follow you where?"
"My apartment. You'll stay with me."
He informed her, before disappearing from the apartment without even a backward glance. She gaped at the empty doorway. What in the hell just happened?
"So," Chauncey drawled, "should I have you mail forwarded to his address?"
Shooting the other woman a glare, Noelle charged after a dead man walking.
3, 2, 1. You're out of your damn mind. Aiden stowed the cardboard box in the rear of his Escalade with a sigh. He happened to be in agreement with Noelle's assessment. Since leaving her flooded apartment seconds earlier with a box of her property in his arms, he'd been questioning what strain of crazy had prompted him to offer his place. He snorted. Offer? More like ordered. Shit. Maybe the god-awful fumes in that apartment had momentarily poisoned him. Maybe he'd temporarily blacked out. Whatever the reason, seeing Noelle standing there in that small kitchen filled with boxes, her arms folded around herself, while that stubborn chin pointed toward the ceiling, he couldn't leave her there. In that moment, he'd been transported back in time to 15 years earlier. He'd no longer stood in a flooded Boston apartment, but in the dry living room of his childhood home in Chicago, meeting Frank Reyna for the first time. Frank had pumped Aiden's hand, his loud, overly jovial voice declaring how glad he was to finally meet Caroline's son, his large frame nearly filling Aiden's vision. Nearly. Over Frank's shoulder, Aiden had glimpsed the slight, petite figure hiding by the front door. His mother had told him Frank's daughter was 11, 5 years younger than Aiden, but the little girl with the wild tumble of black curls and ice-blue eyes that almost swallowed her elfin face had appeared closer to 8 than 11, and she'd stared at him as if calmly waiting for his rejection, expecting it. With her skinny arms wrapped around her and her chin hiked into the air, she'd seemed braced for it, and he'd given it to her. He'd ignored her, dismissed her, because even then, whiskey fumes from her father had stung Aiden's eyes. That had been the 16-year-old's reaction, but as he'd stared at Noelle in her waterlogged apartment with the image of the child superimposed over the woman, the 31-year-old couldn't abandon her. Damn. Dragging a hand down his face, Aiden slammed the Escalade's door. What a clusterfuck. He'd driven to the address supplied to him by the private investigator Bay Bridge had on retainer, with the sole purpose of telling Noelle he would pay her tuition. That his obligation to her, his mother's wish, would be fulfilled with the payment he intended to make to Boston University's finance office on Monday. Then he'd planned on walking away, with no further need of contact between the two of them. No need to constantly rehash the past in a relentless loop. No need to be reminded of the loss that could never be regained or healed. But that goddamn road to hell. Not only was it paved with good intentions, but the best-laid plans and a bunch of delusions. Turning, he faced the glaring, 5-foot-4-inch bundle of righteous anger shivering on the sidewalk. Again, that defiance, that challenge, shouldn't be so fucking hot. As if drawn by a powerful magnet, His gaze dipped to the long legs bared by her running shorts for the umpteenth time in 15 minutes. Slim, toned, and smooth, honeyed skin, just as he remembered. But the profusion of shocking color was new as the attitude. His gut clenched, and he ground his teeth together at the twisting sensation. He should be used to that particular wrenching by now. It clutched him every time he stared at those lovely thighs and the sexy, shocking art that ran down the outside of her right leg. Why it drew him, he couldn't begin to grasp. The woman before him was nothing like the socialites and business women he mingled with, dated, fucked, sophisticated and urbane. They covered themselves in couture dresses, expensive perfumes, and glittering jewels. Not T-shirts, short shorts, and combat boots, and definitely not tattoos. So why did this wild pixie, with skin like a living, breathtaking art, fascinate him? Because they were hers. The knowledge struck him with the assuredness of an arrow. They may not have seen one another for years, hadn't been close for longer, but the tattoos seemed to perfectly reflect the woman before him. Sexy, confident, bold, yet delicate. She made a man wonder if the same fire that lit her eyes would burn him alive in bed, and if he would willingly throw himself into the flames just to find out. No. He shook his head as if he could physically rid his head of the thought. "Can we at least go inside?" he ground out, striding toward the sidewalk where she trembled. "It's 40 degrees out here, and you're parading around in shorts and no coat." "I've never paraded in my damn life," she snapped, but whirled around and marched back inside the brick building. He glanced down at the perfect ass encased in red nylon as she hustled up the walkway. "The fuck?" Aiden snarled under his breath, jerking his gaze north. He followed her, his long strides carrying him to the entrance faster than her shorter ones. Yanking open the door, he swept his hand forward in a mock bow, allowing her to enter before him. Stabbing him with another glare that consigned him to a dark, fiery hell, she charged past him. Her light, floral scent teased him, a strong gust of wind ensuring he breathed her in. The same. As a man who couldn't tell a daisy from a peony, he would still be able to pick out her scent in a flower shop. It was fresh, bright, and sensual as hell. He'd never forget it, especially when her sweat and the fragrance from her arousal mixed with it, deepening it. Grinding his teeth together, he let the door slam behind him. "Forget it," she spat. "I'm not staying with you." "Yes, you are," he countered, forcing a calm into his voice that did not exist. "Why are you pushing this?" she countered, those slender arms folding around her in that gesture of vulnerability, even though her eyes spat blue fire at him. He doubted she was even aware of the tell. Damn if he knew. "Where else will you go, Noel?" He thrust his hands into his pants pockets, briefly turning to stare at the bank of mailboxes before returning his gaze to her. Against his will, he glanced at her wide, lush mouth. Unlike Friday night, the almost too carnal curves were unpainted, lending to the air of fragility that stubbornly clung to her, despite the combat boots and attitude. "Forget the motel," he continued, voice flat as he met her eyes again. "Your roommate said 2 weeks, but I seriously doubt they'll have the apartment ready in that short amount of time. So 3 to 4 weeks in a cheap motel? Aside from the personal security issues, you can't afford it." Her lips parted as if prepared to argue with him again, but he forestalled her with an abrupt shake of his head. "It's been a while since I've rented an apartment, but since you just arrived here and haven't started the job you mentioned, I'm going to assume you've paid first and last month's rent, as well as a security deposit, which leaves you unable to rack up a bill at an extended-stay motel. Face it, I'm your only option at this point." He didn't add that the thought of her in some seedy place with flimsy locks and little security caused an uncomfortable, tight ball of pressure to press against his sternum. She shook her head, the corner of her mouth curled into a faint sneer. "Days ago, you wanted me out of Boston, and now you're telling me I'm moving in with you? Why are you suddenly so gung-ho to have another Raina living in your house?" Aren't you afraid I'll pilfer your silverware or steal away with your fine china in the middle of the night?" Unbidden, a blast of anger seared his chest, singed his throat, so that for several moments he was rendered incapable of speech. Her question pitched him back to that afternoon, a couple of days after his mother's funeral, when he'd walked into her home to find it ransacked as if a hurricane had torn through it. Hurricane Frank. With a silent, deep breath, he buried the fury under a sheet of thick ice, but it hammered home the fact that the past stretched between them like a yawning, deep chasm, incapable of being forgotten or crossed. "I'm not worried," he said, the same deep freeze coating his insides, sleeting his voice. "I have a top-of-the-line security system." She flinched. The jerk of her shoulders was so small, so subtle, he might have imagined it. If not for the flare of something dark, almost bleak in her eyes, he would have believed he had. But he'd caught both reactions. Regret at his insult wormed its way into his conscience. Damn it. He was an asshole. "Look, Noelle, why are you doing this?" she whispered. "Are we going to pretend? Is that how we're going to approach this?" He didn't need to ask her what "this" referred to. It was the reason her staying with him made as much sense as wiping up a spill with tissue paper. All you ended up with was a big mess. They weren't friends, but she'd once known him better than anyone. They weren't lovers, but he knew the taste of her kiss, the flavor of her sex when she was aroused. Even now, staring at all that skin and the colors painting it, he fought to concentrate on their conversation and not tracing each and every branch, leaf, and petal with his tongue. He'd been robbed 6 years ago. If he was going to be tortured with her in his life, he could have at least found out if she would surround his cock as tightly as she did his fingers. But he could say none of that to her. Nor could he talk about those few months that had been a couple of the happiest for him, because they reminded him of the joys and pleasures in life that his mother would never experience. "Apparently we are," she said on the tail of a sharp, dry chuckle. "Why did you come by here, Aiden?" He clenched his jaw, grinding his molars into chalk. After a long moment, he stated, "To let you know, I'm going to pay your grad school tuition." Relief flashed across her face, and he didn't miss the soft sigh that escaped her lips. "Thank you." She cleared her throat. "I'll pay you back with interest." "This isn't a loan, Noelle," he growled. "My mother wanted you to have it." "Even so, gifts are given willingly, and since you're the one left with the responsibility, let's just call this—" She waved a hand back and forth between them. "What it is. Emotional blackmail. So yes, I will be paying you back, with interest, even if it takes me years. The same thing with staying at your place. I'll agree only if you take the rent I would pay here when I receive my first paycheck." "No," Aiden stated. "Hell no. That's ridiculous. I'm not taking your money, Noelle." "Then go get the box you just put in your car." "You've got to be—" He thrust his fingers through his hair, twisting the strands and pulling it. It was either that or grab her and shake some sense into her. "Didn't we just go through this? Where else will you go?" "I fail to see how that's your concern." She arched a dark eyebrow. "Do you accept my terms?" He studied her for a long moment, noting the stubborn tilt of her chin, the resolute line of her pretty mouth, the determined gleam in her pale eyes. "Fine," he lied. Anything to get her moving, but no way in hell was he accepting her money. He'd find some way to return it. Maybe Noelle would find Boston University had awarded her an unexpected book stipend. As the chief operating officer of a well-respected and successful company, not to mention wealthy, he could wield some influence to make that happen. "Are our negotiations complete? Can we finish packing your things now?" Her head dipped in a slow nod, but suspicion and wariness remained in her unwavering stare. "Yes, we're through." She turned and headed for the stairs. "I still don't understand why you're doing this," she muttered. He would be happy to explain it to her, just as soon as he figured it out himself.
Chapter 6. Holy shit. In one of the fairy tales Noelle used to love, a frog had retrieved a golden ball from a well for a princess in exchange for the chance to sleep beside her on her pillow. Instead of following through on her promise and carrying the frog up to the castle with her, the princess had abandoned him beside the pond. So the frog had to make his way up to the huge castle by himself. The formal, imposing foyer with its shiny, tiled floor and sweeping spiral staircase wasn't a gleaming structure of turrets and towers, but Noelle definitely identified with the frog. Small, out of place, overwhelmed, wondering, what now? Because she was definitely out of her pond. Aiden's home, his penthouse, was simply breathtaking. Even from the entrance where her feet remained glued, she glimpsed an unparalleled and gorgeous view of Boston Harbor through the walls and walls of arched glass. The winter sky, Boston skyline, and Charlestown Navy Yard practically inhabited the cavernous apartment. Not for the first time since she'd followed his Escalade across the city in her rusted-out Honda, the differences between her and Aiden struck her with the stunning power of a haymaker. From the $100,000 car to the 11-story imposing monolith that stretched across the waterfront of Charlestown Navy Yard and masqueraded as an apartment building, to the palatial penthouse that would have given the Kardashians' digs a case of penis envy, the dissimilarities kept piling up. She and Aiden may have originated from the same poor, crime-ridden Chicago neighborhood, but they were worlds apart. Hell, universes. What the hell am I doing here?
You can come in, you know.
Aiden drawled, circling around her frozen figure. He carelessly dropped his keys on a wide table that boasted a tall metal sculpture of a tree with thick branches and leaves, a twisted, gnarled trunk, and massive roots. Her heart thudded in her chest, her artist's sense aching to trace the whorls and knots etched in the trunk, to get up close and study the exquisite workmanship.
It's called healing.
Aiden rumbled from beside her. He stared at the hand she hadn't realized she'd stretched toward the piece of art. Hell, she hadn't even been aware of crossing the length of the foyer and approaching the table. Of course, she murmured, lowering her arm and tucking it under the cardboard box she balanced on her hip.
It's an olive tree.
The symbol for peace, victory, blessings, and healing. She studied the sculpture with new eyes. Her time working in a Chicago art gallery under her mentor had taught her several things: how to identify talent, how to purchase artwork people would buy, which sometimes had nothing to do with talent, how to merge the worlds of creativity and finance, how to price art, and how to soothe nervous and often inexperienced artists and their egos. She'd also learned that, for the most part, serious buyers, whether collectors or one-time purchasers, purchased pieces they connected with, that spoke to them. So why did Aiden own this particular piece? What about this tree resonated with him so deeply he'd not only bought it, but placed the sculpture so that it was the first thing he saw when entering his home? Reluctantly, she dragged her regard away from the metal art to the increasingly confusing man standing silently beside her. As if feeling her gaze upon him, Aiden shifted his attention from the sculpture and met her stare. Her breath snagged in her throat. For the briefest of seconds, something other than his customary aloofness darkened his eyes. Something deeper, heavier. Healing, the piece was called. Did Aiden need healing? If so, from what?
Why the tattoos?
He asked, his eyes dipping to her legs again, and when he glanced back up, she quietly sucked in a breath. Heat. Heat simmered in the emerald depths. Did he know it? Did he realize what he was showing her? Most likely not. Silence descended in the entryway, but God, it wasn't quiet. It was filled with humming tension, with the screaming past, with words shouted but left unsaid, with memories of her surprised whimpers of pleasure, her pleas for more of his touch, more of him. Why the sculpture? She challenged. He studied her for a long moment before turning away and heading farther into the apartment, leaving her to follow. Let me give you a quick tour, he said. She remained standing there for several seconds, examining the strong, straight set of his shoulders, the unbendable line of his spine, his controlled but powerful stride. By the time he glanced over his shoulder, a dark brown eyebrow raised, she convinced herself she'd imagined the flash of emotion she'd spied. He waved a hand toward one of the wide, low couches dotting the living room. You can put that. He nodded toward the box she cradled in her arms. Down there. They should be bringing the rest of your belongings up shortly. They being the men he'd called while at her apartment to meet them so they could move her stuff into his home. On a Sunday. No thanks, she said, tightening her grip on the cardboard container. I have it. The clothes, shoes, scant pieces of furniture, and even books they'd stowed in Aiden's car she could relinquish for others to touch. But not her art supplies. Her graphite pencils, chalk sticks, gum erasers, sketch pads, oil paint, brushes, painting palettes, and small canvases, they were hers alone to handle. And though Aiden had offered her his place for her to stay, she didn't trust him. The last time she had, he'd ripped the emotional rug out from under her, cutting her off and tossing her aside like she hadn't mattered. He'd treated her like others had her entire life. She'd vowed never to give him that power over her again. But look at her now, in his home, at his mercy. Aiden stared at her, his scrutiny inscrutable but piercing. Heat crawled up her neck and inched its way into her face, but she still didn't relinquish her hold on the box. The man who was far removed from a tiny house on Chicago's South Side and now lived in a palace in the sky wouldn't understand about clinging to a few small items. Finally, he released her from his visual grasp and indicated the expansive area with a sweep of his arm. This is the living room. The dining room is to the left. She struggled to keep her jaw from becoming unhinged as she followed him through his apartment. Apartment. Such an innocuous, misleading word for the two-level place that was bigger than most homes she'd seen. Unlimited walls of glass dominated the home. Even the bathroom offered a gorgeous view of the harbor. God, at dawn, the colors that must pour into the room. She swallowed a sigh but could do nothing about the twist of excitement in her stomach at the thought of waking up early tomorrow morning to try and capture nature's beauty. Although a painter's palette containing those God-given colors probably hadn't been invented. Aside from the living and dining rooms, he led her through a huge, state-of-the-art kitchen, a den, past a home office, a media room with an actual movie screen, and a library that wouldn't have been out of place in an English manor home. A library, for God's sake. She shook her head. If Caroline could see her son now, she would have most likely lectured him on one person not needing this much space. But a huge, proud grin would have lit her lovely face for the entire sermon. A wisp of sadness curled through her as Aiden entered the bedroom, of 5, that was to be Noelle's during her stay. His mother should have lived long enough to see this, to live in this. Jesus H. Christ, she blurted. Hands thrust in his pockets, he stood in the middle of the room. A small, wry half-smile lifted one corner of his mouth. First, holy shit, and now Jesus H. Christ? I'm guessing this meets with your approval. She shook her head. The words stuck in her throat as she surveyed the luxurious bedroom. Decorated in plush hues of turquoise blue and dark pink, the room could have graced any magazine. There was a plush carpet, a huge sleigh bed, another of those wraparound terraces, and a cavernous fireplace. Delight, slow and heady, melted inside her. She had a weakness for fireplaces. In the stories she used to read, the characters always had fireplaces that warmed their rooms, casting their orange and red flames across the floor, providing heat but also beauty. None of the apartments she, her father, and brother shared had boasted one. And now Aiden had gifted her with her first.
Noelle.
She blinked and clutched her box tighter to her torso. I feel like Julia Roberts, she said, loosing a hard crack of laughter. Well, except for the whole hooker thing. He cocked his head to the side.
And the safety pins in your boots.
Surprise winged through her, momentarily distracting her from the pity party she'd been about to dive headfirst into. Did you get my Pretty Woman reference? He snorted and strode toward the opposite side of the room.
Since you were the one who made me watch it, of course I did.
He waved toward a closed door.
Here's your bathroom, and the closet is behind you.
For a moment, she didn't move, stunned. That was his first reference to their time together, and it set off a sharp twinge in her chest. After his heroic rescue from the party from hell, she'd believed that would be the end of hearing from him. But it had been the beginning. Phone calls, meeting for coffee, dinners, and movie nights. Those had been the best because he'd invited her into his home, trusted her in his home, to sit together on the couch, laughing, enjoying one another's company. He couldn't know how much those nights meant to her, how she'd sometimes covertly pinched herself to make sure it wasn't one of her many daydreams about him. And then he'd snatched them away, leaving her cold and swirling like a leaf caught in the torrential rain of a storm. Turning, she spotted the door he'd indicated and she'd missed. Twisting the knob, she'd managed to smother the curse that leapt to her tongue upon flicking on the light. Damn, is everything in this place freaking-normous? She lowered her box to one of the shelves lining the walls. All of her clothes would fit onto one of the many racks and a couple of drawers in the walk-in closet. Her boots and shoes would fill one stand. The blast of humiliation and duck-out-of-water syndrome she'd been experiencing rushed back in full force. Charity Case, you don't belong. You're out of your league. The words slowly ricocheted off the walls of her skull with blinding, nauseating speed until they bled into one self-debasing hashtag. Charity Case, you don't belong. You're out of your league. So, she said, rubbing her suddenly damp palms down the front of her jeans. What are the ground rules? He frowned.
What are you talking about?
The ground rules? She repeated, sweeping out an arm. For this place, what's off limits? What do I have access to and what time is too late to come in? Can I grocery shop, cook, and clean up? What else do you...
I thought we already covered this back at your apartment.
His full lips straightened into a hard line.
You're insisting on paying rent. I damn sure don't expect you to play Molly Maid while you're here. And you're not a teenager with a curfew. You can come and go as you please. The only thing I ask is you let me know if you plan on bringing someone here.
She hadn't expected him to grant her run of his home. Yet that blatant lack of trust stung. Ridiculous. And she was being ungrateful and petty even after he'd shown her to a room that rivaled every dream she'd harbored as a girl when she'd lain in the cramped, dingy-walled, sad bedrooms of her childhood apartments. But that sense of misplaced pride, of hating being dependent on him of all people, and the fetid fear of being so damn alone made her lash out when a simple thank you would have been in order. Well, shoot, she snapped her fingers. There goes my plan to bring my crew over and rob you blind. Oh, damn. As soon as the taunt escaped her lips, she longed to snatch them back. Earlier, she'd allowed anger to make her careless with her words, and she'd done it again, dragged their past and plopped it right there between them. His eyes narrowed, a muscle ticking along his clenched jaw.
Are you trying to piss me off, Noelle?
Slowly, he nodded.
You must be. Or else you wouldn't keep throwing reminders in my face every time you open your mouth.
As if I needed to mention what you think about my family, she murmured. Thieving, no good Reynas. Users. Lazy. It's no secret. You've never made it a secret about how you feel.
Am I wrong? He pressed. Are you going to stand here and tell me he wasn't a thief? A user?
No. She loved her father, but no. She couldn't deny he'd been all that Aiden accused him of. And more.
For years, Frank lived off Mom. I can't even say he stole because she willingly gave him anything he asked for, even if it meant a bill wasn't paid or she went without. But that hadn't been enough for him. He had to loot her home like a damn grave robber because he wasn't satisfied, because he felt he deserved more. He didn't give a damn about who he hurt.
She swallowed past the fist of shame lodged in her throat. I hate what he did. But that wasn't me. I had nothing to do with it.
He used your key, Noelle.
He stole it, she objected. I didn't know.
Frank told me you gave it to him.
He interrupted, and his bald, flat statement punched her in the lungs. What? She rasped. He wouldn't. Confusion muddled her thoughts. But right under the bewilderment lurked a wriggling uneasiness. Crossing his arms, Aiden studied her for a long, seemingly interminable moment.
As soon as I saw the damage and realized what was missing, I knew who was responsible. The doors on the china cabinet Mom was so proud of. The top shelf where she kept the special china set was empty. The dishes were gone. Then I went into her bedroom and the top of her jewelry box was open. The diamond earrings her mother had passed down to her missing. As were the pearl necklace I saved for and bought her for her birthday with my first paycheck when I was 17, and the brooch her co-workers at the nursing home surprised her with after her promotion to manager. All of it, gone. She would have never parted with those. Your father took them, among other things.
His voice dropped to a silken, low timbre that sent shivers skating down her spine. He lowered his arms, sliding his hands into his front pants pockets.
I called Frank, Noelle. I told him I was calling the police and having him arrested for breaking and entering and theft. He laughed, said it couldn't be a B&E when he had a key. Your key, the one you'd given him.
Horror aided her, and she lifted a hand to her chest, covering her heart as if the gesture could calm the rapid thump-thump. Her father wouldn't have thrown her under the bus, lied to save his own skin. Really? A tiny, ashamed voice sneered. He wouldn't?
He then had no problem reminding me of my mom's promise to look out for you. Putting your father in jail wouldn't be taking care of you. It would harm you. And since you had given him the key in the first place, you would probably be arrested as well. He didn't hesitate to use you as his means of staying out of jail. And in return, he told me what pawn shop I could find my mom's things at so I could buy them back. I managed to recover everything except the necklace.
I'm sorry. Those 2 words, so inadequate for the pain her father had caused this man. But they were all she had to offer him. But he lied, Aiden. I didn't even know my key was missing until I arrived at the house and couldn't open the door. We were friends. I thought you knew me better than that. Silence fell between them, burdened with the past, the grief, the anger, the hurt. Though he didn't reply and his ice-hard expression revealed none of his thoughts, she could still feel the weight of the emotions roiling between them like a mass of dark thunderclouds. This, her coming here to his home, was such a bad idea. She was a reminder of the pain and loss in his life, and of the man who'd caused them. First, Dad with Aiden's mother, then Tony with Peyton. She'd come to Boston to approach him about keeping his promise to Caroline, but not to interfere in his life. Not to inflict more damage on a wound that was obviously still open and sore. You don't want me here, she pointed out, all too aware that for the moment, she had no other options. Again, he didn't reply, at least not immediately. Instead, he stared at her with that scalpel-sharp gaze. She struggled not to flinch under its razor-like edge.
What I want,
he murmured, eliminating the space between them with long, measured strides.
Doesn't matter.
Aiden simply left, the soft click of the bedroom door closing behind him her only answer. Chapter 7. The discreet chime above the door of King Gallery announced someone's arrival, but the melodic, cultured voice that carried just a hint of the South relayed to Noelle exactly who had entered the art gallery's hallowed and freestanding walls. "I'm back, Noelle, sweetie," purred Loretta King, who was channeling Diana Ross's Mahogany today in her white fedora and black and white pantsuit, as she swept past Noelle in a cloud of Chanel No. 5. The proprietor and owner of the prestigious and renowned King Gallery headed to her office, back from her lunch appointment. Noelle glanced at the digital clock on top of her cherry roll-top desk. 4:45 p.m. A long, late lunch. Not unusual, she'd learned in the week since she'd started in the gallery. Smiling, Noelle returned to the invoices she'd been going through. The first time Noelle experienced the flamboyant whirlwind that was Lo, you never called her Loretta if you wanted her to answer. She'd been a little shell-shocked and a hell of a lot intimidated. Because Noelle had researched the woman she would be working for, she knew Lo was every bit of 60 years old. But the tall, reed-thin woman with skin like the smoothest, perfect ebony and a mishmash of facial features that resulted in stunning beauty didn't appear a day over 45. Besides her looks, 6-foot height, and cultured voice that no longer carried more than a hint of her native South Carolina, Lo was as sharp as a razor and brilliant as Einstein. The founder of King Gallery in the South End's SoWa, south of Washington, the creative and artistic epicenter of Boston, she was a reigning queen in the art community. Emerging artists would pimp their own mamas for a chance to show at King Gallery, and Noelle, thanks to her mentor back in Chicago, was blessed to work there under Lo. "Noelle, have the rest of the prints from Lorelei arrived yet?" Lo emerged from her office with her long-legged, brisk stride. "Yes," Noelle said, rising from her chair. "They're waiting for you in the back on the—" She coughed, cleared her throat. Damn, this morning she'd woken up with a scratchy throat that a cup of hot lemon tea hadn't eased. Quickly doubling back, she rifled through her top desk drawer until she located the roll of cough drops she'd bought on her way to work. She'd only been working at the gallery a week. No way could she get sick. "They're on the table," she finished. "Good. I'll go see them in just a second. But first," Lo declared, whirling around with a clap of her hands, "I want to do something different for our next show." She spread her arms wide in a graceful arch. "Body painting." "Excuse me?" Maybe it was the faint headache taking up at the base of her skull, but she could have sworn the woman said body painting. The medium that involved applying paint to models, usually nude or limited to sheer underwear, had gained commercial popularity, spawning festivals and conferences, even reality television shows. It was exciting, creative, and just damn fun. But at an upscale gallery show? "That's right. The next first Friday," she said, referring to the first Friday of the month that started the 30-day period of new shows featuring the work of artists in SoWa. "I already have a list of people I want you to contact." Excitement sizzled under Noelle's skin as she smiled slow and wide. She loved the idea. Loved it. In the gallery she hoped, planned, to own one day, she wanted to exhibit everything from paintings to sculptures to photos to body art, including paint and tattoos. Art for everyone, as naive as that seemed. Her dream was to mold, support, and assist up-and-coming, struggling artists to achieve commercial and critical success. Also, she wanted to expose art in all its vast areas and beauty to people who ordinarily wouldn't have access to it, including children from the inner city and low-income families, the children she'd grown up with, the child she'd grown up as. Drawing, sketching, and later painting had saved her from becoming a statistic. It had given her an escape from the oftentimes frightening, unpredictable world she'd known. Later, art had given her hope of being more than a teen mom working 2 or 3 jobs that slowly stole her youth, her will, and her spirit. It had given her the gift of hope. And that's not all, Lo continued. I want you to be one of the artists. What? Shock gripped Noelle and she shook her head. She sneezed, hard. Lo tilted her head to the side, the wide brim of the fedora shielding one eye, but the other eye narrowed on Noelle's face. You look like shit. Is that cold getting worse? Noelle choked on her cough drop. The woman had no filter. At all. No, I'm fine. How one eyebrow managed to convey a world of skepticism was amazing. No, this morning you were fine. This afternoon you look like something my Moosey would drag in, before changing his mind. Moosey was her beloved, spoiled Persian cat. Thank you for that, Noelle drawled. You're welcome. Lo jerked a thumb over her shoulder. You, go home. Noelle blinked. Again, what? Lo flapped her hands in a shooing motion. Home, and come back when you don't sound as if you're about to hack up a lung. I can't just take days off. Noelle stammered, flustered. I've only been here a week. I have to... I'm sorry, sweetie. Lo held up a finger, then pointed it over Noelle's shoulder. I don't mean to interrupt, but whose name is on the door behind you? She nodded, point made. Right. And if I say you're going to take a couple of days off, then that's what you're going to do. A week, a month, a year. It doesn't matter. You're sick. And I won't have you scaring the customers. Besides, a sly smile curled her mouth. Let that sexy man you're shacked up with take care of you. It's not like that, Noelle grumbled, crossing her arms. I've already explained our situation. Ever since Aiden had stopped by the gallery on her first day to drop off a key to his penthouse, Lo hadn't let one opportunity to mention him pass by her, even though Noelle had painstakingly explained the reason behind her temporary residence. But he bought you a key to his home. The nagging, irritating voice that seemed to have rented space in her head whispered the annoying reminder. When she thought about looking up and seeing his tall, lean figure stalk through the gallery entrance, shock still winked through her. But when the image shifted to Aiden handing her an envelope with her name scrawled on the front in a bold, heavy script, a script she instinctively knew belonged to him, something bolder, hotter, unwanted, pounded beneath her skin. I had this made for you. 6 simple words spoken in that low, deep timbre had sent her heart pounding and a pain resonating low in her belly. A sharp pain, a sweet pain. It shook her now, just as it had a week ago. She wasn't blind, so she couldn't deny the handsome, beautiful, attractive, sexy figure he made. She never could. He'd always fascinated her, and when she'd fallen for him years ago, it had been a very short trip. Scowling, she damned that voice to a hell where no chocolate or wine existed. Only endless reruns of Here Comes Honey Boo Boo and Say Yes to the Dress. Yes, Aiden was handsome and attractive, but she didn't want him. Didn't want to see him stripped and naked. Didn't want to find out for herself if the pleasure he'd given her with his fingers and lips was just the tip of the sexual iceberg. Didn't want to spy the same greedy anticipation on her own face that she'd glimpsed on the women he was often photographed with. No, she didn't want Aiden. Not anymore. Desire, need, they bound a woman, tricked her into willingly letting herself become imprisoned by so-called love. Convinced her that losing her independence and sense of self was a fair exchange, a worthy sacrifice to belong, to feel accepted, loved. It was bullshit. She had many examples during her life that shaped the belief, but Aiden had solidified it. During high school, some of the other girls' favorite epitaphs for Noelle had been slut and whore. She silently scoffed. Nothing could have been farther from the truth. She'd been afraid of sex back then, afraid of the consequences, afraid that sex would trigger the same compulsive, addictive behavior that coursed through her father's and brother's veins. And she'd never allowed herself to fall into that trap. No man had ever stirred enough emotion, enough want, to go down the road so many girls in her neighborhood had, that Caroline had. No man except Aiden. Need you well for the opening in 2 weeks. Noelle shook her head, and when the pounding in her temple spread to her forehead, she bit back a curse. Right. About that. Lowe slammed up a hand, the gesture cutting Noelle short. Nope. No objection. I know what your long-term goals are, but you're an artist first and foremost. Like you reminded me, you've been here a week. Of all the past assistants I've had who were artists, it didn't take them 48 hours before they were hinting around for a show of their own. You? Not one mention. I don't know whether to yell at you or hug you for that. Opening a gallery of your own, that's your dream, maybe even your purpose. But creating, that's your gift, your calling. And what kind of employer, mentor, or hell, businesswoman would I be if I neglected that part of you? So, she jabbed a finger in Noelle's direction. Go home, get well, and start brainstorming ideas. I want brilliance. I expect nothing less. You don't ask for much, do you? Noelle grumbled, but inside she glowed, and was absolutely terrified. No one except her former employer in Chicago had ever encouraged or supported her. Her father had indulged her at first, but had then become annoyed by her scribbling, as he'd called it. Tony had scoffed, accused her of having her head in the clouds, of thinking she was better than the rest of them. The problem was, she didn't believe she was better, just more desperate. You're still standing here, Lowe sing-songed, sashaying toward her office, the hem of her white pants swishing. Why are you still standing here? I'm going. And Lowe? The other woman halted, that elegant eyebrow raised, the fedora the equivalent of a queen's tiara. Thank you. With a flick of her hand, Lowe glided away, but not before Noelle caught the small smile curving her mouth. Enough of that. Get. Noelle snorted as Lowe's southern roots made a guest appearance. Then, with a shrug, she headed toward her desk. To get.
Noelle. Aiden drew up short outside his apartment building's entrance. It was a little after 5, early for him and for her as well, but it was definitely her petite, slim figure standing in front of the lobby doors. The midnight tumble of hair down her back was a dead giveaway. The thick, sensual mass of curls and waves that ended inches above the small of her back and the curve of her ass was as distinctive as the explosion of color swirling up her calf and thigh. The explosion of color he hadn't yet managed to put out of his mind after only one glimpse a week earlier. And if that wasn't enough evidence, the blast of lust now incinerating his gut was sufficient confirmation. Even from the short distance that separated them, he caught the stiffening of her shoulders before she slowly turned. He frowned as he drew near, searching her upturned face. Since she'd moved into his home, they'd barely seen each other. He worked late, as did she, and when they were home together, she stuck to her bedroom, the door closed. So it had been a couple of days since they'd spoken. A couple of days since she'd denied giving Frank the key to Caroline's house. She'd claimed to be innocent, but she couldn't conceal the surprise and hurt when Aiden had revealed how Frank had said differently. He shook his head. Still, 2 days ago, her creamy skin hadn't been so pale, and faint smudges hadn't bruised the skin beneath her sky-blue eyes. "What's wrong?" he asked, instinctively reaching out to cup her ashen cheek. She looked frail, as if the stiff November wind could knock her over. But at the last minute he caught himself, remembered who he was about to touch and why he shouldn't. He lowered his arm. "God," Noelle said, rolling her eyes. "I must really look like shit." "What?" He pulled open the door and gestured for her to precede him into the building and out of the cold evening air. "Nothing," she muttered, wrapping her arms around her slim body, even though she still wore a heavy wool coat. He didn't miss her slight shiver either. His frown deepened. "Are you all—" "Aiden?" The sultry voice belonged to the beautiful redhead who rose from one of the antique-looking armchairs dotting the lobby. Jocelyn, from the auction, who he still hadn't called to discuss the details of their date. Damn. As the woman sauntered closer, her gaze flicked over to Noelle. The redhead didn't try to conceal the surprise or confusion that darkened her eyes or parted her lips. She glanced from him to Noelle, a perplexed little frown creasing her brow. But then, maybe remembering frowning supposedly caused wrinkles, she smoothed her expression out and let her mouth curve into a polite smile. "Hello." She nodded at Noelle before returning her attention to him. "Jocelyn?" He greeted her, maintaining a neutral tone, but the struggle to smother his annoyance grated against his throat. Yes, he should have called her by now, but it had been one hell of a week. His past had strolled back into his present, flipping the life he'd built for himself on its ass. He had a new roommate. His week had been a motherfucker, but his neglecting to call her didn't explain or excuse Jocelyn showing up at his home uninvited. "What are you doing here?" A sensual smile curved the redhead's lips as she sauntered closer. "I was hoping to catch you in," she said, her throaty voice telegraphing exactly what she was hoping to catch. At another time, he would have already been escorting her back to her apartment or a hotel. Then he wouldn't have given a damn if she would bore the hell out of him with talk of shopping and the latest gossip, just as long as she knew how to use her mouth for something other than talking. But that was then. Now, his dick seemed to be on strike. No, that wasn't true. It seemed to work just fine around Noelle. A faint snort echoed from behind him, and the corners of Jocelyn's mouth tightened, that confused frown appearing again. "I thought we could have dinner and go over the details of our date. I didn't know you would have company." She paused, cocked her head, and offered Noelle another bland but polite smile. "You were at the auction, right?" Then, turning back to Aiden, she asked, "Family visiting?" The hopeful note practically begged him to declare Noelle a long-distant cousin. Jesus Christ. "Not exactly," he growled. "Family, yes," Noelle said, stepping to the side, wearing a bright smile. The urge to cover her again swelled inside him like a latent caveman gene gone active. She tipped her head back and peered up at Aiden, slashes of pink bright on her pale cheekbones. "We're siblings, actually, of sorts." She grinned, and reluctant amusement warmed his chest. "Really?" Jocelyn blinked, faintly resembling a pretty little owl. "I didn't know you had a sister, Aiden. How sweet." "Yes, sweet," he ground out through clenched teeth. "Noelle, would you mind waiting for me by the elevators?" "Of course," Noelle drawled, hiking her oversized purse higher on her shoulder. "So nice seeing you again," she said to Jocelyn, and with a wiggle of her fingers, headed across the lobby. Aiden studied the proud tilt of her shoulders, the straight line of her spine, and the determined, almost defiant stride that carried her there. With another woman, he would swear the sexy glide was purposeful, a manufactured weapon in a flirtatious arsenal. But this was Noelle, and she didn't do flirtatious. At least not with him. With who, then? The thought crept into his head before he could get rid of it, dragging jealousy behind it. What type of man softened those blue eyes? What type of man was able to get that full, lush mouth to curve in a teasing smile? Who did she lower her impenetrable guard for? Why do you care? The question, whisper soft, jarred him, as did the immediate answer. Because he'd once been that man. And he would be a liar if he told himself the question of who she'd given her body to hadn't been torturing him the past week. "Aiden, that's kind of you, letting your sister stay with you," Jocelyn praised, placing a hand on his arm and fluttering her lashes. Why the gesture he'd witnessed from countless women suddenly irritated him, he couldn't explain. "Noelle is actually a family friend rather than a sister." "One you invited to live with you," Jocelyn added, skepticism painting her tone. "Okay." She shrugged. "Now about dinner. I made reservations, hoping you could join me tonight." He swallowed back a sigh. "Jocelyn, I know I left the auction before we could discuss the particulars of the date, but now isn't a good time. I actually have dinner plans." It was a dinner with Lucas and the CEO of a corporation they were interested in purchasing, but that, too, fell under the umbrella of none of your business. Her smile quickly dropped, disappointment filling her hazel eyes. Her lip protruded in a small pout. Hell, did I ever find that attractive? If he had, he needed a lobotomy. "I'll give you a call tomorrow to set up the particulars," he promised, already guiding her toward the building's entrance. "Of course. This is my fault. I should have called before I dropped by," she said. Giving him a sensual smile, she stroked his arm, squeezing his wrist. "I look forward to hearing from you tomorrow. Good night." She swept past him, and he waited until she exited the building and the valet brought her car around. But once she slid into the vehicle, he strode toward the elevators and Noelle, who silently watched him approach with a guarded expression. The muted ding of the elevator announced its arrival, and she wasted no time stepping through the open steel doors. She'd dropped the friendly act from moments ago, leaving her quiet and aloof once more. He should have been thankful for the return to their normal avoidance, silence, but instead an edginess set up shop inside him. Contrary to the image of him portrayed in the social and gossip columns, he was a private person who jealously guarded his personal space. His home was his inner sanctum, and very few people made it past the lobby, including the women he slept with. Usually he went to their homes or a hotel. He wouldn't have permitted Jocelyn inside his home, just as he hadn't allowed any woman. And now he was letting Noelle inside his home. He pressed the button for the penthouse, studying her reflection in the mirrored wall. Blue eyes clashed with his in the mirror, challenging him even as the smudges under her eyes made her appear vulnerable, fragile. "She's—" Noelle paused. "Sweet." Boring. Bland, plastic, the same as the other women he'd been with in the last few years. Maybe Noelle hadn't meant that description, but it was true. Still, he wasn't trying to marry Jocelyn or any of the women he socialized with. The women he took to bed, he gave them his attention, his cock and orgasms, but not his heart. Peyton had been his redemption, his sign of hope that maybe, just maybe, he could have happiness in his life. Being with her had been easy. No guilt, no anger, no past. He'd given his heart to Peyton, and in return, she'd stabbed him in the back with Tony Reyna's knife. "It's just a date," he finally said. "One she paid thousands of dollars for. I can't say I blame her for being anxious." She cocked her head to the side. "Does that make you some kind of gigolo?" He snorted. "She's paying for a trip, not sex." "Really?" she drawled, disbelief dripping from every word. "So you don't plan on fucking her? Is that a sudden moral decision or a physical problem?" Slowly he turned to face her. "If I didn't know better, I'd think you were pushing me." "Pushing you?" she scoffed. "For what?" "I don't know. Details about my sex life? Do you want to talk about it?" he challenged. He shifted forward, eliminating the space between them in the already close quarters of the elevator. He leaned over her and planted a hand on the back wall, his arm nearly brushing her ear. "No," she rasped. "And I don't care." He tilted his head. "You sure about that?" "Yes," she said, but her gaze dropped to his mouth before quickly returning to his eyes. but not quickly enough. Lust licked at him, sent heat surging through him like a torch, and all because of a glimpse at his mouth. A hungry glimpse, a glimpse that, whether she acknowledged it or not, asked him to taste her. And fuck if he didn't want to give it to her. Her sweet, floral scent drifted to him, and damn if he couldn't help pressing closer, inhaling more of her into his lungs. You want the truth? He waited for her nod, and when it came after a long moment, he placed his mouth next to her ear, letting his lips graze the outer shell. Sex is a release, a pleasure. I love the sound of it, the scent of it, and damn sure the feel of it. You know what I'm talking about, right, Noelle? The burn of a man pushing inside you, stretching you, filling you until he's so deep you don't know whether to beg him to stop or give you more. The sound of bodies sliding over one another, screams of pleasure. Do you like that, Noelle? He dropped his voice, roughened by the need that had been riding him like a fucking saddle. Leaning back, he gently pinched her chin and lifted her head. He wanted to see her eyes, needed to see them, needed to read the answer to his question in them. She didn't reply, but with mere inches separating them, he caught the flash of apprehension in her gaze. If it had only been nervousness he read in her eyes, he would have backed off. But underneath, he spied something else. Curiosity, desire. There and gone so fast, hidden by the sweep of her lashes, but he'd caught it. Fuck, for both of their sakes, he wished he hadn't. Heat curled in his gut and wound a sinuous path south, settling in his cock. Even as his mind rebelled, his flesh throbbed in adamant demand to be balls deep inside this woman. Because a part of him, the part not ruled by logic or reason, wanted to satisfy that curiosity, that hunger. That part didn't give a damn that she was the daughter of the man who'd stolen his mother's spirit and the sister of the man who'd screwed his fiancée behind his back. Didn't care that not only could he not trust her, he couldn't trust himself. No, this part only hungered to instill full knowledge in those blue eyes, witness them widen with revelation, darken with pleasure. The elevator gave a smooth, almost imperceptible bump as it came to a stop. Still neither one of them moved, and in the stillness only her soft wisps of breath punctuated the silence. The chime pealed, followed by the sibilant hiss of the doors sliding open. They might as well have been the reports of gunshots. He jerked away from her, away from the thoughts infiltrating his head, away from unexpected, unwanted temptation. Dragging his fingers through his hair, he turned sharply on his heel, cursing under his breath. When was the last time he'd gotten laid? Before the auction. Maybe that was the problem. Lack of sex, and then talking about it. Damn it, that had to be the reason. What other explanation would suffice for why his dick was hard for a woman who was a living, walking reminder of the pain and loss he'd suffered? A reminder that while he was watching movies with her, eating dinners with her, laughing and touching her, his mother had been dying. He stalked from the confines of the elevator as if hunted. Games. He'd never been one for playing them, so what the hell had he been doing back there? Pushing her, teasing her, no, taunting her. Big difference, because he'd wanted her to react. By doing what? An image of what waved in front of his mind like an erotic red flag. Noelle, pressing that pretty lush mouth to his to shut him up, to punish him. Noelle, sliding that tight, petite body against his, letting him discover how high that tattoo on her thigh rose. Noelle, digging those short, no-nonsense nails into his shoulders, silently demanding he show her what it meant to be under him. Rising over him, kneeling in front of him. "Damn it," he growled, punching his key into the front door and turning it with a vicious twist before stalking into the foyer. He threw the ring onto the table, the clatter echoing like a struck gong. Behind him, the door closed with a soft click, and he forced himself to stare straight ahead and not glance over his shoulder. "I'm going back out," he informed her, deliberately leveling his voice, masking the lust that still clawed at him like an angry, caged animal. "A business dinner. I won't be home until late." "Fine," she murmured, skirting past him and climbing the stairs to the second level. He frowned, studying her slow gait. The defiant woman in the elevator had disappeared, leaving this weary one behind. The transformation surprised him. "Are you okay?" he asked, taking a step in her direction. She nodded, not pausing or looking back at him. "Fine," she muttered again, reaching the second level and disappearing down the hall. 10 minutes later he followed, a tumbler of whiskey in his hand. An aberration. An anomaly. That's what the incident in the elevator had been. Anger and sexual frustration from a celibacy he wasn't used to had momentarily weakened his restraint and common sense. He slammed to a halt in the middle of the hallway. Frowned. Motionless, he stood, straining to catch the noise that had caught his attention. Several seconds passed, but all he heard was the low hum of the heating and air system. Shaking his head, he started forward again. There it was again. A low whimper. He jerked his head and stared at the closed door on his right. Noelle's bedroom. Unfamiliar indecision immobilized him, his grip on the glass of whiskey tightening. He hadn't been in her room since the day she'd moved in. Damn, he'd just vowed to maintain his distance and... A soft moan, followed by an even scarier sound. Silence. Shit. He pushed open her door and charged inside. Quickly scanning the room, he almost missed the form huddled under the covers. But another stifled cry drew his attention back to the bed. "Noelle?" He slowly crossed the room, nearing the bed. "Sweetheart, are you okay?" When she didn't respond, he tugged the cover back, and she shivered as if an earthquake had centered right under her bed. She hadn't bothered removing her coat, and her dark hair covered the side of her face. Still, when she lifted her lashes, her eyes, dull with pain, focused on him. "Please," she whispered, the plea hoarse and weak. "Please go away. I don't want—" A racking cough cut off the rest of her words. With a sob and moan, she rolled over and away from him, curling tighter into herself. She wanted him to leave, and he should have honored her wishes. Yet he moved forward, sliding off his suit jacket and tossing it on the chair. He strode into the bathroom, grabbing a washcloth and wetting it with cold water. Seconds later, he returned to the room, and she hadn't moved. He set the cloth on the bedside table and gently went about stripping off her coat and shoes, opting to leave her in her work clothes for the moment. Murmuring a warning, he pushed aside her hair and laid the cotton cloth over the back of her neck. She flinched, but then loosed a whimper that might have been objection or appreciation. With economical movements, he kicked off his shoes, then eased the covers farther back and slid into the bed behind her, curling his body around her smaller one. "Aiden," she whispered, going still. But he only held her tighter, lending her his body heat and his comfort. The anger and confusion ebbed, leaving him emotionally stripped and just a little raw. Since his mother's battle, any sign of illness, whether in him or others, left him teetering between fear and anxiety, between vulnerability and the need to protect. With Noelle, those feelings were amplified. He wanted to cover her, both figuratively and literally. He needed to be there for her, to make sure she would heal, gain her strength back, be okay. "I'm not going anywhere," he promised. "I'm staying here."
Chapter 8. Sunlight streamed through the bedroom window, warming Noelle's hand and arm. She inhaled slowly, then released it, a wave of relief rushing through her when a drum solo didn't start pounding in her head. Encouraged, she eased her eyes open. "Thank God," she muttered when knives didn't stab her in the pupils. Maybe today she wouldn't wish for death. "Sue me," she snorted to herself. When a person was struck down with a virus that felt more like a plague, then she reserved the right to be a little dramatic. Groaning, she pushed back the covers and carefully sat up. Damn, her body felt like dumbbells had been tied to her arms and legs. But at least nothing ached, pounded, or cramped anymore. Her stomach and throat were sore, but the nausea and hacking cough that had dogged her for the last 3 days had eased. 3 days of vomiting, shivering, coughing, and sleeping. 3 days of Aiden not leaving her side. She scanned the room, a little surprised not to see him propped up in the corner chair. For the past 72 hours, every time she'd opened her eyes, she'd find him just feet away, working on a laptop or tablet, murmuring on the phone or reading. As soon as he'd seemed to sense her gaze on him, he'd immediately set aside his work or book or end his call and come to the bed, helping her to the bathroom, bringing her soup and liquids, administering the medicine prescribed by the doctor he'd had make a house call. A house call? What doctor did that anymore? Shit. If Aiden Kent was a cartoon villain, he'd be Two-Face. Warily, not fully trusting her trembling legs, she rose from the bed and didn't fall on her face. Great sign. Hesitant, she shuffled forward, and when she didn't faceplant, she continued toward the bathroom. 3 days of washing off with a cloth, and she was more than ready for a hot shower, even if she had to sit her ass on the floor. Heat flared in her face. God knew what she looked like. Not what the cat dragged in, but what it decided to leave in the alley among the garbage cans. The opposite of the women Aiden was used to, women like Jocelyn. She tried to deny the ugly, tainted thorn of jealousy that slid into her chest as she grasped the bathroom door and pushed it open, but maybe her ability to lie to herself had also been weakened along with her immune system. Jocelyn, with her sleek, dark auburn hair, the simple but elegant green dress that had hugged every slender curve, and her towering stilettos, had reminded her of Peyton, the woman who'd been as different from Noelle as a frog was from a swan. And that had been like a knife to the heart. Cheating aside, Peyton, like Jocelyn, fit into Aiden's newly adopted world that reeked of wealth, sophistication, and exclusivity. A world in which he fit seamlessly, despite where he'd come from. A world into which Noelle did not fit. Standing in the lobby, the differences couldn't have been more obvious. Both Jocelyn and Aiden had reeked of sophistication and wealth, while Noelle, in her old coat and pantsuit that she'd found in a Chicago consignment shop, had appeared exactly what she was, the poor relation. 10 minutes later, she emerged from the bathroom refreshed and, God, clean. Too tired to blow-dry her hair, she'd towel-dried it as best she could before her arms started aching and drew it up in a messy top knot. She drew on a pair of sweatpants and rummaged through her drawer for her hoodie. Forget a bra today. God had decided not to bless her in the breasts department, so going free wasn't an issue. Her bedroom door was opened with a soft creak, followed by a swift, hoarse intake of breath. She froze, a gasp locking in her throat, the sweatshirt clutched in her hands. Oh, shit. Silence plummeted into the room. It was heavy, alive. She didn't move. Couldn't. Not with the sizzling currents racing up from the overly sensitive small of her back, across her bare skin, and to the back of her neck. His gaze. Its touch was almost physical. Electric. She knew what he saw. Her body expressed her passion for art, from the flowers, leaves, and thin branches that stretched up her hip and lower back to the pink ribbon at the small of her back. Move. Put your shirt on, damn it. The order rebounded inside her head, but she remained paralyzed by shock and excitement. She liked his eyes on her, liked that he hadn't backed out of the room, liked that he had made her feel like a current whipped and sizzled in her veins, like she was empty and aching to be filled. Risking a glance over her shoulder, she almost wished she hadn't. Almost. Hungry. He appeared starved, like he was 2 seconds from stalking across the room and tracing every inked line with his mouth, his tongue, and his fingers. An answering need pulsed in her clit, dampening the panties she'd just pulled on and would probably have to change as soon as he left the room.
I'm sorry,
Aiden finally murmured.
I thought you were still asleep.
A pause.
If you feel up to it, breakfast is ready.
Okay, thanks. she whispered, clasping the hoodie tighter to her chest. He nodded, backing out of the room. As soon as the door closed, she bowed her head and exhaled a long breath. Jesus. She pulled on the top, then wrapped her arms around herself. Where was the cautious, guarded woman who avoided rocking the boat like a seasick sailor? The woman who was focused on her goals, her dreams, and not the pretty, deceptive lure of a man, of attraction. That woman had left, leaving this new, reckless person in her place. And she scared the hell out of Noelle, because this woman, who stood half-naked in a room wishing Aiden would substitute his gaze for his hands, was unpredictable, rash, vulnerable. This woman would foolishly let her guard down around a man who'd made no secret of his feelings toward her, regardless of him opening his home to her. Would convince herself his actions were motivated by a softening of his heart rather than obligation. 6 years ago, she'd been this woman, and she'd been dangerous. Thank you. Noelle nodded down her empty plate. For breakfast.
You're welcome.
Aiden picked up her dish along with his and headed out of the dining room toward the kitchen. The slice of buttered toast and bowl of cream of wheat had been simple, but after not being able to hold much down for days, the meal could have come from a 5-star restaurant. Moments later, he returned with a steaming mug and set it down in front of her.
Your employer called this morning while you were getting dressed. She wanted to find out how you were doing.
She winced, stirring her tea. I wouldn't blame her if she fired me. At work 1 week, and now I've been off 3 days.
Actually, she ordered me to keep you home for the rest of the week.
He shook his head, a half smile curving the corner of his mouth.
I believe her exact words were, "You chain her ass to the bed if you have to."
Noelle snickered, almost choking on her tea. That sounds like Lo, she said.
She also mentioned a show she needed you well for,
he added, lowering into the chair across from her, his legs in a lazy sprawl.
What show?
In 2 weeks, she's having a body painting opening with several artists. Noelle explained, dragging her gaze from the rock-hard strength of his thighs pressing against dark denim to the depths of her green tea. She wants me to be one of those featured.
That's a good thing, no?
She hesitated. Yes. She shifted her gaze over his shoulder, uncertain how much she wanted to confide in him. I'm excited about the opportunity, even if this particular art is new to me. But I'm also a little afraid. At the Art Institute, she continued, referring to the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. I felt safe to display my work. Growing up, I might not have been the prettiest or the smartest or the richest, but damn, I could draw. All those pictures in my head, I could bring to life on paper or canvas. No one could take that away from me. But even in college, sharing that part of myself with others had been terrifying. Rejection wasn't a possibility in my world, but a fact. It's been 2 years since I've graduated, and no one has seen my work. I'm not going to lie, she said, huffing out a soft chuckle. I'm nervous as hell that people besides my professors and other students will see my art, and in a gallery show. For the first time since she started her explanation, she dared a peek at his face, and when he didn't say anything, just studied her with that inscrutable expression, she fidgeted, touching her ponytail, and loosed another laugh, this one more uncomfortable. I know you probably don't understand. He cocked his head to the side.
Why do you say that?
She shook her head. I remember meeting you. Even then, at 16, you had this innate sense of confidence. I mean, look at you. You rose from a small home on the south side of Chicago to a millionaire several times over who owns a penthouse that resembles a palace in the sky. She waved a hand as if encompassing the beautiful space around her. No, he wouldn't understand. And facing his disbelief, or worse, pity, would have brought her breakfast back for a, "Hey, how you doing?" Anyway, shouldn't you be at work? She asked, changing the subject with all the subtlety of a sledgehammer. I'm feeling better today, so if you want to go into the office, I'll be fine by myself. He studied her for a long moment, and she struggled not to fidget or duck her head to avoid that all-too-perceptive stare.
No, he said. I've been working from home the past few days. One more won't matter.
Warmth stole through her, and she searched his impassive expression, trying to discover even the glimmer of a reason why he would have stayed. Thank you, she whispered. For everything.
You're welcome,
He said in the same soft voice.
And Noelle, I do understand. More than you know.
A beat of silence pulsed between them, and she stared into his emerald gaze, ensnared. He rose from his chair, shattering the moment.
You have several more days of Tamiflu the doctor prescribed. I know you're feeling better, but he said to make sure you take the full course, and also to take it easy.
He nodded toward the living room.
I made up the couch for you in case you'd like a change of scenery.
Why? The question burst from her without permission, and immediately she cursed her unruly tongue. But when he arched an eyebrow, she forged ahead, heedless of the fact that his answer might deliver a ringing smackdown to her feelings. Why did you stay? Take care of me.
Why wouldn't I?
Because you don't like me? You resent me? She pointed out, hating the hurt that slid through her. Or did that somehow slip your mind? Another of those scalpel-like stares. Another time she forced herself not to hide from it. She wanted to see the truth in his eyes, catch the distance, the aloofness, and store it away for those moments when her resolve to keep her distance started to weaken and slip. She waited and waited, but nothing. His hooded gaze revealed nothing. God, she envied that talent.
I haven't forgotten anything,
he murmured. Then he turned and left the room, leaving her to follow or return to her room and hole up, avoiding him for the rest of the day. Standing, she picked up her mug and followed. And once she entered the living room, she had to blink back the sudden sting of tears. By made up the couch, he meant creating a nest of sheets, blankets, and pillows that called to her tired body. On some of Caroline's better days, Noelle would come home from class and find the other woman settled on the living room couch, cuddled in the same comfortable arrangement, with Aiden sitting on the floor, keeping watch over her. She glanced at him, and in that moment, understanding granted her new eyes. He'd taken care of her because it's what he did. He was a caretaker, just like her. Part of her hurt for him. Like with Noelle, their roles had been reversed, the child becoming the parent, by choice, commitment, and love. She suspected he couldn't have walked away from Noelle even if he wanted to, which he probably had after suffering through the chemo effects with Caroline. But the other part of her, hurt for herself. Dumb. Idiot. For even just a second allowing herself to believe it had been personal. This was about duty, about obligation to his mother, not her. Aiden tossed back the top covers and gestured toward the couch. Ducking her head, afraid he would see too much, she lowered to the makeshift bed and couldn't contain the sigh that broke past her lips. After days of non-activity, the shower, dressing, and breakfast had sapped what little energy she had.
Here's the remote.
Aiden turned on the mounted 52-inch flat-screen TV, then passed her a gadget that looked like it should control the International Space Station rather than a television. Thank you. She located the channel up and down buttons and started surfing. Oh! She squeaked as the cafeteria of Forks High School filled the screen and the Cullens sauntered through the glass doors. Pressing the guide button, she scrolled forward and loosed a cackle that devolved into a dry cough. And a marathon, she rasped. A large hand holding a cup of tea appeared in her line of vision.
Twilight?
Yep, she said, accepting the mug and bracing herself for the teasing that usually followed when people discovered her obsession with the young adult series. Too late to rescind your offer of the remote, too.
I didn't plan on it,
he assured her, sinking into the adjacent large armchair. He picked up his laptop off the end table, his gaze fixed on the television.
Although, to be honest, I thought this was the weakest movie of the 5.
Surprise ricocheted through her. 1, no, it wasn't. New Moon was the weakest, and 2, you like Twilight?
Get out of here. The scene where Jacob transforms the first time automatically makes it better than this one. And yes, I like Twilight. What can I say? It's a guilty pleasure. Vampires, werewolves, epic battles, great special effects.
An epic love story, she added. He grunted. Say what you want, Aiden. I do believe there may be a 14-year-old girl buried inside you just longing to break free. He arched an eyebrow, his expression bland, except for the corner of his mouth that curled the smallest bit. She snickered, turning her attention to the television. Huh, Twilight. Maybe he wasn't all bad. 8 hours later, she'd decided he might not be all bad, but the man definitely had a screw loose. After New Moon, they'd traded the televised versions for the DVDs because, yes, he had all 5 director's cut editions of the movies. Mind blown. But, as the credits for the second half of Breaking Dawn rolled, an offhand comment about Jacob and Renesmee had evolved into an out-and-out debate.
I understand Jacob had to come to terms with losing Bella, but having him imprint on a baby? Weird. And illegal.
Aiden drawled. At some point in the marathon, he'd shifted from the chair to the end of the long couch, and if her legs were just a little longer, she would have kicked his thigh. It's not weird. Bella and her daughter shared the same DNA. It was the soul of his future mate that called to him, not Bella. It makes perfect sense as wolves have only one true half of themselves, she argued. And he's waiting until she's of age, so not illegal either. He snorted, rising from the couch and stretched, revealing a slice of golden skin between the hem of his knit sweater and the waistband of his jeans. Glancing away, she busied herself with turning off the DVD player, refusing to become distracted by the glimpse of taut flesh.
That's the other thing. He goes from brother and guardian to husband. That's confusing. He's imprinted on her because he's a wolf, but she's half vampire, half human. What if she doesn't feel the same? What if she doesn't want to go from bestie to wifey? I'm just saying, doesn't seem probable.
They're freaking vampires and shapeshifters. Of course it's not probable, she snapped. You're a damn killjoy. His chuckle floated back to her as he exited the room. She glared at his back, but soon the scowl faded, replaced by a reluctant smile. The day had been wonderful. The best she'd had in, well, since the last time they'd had a movie night. She'd always enjoyed his company, his humor, just sitting next to him and feeling his body heat seep into hers. That night, the one time he'd touched her, had started out watching movies before ending with his mouth on her lips, breasts, his hand between her legs, bringing her to the most devastating pleasure she'd ever experienced. A ball of pressure lodged itself at the base of her throat, slowly expanding until she could barely breathe past it. Duty, obligation, duty, obligation. She ran the mantra over in her head as an endless loop. They weren't friends. They weren't even roommates. Too much lay between them to ever achieve the status of friends. The past, his resentment and hatred of her father and brother, the promise she'd forced his hand to fulfill. And even if all those obstacles somehow magically disappeared, there was still her wariness of him, of his ability to leave, disappear, expunge her from his life so easily. He'd done it before, and she didn't trust him not to do it again. No, she was a temporary lodger that would be out in no more than 2 weeks. Then they wouldn't have anything to do with each other, as the admissions office at Boston University had already contacted her about her fully paid tuition. This temporary ceasefire had an end date. Once she moved back into her apartment, she would return to persona non grata in his life. And he, well, he would return to the man she tried to forget.
Are you hungry?
Aiden asked, jerking her from the morose turn her thoughts had taken. He carried a tray in his hands, and her stomach sent out an SOS at the delicious aromas. He snorted.
I'll take that as a yes.
She blushed, but eagerly leaned back and let him settle the tray across her lap. Inhaling, she hummed, her eyes closing and her belly grumbling louder. Butternut squash soup, my favorite. Smiling, she lifted her lashes and her gaze clashed with his. For once, that stare wasn't shuttered. All the moisture the lovely scents had brought to her mouth fled. Her heart gave a hard thud before sinking. His eyes reflected the warmth coiling low and hot between her legs. She squeezed her thighs against the sweet ache. No. She had to be imagining that need, that hunger. Maybe the fever had returned, was clouding her judgment. Or 8 hours of watching movies about love and romance had her seeing things that weren't there, couldn't be there. Because Aiden went for sophisticated, cultured, wealthy women like Jocelyn. And Noelle she was herself. She blinked and the desire disappeared. Releasing a soft, heavy sigh, she picked up her spoon and stirred the soup. Of course she'd been mistaken. She swallowed a hard crack of laughter. Besides, what about her right now could he possibly find attractive? The sloppy ponytail? The circles under her eyes? Or wait, her provocative hoodie and sweatpants? Yep, that was definitely it. Shaking her head, she dove into the soup with undignified greed. Half the bowl remained by the time her stomach cried uncle and came up for air.
I was going to offer to take your plate, but I was afraid you'd bite my hand if I got between you and the soup,
Aiden said. She arched an eyebrow. I can't make any promises I wouldn't have. She smirked. I guess my appetite's returning. It's been years since I've had this. Your mom used to cook it all the time. As soon as the words popped out of her mouth, regret pulsed through her. Damn. The amusement drained from his eyes, and his lips flattened into a somber line. Just damn. I'm sorry, she murmured, setting her spoon next to the bowl. I didn't think.
She used to fix it when I wasn't feeling well. Much better than chicken soup,
he said. He emitted a soft grunt.
I haven't thought about that in years. I guess ordering it was just instinctive.
Noelle didn't speak, warring with what to say, if she should say anything at all. There were days when she couldn't bear to think about her father. The pain stole her breath away. And even though it had been 6 years since Caroline had passed, she suspected sometimes the agony of losing his only parent, witnessing her waste away and not be able to do a damn thing about it, tortured Aiden. Frank had opted to drink his life away. Cancer had given Caroline no choice. I'm sorry, she repeated. But when he waved her apology aside, she shook her head. No, please. I know I've intruded on your life, just like Dad and I did when we were younger. I don't blame you for resenting me then, or now. I'm sharing your home, eating your food, sleeping in one of your bedrooms, all because of a promise that wasn't yours, even after what my father did. She swallowed hard, attempting to dislodge the shame and guilt blocking her windpipe. I know an apology doesn't fix his actions, but I'm still offering it to you. Because even if he was alive, her father still wouldn't have given Aiden one.
Apology not accepted.
She should have expected the rebuff. Still, the pain and embarrassment punched her in the chest, expelling the air from her lungs on a pained gasp. Aiden leaned forward, propping his elbows on his thighs. His penetrating scrutiny pinned her like a butterfly to a corkboard. Instinctively, she flinched away from that stare. It saw too much, and she couldn't bear if he glimpsed how much his rejection had hurt.
I don't blame you for your father's theft, Noelle,
he murmured. Bullshit, she breathed. Besides, you can't look at me without thinking about him. He dipped his chin, his blonde hair gleaming in the lamp's light.
That's true,
he admitted.
Turn around,
he ordered, voice soft but with a vein of underlying steel. Even before her mind questioned the command, she was twisting, facing the back of the couch.
Lift your shirt.
The hell? What? she asked, her head snapping around. Excuse me? Instead of replying, he shifted forward until he perched on the edge of his chair and grasped the hem of the back of her shirt. Before she could turn around and demand to know what he was doing, he raised her hoodie. Cool air brushed over her skin, followed by the heat of his touch. She stiffened, her muscles locking. Aiden was touching her again. A fingertip caressed her lower back, traced the tattoo there, the butterfly with the rainbow-colored wings, and a body fashioned out of a pink ribbon. A pink cancer ribbon. She shivered as his hand fell away, leaving a tingling in her flesh, as if a phantom finger still stroked her skin. She loved butterflies, she said, not lowering her sweatshirt yet. Not when she could feel his gaze still on her.
Yes, she did.
Aiden rasped.
Why this quote?
He gently drew a path along the right loop of the ribbon. We are the music makers and we are the dreamers of dreams. She smiled, joy tinged with sadness pulsing with every heartbeat. It's from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, your mom's favorite book. I would read Charlie to her in the middle of the night when she couldn't sleep. When the pain had been too bad for her to sleep, Aiden had visited the house often after his mom became sick, but most times in the middle of the night, it was her and Caroline, because Frank had been God knew where. That was one of her favorite lines, mine too. The quiet between them deepened, and after a moment, she tugged down her shirt and turned around. An awkwardness that hadn't been there all day crept in.
She used to read it to me when I was a kid.
A smile ghosted across his mouth before it disappeared.
It seems I'm the one who needs to apologize,
he murmured, rising and picking up her tray. She stared after him as he left the room, his cryptic words echoing in her head.
Chapter 9. So what do you think? Aiden asked, striding through his office door, Lucas behind him. His friend dropped into the visitor's armchair in front of Aiden's desk and templed his fingers underneath his chin. Danvers is going to play hardball because of his pride and nostalgia. Up until a year ago, he believed he would be passing his company down to his son, not selling it to a competitor. He needs to feel in control, and we can afford to give him that, at least for a little while. Aiden lowered into the seat behind his desk and cocked his head to the side, grinning. What? Lucas grunted. Nothing. He held out his hands, palms up. It's just when I start to believe I should place my call to the Pope on hold, Sydney once again goes and shows me why she should be canonized. The woman is clearly a miracle worker and a saint. Shut up. Aiden loosed a bark of laughter. The Lucas Oliver from a year ago would have gone in for the kill as soon as he smelled emotional blood in the water. But A.S. Lucas, after Sydney Lucas, is considerate to an old man's feelings. He gave a slow clap. I'm impressed. Are we going there? Lucas drawled, arching a dark eyebrow. Okay. How about we discuss where you've been for the last few days? First you ditch a business dinner on Monday, then you're MIA for the following 3 to take care of Noel Reyna. Apparently there's a fire sale on miracles in Boston. That effectively sucked away all his amusement. Bastard. Fine, Aiden ground out. You win. Lucas chuckled, the sound dark, evil, reminding Aiden his friend hadn't changed that much. Hell no, we're not dropping the subject so easily. How is she doing anyway? Aiden sighed, picking up his pen and flipping it through his fingers. Much better today, although she hasn't returned to work yet, he said. When he'd left that morning, she'd still been asleep. Unlike the past days, though, it had been deep and peaceful instead of restless tossing and turning. Comfortable that she was on the mend, he'd left for work, but the previous evening, or rather their conversation from the previous evening, had come with him. We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams. How many times had his mother quoted that line from Roald Dahl's famous novel? It had been her way of telling him he was in control of his fate and was limited only by the stretch of his imagination. And Noel had inked that line from his mother's favorite book in a tattoo that memorialized her. He sighed, falling back against his office chair. For so long he'd resented her for being a burden on his mother, for being another responsibility Frank had laid on Caroline. As a child, Noel hadn't had a choice, obligated to go where her father went. But when she'd come of age, she could have left, been one less burden on his mother, especially when she'd become sick. And then later, his feelings for her had become more complicated, convoluted. He couldn't look at her, think of her, without guilt mixing with lust. After her father's actions, he'd been so angry, believing that she had betrayed him, betrayed Caroline. But a part of him, the part he'd buried under a sheet of ice, he'd known she couldn't have done what Frank had accused her of. Believing she'd been another user with the last name Reyna simply made it easier to dismiss her from his mind, his thoughts. But he couldn't deny what he'd known deep inside all along, what Caroline's devotion to her had told him without words, what that beautiful tattoo on her smooth, honeyed skin had proven wrong. She'd cared for his mother, comforted her, loved her, and after her death, honored her. No way could she have been in on trashing her house and her memory. Still, the past was a living, screaming thing between them. He couldn't look at her without remembering, without hating, without burning. Fuck. An image of her standing in her bedroom, bared to the waist, all that thick raven hair piled on top of her head. The sight of her had been like a physical blow, punching the air from his lungs. For such a petite, slender woman, she possessed the curves of a 1940s pin-up model. Slim shoulders flowed into a graceful back and a nipped-in waist that flared into hips he personally knew would fit his hands perfectly. Even now, his fingers itched to map those elegant, sensual lines. And then there were the tattoos. The stunning explosion of color that adorned her skin. Standing there, his feet rooted to the floor, he'd never seen anything, woman, painting, photo, hell, a damn coloring book that had rivaled Noel in beauty. What would all that ink look like, damp with sweat? Would it appear more vibrant, even more alive? Would the flowers and ribbon flow as her back arched when she knelt on her hands and knees before him? Would they prove to be a distraction as he thrust deep inside her? Or would the visual stimulation only heighten the exquisite sensation of being squeezed by flesh he knew would be soaking wet and tight as a fist? He clenched his teeth as his dick hardened, volunteering to find out. A woman who wore her passion on her skin would undoubtedly bring that same wild appetite to bed, or the couch, or the table, or the wall. Damn it! Lusting after the daughter of the man who had used and hurt his mother, and the sister of the man who had betrayed him in the cruelest way possible, was lunacy. He could never, would never, forgive them, and a part of him would resent Noel for loving them. That same part couldn't separate the greed, that hunger for her, from his guilt. That made him a hard bastard, but it changed nothing. And even if their past didn't haunt them like a restless, raging poltergeist, there remained the hugest issue: him. He didn't do relationships, commitment, because they required trust, and that virtue he was incapable of offering, not to another woman. Peyton had irrevocably damaged the man who had believed loyalty given was loyalty earned. The searing pain had crippled him, and call him a coward, but he wasn't willing to open himself to that agony again. But none of that mattered. A memorial in ink didn't change any of those facts. Besides, Noelle's tuition to Boston University had already been paid. Shortly, she would be returning to her apartment, and he could return to the life he'd built for himself here in Boston, a life he enjoyed, a life that was free of the past. "Glad to hear she's better," Lucas continued, "because Sydney's planning a dinner party for next Saturday and plans to invite Noelle." Aiden stiffened. "What?" he demanded. "Why, she met her for all of 5 minutes." "Exactly. But this is Sydney we're talking about." Lucas shrugged. She sees Noelle as new to a strange city, someone who doesn't know anyone and wants to make her feel welcome. Does she know about Chicago, about Frank and Tony? And Peyton, but he couldn't bring himself to mention his ex-fiancé in the same sentence as the man she'd betrayed Aiden with. Of course, I don't keep anything from Sydney anymore. And she still intends to invite Noelle? Damn it, Luke! He growled, frustration pouring through him. I agreed to come to Boston with you to leave all that behind. The memories, the places he couldn't go without the ghosts leaping up to taunt him. Yet you moved her into your home, Lucas reminded him. What the hell was I supposed to do? She had nowhere else to go. Aiden ground out, shooting from his chair and stalking over to the window to stare blindly out at the view. He jammed his fingers through his hair. Did it ever occur to you that, at this moment, you might need her just as much, if not more, than she needs you? Lucas pressed. That, considering your history, maybe she's your chance to finally heal. I, more than anyone, know you'll never forget, but it doesn't mean you can't be free of the pain and anger. Aiden snorted, shaking his head. Does she have a big-ass magical eraser that can wipe away 15 years of my life? He loosed a humorless bark of laughter. Can she somehow change the fact that every time I look at her, I remember that while my mother was sick, I was with her? I was having a good time with her while my mom was dying. He ground out. Aiden, there's no way you could have known. But Aiden slashed a hand through the air, as if slicing through Lucas's argument. Can I forget how much I wish I had her brother's neck in my hands so I could snap it for fucking my fiancé behind my back? That her presence reminds me that my mother refused to let me move her out of that drafty house and crime-ridden neighborhood because I refused to give Frank a free ride. Unless she has some kind of Disney-inspired magic up her sleeve, I don't see how she could possibly heal me, he growled. Why are you so afraid to let it go? Lucas murmured, turning the penetrating gaze he usually reserved for recalcitrant clients on Aiden. The question stunned Aiden, stealing his voice and his anger. What the hell was Lucas talking about? Was he scared? Of what? The intercom on his desk phone buzzed, and feeling as if he'd been granted a temporary reprieve, he reached over and pressed the button. Yes, Sylvia? You have a delivery, and it's marked confidential. Would you like me to bring it in? His executive assistant asked. Yes, please. Seconds later, his door opened, and the handsome older woman entered, a manila envelope in hand. A glance at the label above the red confidential stamp revealed the contents. Thank you, Sylvia, he said, distracted by the unease that crept under his skin. With a nod, she exited, and Aiden turned to Lucas. Would you give me a minute, Luke? I'll come by your office a little later. Is everything okay? A concerned frown darkened Lucas's scarred features. Anything you need me to do? In spite of the heaviness of their discussion, Aiden couldn't deny his gratitude and love for the only man he'd ever trusted. Lucas Oliver would always guard his back and never shove a knife in it. Yeah, just something I have to handle, Aiden reassured his friend. I'll be in shortly. Aiden waited until Lucas closed the door behind him before turning his attention to the envelope containing the report he'd requested from Wilson Investigations last Saturday morning. The report on Noelle Reyna. Sliding a finger underneath the flap, he worked it open. But instead of removing the thin sheaf of papers, he paused, his fingers clutching the mail. The unease tripled, crawling through him and leaving an oily stain behind. The morning following the auction and Noelle's unexpected appearance, he'd been justified in calling a private investigator and ordering an inquiry into her background. What had she been doing the past few years? Who had she worked for? What debt did she owe? Had she been arrested? Had she turned into a chip off the old block? He would have been a fool to accept her word as truth, not when he knew from personal experience that the truth and Reyna's rarely mixed. But now, after he'd held her on a bathroom floor while she'd been sick, after he'd cared for her and washed her body to keep down a fever, after he'd discovered how much she loved his mother, After all that, reading the report didn't sit well with him. It seemed like a betrayal. Shit, he muttered, tossing the envelope and the report onto his desk and stalking back to the window. A betrayal. Of what? That instant in time they'd shared so long ago? Hell, he'd torn that bond in half himself. Then what was left? The pseudo-step-sibling relationship filled with resentment and hurt? Until that November night, he'd tried his best to ignore her and that eerie, too-perceptive blue gaze, the gaze that had stirred an unwelcome sense of protectiveness inside him. But none of it explained his reluctance to pry into her history now. He laughed, and the hollow, serrated edge of it echoed in the empty office. The fucking irony. He should be guarding himself against her, and instead, by his hesitation, he was protecting her. Scrubbing his hands down his face, he sighed. He wasn't reading the report, at least not now. Not that it meant he trusted her. He didn't. Very few people had earned that from him. Then there was the anger, the pain, the grief, the need. This inexplicable hunger for her made him even warier. Of her. Of himself. Because one other time in his life he'd allowed desire to blind him, and he'd paid a price that still left him scarred. Not again. Never again. Tired, Aiden slipped his key into the lock of his front door and waited. This had been the day from hell. Meeting after meeting, projects that had seemed solid a few days ago were shaky. Executives suddenly didn't seem to know their heads from their asses. Today had been a real bitch. When 6 o'clock had arrived, he should have headed out with Lucas, his only thought of getting home and away from the madness. But Lucas had Sydney waiting for him, and Aiden had Noelle. That thought had pushed him toward the company gym to pound out his frustration on the punching bag and try to outrun it on the treadmill. He could have come home and done the same thing in his gym, but again, Noelle. So he'd run faster, punched harder, lifted weights until his arms resembled limp noodles. If he wore himself out, maybe the weariness of his body would override his mind, and his brain would finally shut the fuck up. But as he stood outside his home, key stuck in the door, he admitted all those 2.5 hours had accomplished were sore muscles and fists. Pussy, he grumbled, twisting the key with more strength than was required to unlock the door. Striding inside, he dumped his briefcase and gym bag by the table in the shadowed foyer and headed toward the library, and the bottle of Jack in the minibar. Silence greeted him, and he couldn't keep his gaze from venturing toward the staircase and the second level. The living room, dining room, and den were all dark. Noelle most likely holed up in her bedroom again. Good. They needed space. Distance. Hell. The glow from the kitchen seemed brighter in the dark apartment, and as he tread closer on heavy feet, a leaden ball of pressure seemed to squat on his chest. Like a halo, the light over the stove illuminated the covered pots and pans sitting on the extinguished burners. Dinner. She'd cooked dinner for him. Cautiously, as if afraid to discover what the pot contained, he lifted the lid. Cabbage. The second, macaroni and cheese. And the foil-covered pan held a perfect meatloaf. Even cold, the mouth-watering scent lingered. This had been his favorite meal once upon a time, and Noelle had remembered. With utmost care, he realigned the aluminum and stared down at the dishes, bemused. When was the last time someone had prepared food for him? Not chefs in restaurants or caterers, but a real, honest-to-God home-cooked meal. Years. And he'd shown his appreciation by not showing up to eat it. Without making a conscious decision, he pivoted and retraced his steps through the penthouse. He didn't stop until he stood in front of Noelle's closed bedroom door and knocked. Light spilled out from under her door, so she probably hadn't gone to bed yet. He would thank her, then continue on to the library for that drink and space. "Come in," came the muffled reply. Drink and space. Drink and space. Drink and... Jesus Christ. He slammed to a halt, his body going motionless. Everything except his cock. It throbbed like a goddamned toothache. She was trying to kill him, or drive him insane with lust. What other reason would she allow him into her room when she sat in that chair wearing nothing but those thigh and tattoo-bearing shorts and a shirt that in no fucking way concealed the fact that she wasn't wearing a bra? With another woman, he would have believed flaunting her sexy-as-hell body in front of him like a red flag had been deliberate, flirtatious. But not Noelle. She either didn't realize the innocence and sin enticement of her dark waves, painted skin, wide blue eyes, and curvaceous body, or she didn't give a damn about him noticing. Neither option mattered. Neither stopped his fingers from itching to pluck and pinch the small nipples pressing against her shirt. Neither prevented his mouth from watering to taste those tips, suck them until they beaded on his tongue, flushed deep red with arousal. He had to get the fuck out of there, now, 5 minutes ago, before he did something he couldn't take back and neither of them would forget or forgive. "Thank you," he said, voice hoarse with the need chafing his throat, his lungs. "For dinner," he clarified. She glanced up from the drawing pad balanced on her curled-up legs and shrugged a shoulder. "No big deal. I just wanted to thank you for the past few days," she said in a stiff tone that struck him as carefully contained, nothing like the teasing, relaxed woman from the day before. "I'm sorry I wasn't here earlier. Work," he added. "Work and trying to exhaust you out of my head. If I'd known—" "Again," she interrupted, closing the pad and setting it on the ottoman beside the chair. "No big deal. It's not like you're obligated to call if you're going to be late. We're not roommates. I'll go put the food up." Unfolding her legs, she rose from the chair. His gaze dipped to her breasts and lower to her bare legs, even as irritation at her nonchalance surged within him. "Don't," he said, the word emerging more like a command than a request, and from the slight narrowing of her eyes, he gathered she'd caught the hard inflection, and didn't care for it. Frustrated, he shoved a hand through his hair. "I'll take care of it." "No need," she shrugged, striding past him. "Noelle," he murmured. "Please," she said, waving a hand, the gesture impatient. "I feel stupid enough as it is, but you standing there continuing to apologize is only making it worse. I said there's no need for you to be sorry, and I meant it. Now please let it go." "Fine," he ground out. Pride, he recognized it, and wasn't enough of an asshole to strip her of it. "But I'll go put it away." Her mouth straightened into a stubborn line and, surprise, surprise, her chin hiked up. But after a long moment, she conceded with an abrupt nod, smoothing her palms over her hair. The movement lifted her breasts, and he closed his eyes. But the image was emblazoned on the back of his eyelids, his brain. Damn, he needed to get out of this room, away from the temptation wrapped up in tattoos and sex. "One more thing," she said. He bit back a desperate groan. Each second he spent in here, inhaling her scent, staring at the body that was off limits to him, another piece of his control unraveled. "What?" he asked, shocked at his calm tone. Considering the lust tearing his stomach to ribbons and pounding in his cock, his voice should have emerged as an animalistic growl. "Chauncey called this afternoon. Our super said it's going to be another couple of weeks before our apartment is ready." "Okay, you can stay for as long—" She held up a hand. "She's moving from her parents' house to a friend's, and there's enough room for me. So she invited me to come stay with them." She crossed her arms. I think I'm going to take her up on the offer. It's closer to the gallery, and you'll have your place back." When he didn't reply, unease flickered across her face. "Thank you for everything, especially the last few days." He eliminated the space between them in 2 long strides. Her eyes widened, her lips parting on a soft gasp. Her hands popped up, the palms flattening against his chest. He shifted closer, imprisoning the groan that threatened to break free at the pleasure of the slight weight of her hands on him. The first time she'd willingly touched him in years. And it was to push him away. "Aiden," she whispered. "Did I ask you to leave? Did I say I wanted you out of my home?" he murmured. "No," she admitted, scowling, but the rapid puffs of breath breaking on her lips telegraphed more than anger. "But, Aiden," she breathed, stepping backward. Her frown deepened when the backs of her knees bumped the edge of the bed. "Yet you'd rather go camp out on the couch, or in a cramped bedroom of somebody you don't know," he continued, "rather than stay here." "I don't really know you either, do I?" she sneered. "Tell yourself that if it makes you feel better. You know what my favorite meal is." Even though his brain screamed, "What the fuck?" he lifted his hand to the obsidian strands that streamed over her shoulder and looped a thick lock around his finger. Tugged, watched her, and caught the flare in that bright gaze, the flare of surprise and pleasure. "That means you have more information about me than most people, but we share more than meal preferences, don't we? And that's what has you running scared." "Well, shit, Kettle. Pot here. How the hell are you?" "Both of us, actually," he said, as if reading her thoughts. "It's just that right now, fear isn't my dominant emotion." "It was a fucking meatloaf," she snapped, encircling the wrist of the hand that still had a hold of her hair. "What about this?" He smoothed his free hand up her torso, under the small swell of her breast, and swept the pad of his thumb over her nipple. "Damn." His cock jerked, and this time he didn't bother biting back a groan. "Do we share this?" he demanded, caressing the beaded tip again, and then once more. She trembled against him, both hands gripping his wrists, but not tugging him away. No, she held on, arched closer, and whimpered. That needy, greedy sound was his downfall. He crushed his mouth to hers, desperate to taste her low cry on his tongue. Her lips parted, accepting him, taking him, and in turn consuming him. On a growl, he tunneled his fingers through her hair, cupped her head, tilting it, granting him deeper access to her. God, the taste of her. The same but different. Better. He thrust harder, hungry for more, needing more of the sultry, exotic flavor that clued him in on why addicts were hooked after only one hit. God, she was elfin. He towered over her. The difference in height and frame should have gentled his handling of her. Should have. But that would credit him with thinking. And with her tongue tangling with his, her nails biting into his skin, her back bowing to press more of her breast into his squeezing hand, he couldn't remember his own damn name, much less be coherent enough to think. Besides, she didn't allow him to be tender. Unlike the shy, timid woman she'd been at 20, Noelle was wild in his arms, demanding, rising on her toes to deepen the kiss. Kiss, hell, it was a fucking of lips, tongues. She was a twisting, hungry flame that ignited a primal urge to cover, take, possess. And he surrendered to it. Surrendered to her. Shit, what was he doing? On a muttered curse, he snatched his hands free and backed away from her. When she stared up at him, her gaze hazy with pleasure, her lips more lush than usual, swollen from his mouth, he took another step back. Dangerous. She was a dangerous, gorgeous, erotic menace. A pitiless montage of memories flashed in front of his mind's eye. Him picking up Peyton's phone off the bed and reading a text from T, telling his fiancée he couldn't wait to fuck her again. Him sitting in his car in a motel parking lot as Peyton passionately kissed Tony after he opened the door. Him standing, stoic, as Peyton vacillated between crying, begging him not to end their engagement, and cursing and screaming at him that if he'd been there to take care of her needs, she wouldn't have had to go to Tony. Her deception had damn near broken him, and now, once more, he was allowing his dick to rule his head, letting it lead him down a path that would only end badly. Layered on top of his mother's death, Peyton had almost destroyed him, and he wasn't willing to risk that kind of torture again. Pleasurable but meaningless fucking. It was his failsafe. Sex with Noelle would be anything but meaningless. It would be scorching, cataclysmic, and he wanted no part of it. "I'm sorry," he murmured as her eyes cleared, and surprise and dawning dismay crept in. "Stay," he rumbled, then turned and left, before he couldn't.
Chapter 10. "I'm so glad you're back, sweetie," Lo said, squeezing Noelle's shoulder as she passed by her desk. "And I'm delighted you're feeling better. Now I don't feel like I have to wear a face mask around you. And let's be honest, a mask would clash with this." Lo swept a hand down her long-sleeved, floor-length, body-hugging winter white dress. Her employer was Channeling Diana Ross as Billie Holiday in Lady Sings the Blues, a white rose pinned above her left ear. Other than Diana Ross, only Lo could pull off the look. Noelle grinned. "It would so clash," she agreed with a snicker. "I was going a little stir-crazy, so coming back to work is a godsend. I've never been so ready for a Monday in my life." Because replaying the kiss, something as intense and powerful as that clashing of lips and tongue needed capital letters, over and over in her head, had her almost climbing the walls of her bedroom. She couldn't even escape the scene of the crime because that would mean possibly bumping into Aiden. Aiden and his regret and disgust over touching her, kissing her. Stop. Forcing a smile, she wrestled her thoughts under control and focused on work. "So, I've gone through the list of artists you want for the show next week, and everyone agreed." "Including you?" Lo added with an arched eyebrow. "You never did give me a conclusive answer. Not that I'm accepting any answer, but yes." "Is that why you mentioned the show to Aiden?" she drawled. "I believe it's called a siege. Pure tactical strategy. If your man can't convince you, then I've sorely underestimated him and his talents." "He is not my man," Noelle ground out. He'd made that abundantly clear 2 nights ago, after kissing her like a starving man at an all-you-can-eat 99-cent buffet. But Lo was already waving off her objection. "Uh-huh. Whatever you young people call them today. Your bae, your boy, your boo." Noelle snorted. "Did you just say your boo?" Lo strolled toward her office, tossing Noelle an imperious glance over her shoulder. "Don't let the 6 and 0 fool you, sweetie." With a smirk, she sauntered off. Chuckling, Noelle returned to work, but not even that could deter the memories from flooding in. It had been 2 days ago, but it could have been 2 years, or 2 seconds. Sometimes it seemed as if that kiss had happened to another person in another lifetime, and then Noelle pressed her fingertips to her mouth. Then she swore her lips still tingled from the hungry heart pressure of Aiden's. She'd been hurt when Aiden had knocked on her door. She could admit it. Hurt and feeling foolish for cooking a meal that he hadn't shown up to eat. But since she'd moved into the penthouse, he'd never called to inform her about his dinner plans or what time he would arrive home. It had been her fault she'd allowed the 3 days they'd spent together to trick her into believing something more existed between them. A tentative friendship, an understanding. And it had been her fault that her feelings and pride had been bruised when he'd returned to the pattern they'd set previous to her illness. Her fault, not his. Yet, when he'd appeared in her bedroom thanking her for dinner, she'd been embarrassed and hated that he knew. That incisive green gaze missed nothing. Only Aiden turned her into a person she didn't recognize. She'd grown up learning how to fade into the background, to not rock the boat, to comfort. She was the peacemaker in a family who relished chaos. But with Aiden, she lashed out, stirred rather than soothed, poked rather than pacified. Maybe she'd courted that kiss. Was that why she'd goaded him with the news of moving out? Had she wanted him to take control, take the choice and the chance of rejection out of her hands? God, if that was true, did that make her weak? Needy? Pathetic. Weak, needy, or pathetic, that meshing of mouths had damn near destroyed her. She briefly closed her eyes, pressing a palm to her belly. Heat curled through her, culminating in an aching pulse between her legs. Deep and high within her, she clenched, the emptiness pleading to be filled. Aiden had introduced her to passion. In one night, he'd been the first to show her the ecstasy her own body could give with the right teacher. And God, had he been the right one? She was 25, almost 26 now, and of course she'd been kissed. Bad ones, sloppy ones, okay ones, and even a couple that had her feeling tingly. But none had transformed her into a creature of pure carnal pleasure, greedy for more of everything, like Aiden had those years ago. Like he had 2 nights ago. His thrusting tongue, his skillful fingers on her breasts, his hard body pressed to her, covering her. She'd wanted to guide his hand lower to her wet, throbbing sex so he could ease the torment there. She'd craved his touch. So much that if he hadn't pulled away, she would have begged him for it. That scared the hell out of her. Because Aiden had also introduced her to a whole new realm of rejection. Considering her childhood, she and rejection were BFFs. How many times had her father chosen a bottle over her? No, when Aiden had severed their relationship with nothing but a cold, abrupt explanation and a complete shutting out, he'd damaged something inside her. Made her question her femininity, her worth. How could she trust him not to do it again? She couldn't. She didn't. Maybe Aiden breaking the embrace had been the best for both of them, especially since his remorse had been all over his face. All he'd needed was a self-flagellation flogger to complete the picture. If she possessed half the intelligence of a slug, she would have packed her shit and headed over to Chauncey's friend's house. Instead, she holed up in her room for the rest of the weekend. Stay, he'd murmured before leaving her room, and so she stayed, like a dumb, masochistic ass. The vibration of her phone against her thigh hauled her away from her thoughts. Thank God. Removing herself from the pocket of her dress, she peeked at the name on the screen and groaned. Damn it. She stared down at the phone, indecision warring within her along with a cluttering of feelings. Joy, unease, sadness, delight, dread. The usual emotional cacophony that was part and parcel of having Anthony Reyna as a brother. Because as much as she loved her older brother, he was like a rainstorm, nourishing and refreshing, but also capable of destruction, just like their father. Sighing, she lifted a finger to swipe the answer bar, but the phone silenced. The call ended. Relief sang through her, but just a second later, the cell hummed again. Avoiding Tony would only increase his curiosity and suspicion. And curious and suspicious Tony was a dangerous Tony, and a pain in the ass for Noelle. Quickly, before she could change her mind, she answered, Hey, Tony. Ellie. Her brother's delighted voice and the sound of the nickname he and her father used only deepened her guilt over not wanting to talk to him. Damn, girl. It's been so long. I started to forget what you sounded like. Glancing over her shoulder at Lowe's open office door, she rose and hurriedly crossed the gallery floor. The cold November breeze blew over her, and she shivered, having forgotten to grab her coat. It's been 2 weeks, she scoffed, but unable to contain her smile. Yeah, her brother might be a bit self-absorbed, could be selfish, and never met a job he didn't hate. But he was also charming and funny, and she loved him, warts and all. What are you up to? How's Charlene? At the mention of the girlfriend he'd been living with when Noelle had left Chicago, he sighed. Uh-oh. Noelle winced. That was a sure sign of trouble, and a prelude to him hitting Noelle up for money. You know how it is, Tony said, and she could practically hear the shrug in his voice. We break up to make up. Only this time, she's saying we're done for good. Put my shit outside the apartment door. What did you do? I asked, not in the least fooled by his woe is me song. Or rather, who'd you do? With Tony, there was always a who. To him, monogamy was just a word in the dictionary after money and before myopic. No one, he objected. She read some texts and ran with it, assuming I was fucking around when I wasn't. I can't deal with suspicious bitches. He spat. Maybe if you didn't call them bitches, she suggested, pouring a wealth of sarcasm into the advice. Whatever, he mumbled. I didn't call to talk about me anyway. I'm checking on my little sister, seeing how she's doing. She's doing fine, she said, her guard starting to inch up. Not that she doubted her brother cared about her, but he never called without an ulterior motive. Never. Settling in, working. Cool. The roommate situation turn out okay? He asked. She hesitated. Some instinct cautioned her against telling him about the leak in her apartment and temporarily staying with Aiden. There was no love lost between her brother and Aiden. As she'd told Aiden the night of the auction, Tony had never admitted anything to her about the affair between him and Peyton. By chance, she'd overheard him and their father talking one night over beers. Tony had taken great joy in telling his father how he was making a fool out of Aiden. Her brother had always envied Aiden for his money, his status, his material possessions, and that animosity had fueled Noelle's ideas about why Tony had been with Peyton in the first place. Still, Tony finding out she was rooming with a man he hated wouldn't go over well. Shame crawled through her, leaving a greasy, sticky path in its wake. Wrapping her arms around herself, she stared down at the pointed toe of her ankle boot, loath to admit the other truth regarding why she kept quiet. Boston represented a new start for her, a place where no one except Aiden knew her or her family, or their reputation. Here, she could reinvent herself free of preconceptions. Tony wouldn't let her change. He would see the people in her life, Lo, Chauncey, even Aiden, as marks to manipulate. No, she couldn't bring him here to Boston. And as well as she knew her brother, she could tell that's what he was angling for, an invite. It's fine. The place is small, but it's perfect for the two of us, she finally said. Silence permeated their connection, and she clenched her jaw, imprisoning the, "Please understand, Tony, if I had space, I would love to have you," that hovered on her tongue. All he would hear was the, "I would love to have you." Well, message received, Ellie, he drawled. No worries. I won't turn up on your doorstep. I just wanted to see how you were doing. Tony, she murmured, pinching the bridge of her nose. Look, I have to go. Try not to forget you have family, okay? We're all we have left. The call ended, and she stared down at the screen. Damn. Hours later, Noelle pushed through the lobby entrance to Aiden's building with a sigh. It seemed as if the call from Tony had portended an avalanche of shit hitting the fan. 2 of the artists scheduled for the body painting show backed out. A client requested a piece that had already been sold, a mix-up at the bank. It had been a true Monday, and she passed through the foyer and waved at the security guard on duty. The lure of her bed called. And it was only 7 o'clock. Laundry waited, her stomach grumbled, and she still had to figure out what she wanted to do for the show next week. And none of it mattered. Just bed. Minutes later, she entered the penthouse. As always, the beauty of the place captured her, momentarily whisking away her weariness. Boston at night was just as awe-inspiring as when the sun crested the waters of the harbor. And once more, she had to check the urge to race up the stairs and grab her pad. Noelle. Aiden stood in the entryway of the living room, jacketless, the top 2 buttons of his dress shirt open, his hands in the pockets of his gray suit pants. The stance pulled his white shirt over the wide expanse of his chest, a chest she knew from personal experience was hard and warm. She curled her fingers into her palm, as if she could still feel the thud of his heart against her skin. Giving herself a mental shake, she shut the front door behind her. Hello, Aiden. So formal. That's what happened when two people shared a disastrous kiss. Awkward.
I received a call today.
He said, and for the first time she noted the flat tone, the grim line of his sensual mouth, and the chipped green ice of his eyes. A kernel of unease settled in her chest like a pebble in a shoe. Uncomfortable and impossible to shake. Okay, she murmured.
From your brother.
He added in that same voice, totally devoid of emotion. But what his voice lacked, his gaze made up for. The ice thawed, leaving behind a simmering heat that emanated from his big body, and not from lust. The unease bloomed into dread. Oh, God, Tony. As well as she knew her brother, he could read her better than anyone. If he hadn't figured out exactly what she'd held back from him, he must have suspected it had something to do with Aiden, or that she'd been in contact with him, and a suspicion had obviously been enough for Tony. What did he want? She asked through numb lips. A humorless smile tipped the corner of his mouth.
What do you think he wanted? Money. He figured, since we were all like family and I was helping you out, I could do the same for him.
He was fishing, she whispered. I didn't tell him I was staying with you. I didn't tell him anything.
But you did talk to him,
he stated, shaking his head.
That first night, I asked if he intended to show up to seal whatever deal you two planned.
His words, the accusation, penetrated the fog that had started to enshroud her. And I told you no. Wait. She shot up a hand. What are you talking about? I swear I didn't tell him.
Then how did he know, Noelle? Your brother would never have the balls to approach me unless he believed you had paved the way first.
His voice remained level, cool. And if not for the darkness in his eyes, they could have been discussing the weather. But she knew better. There wasn't a touchier, more explosive topic between them than Tony. Probably because I didn't mention you. She stammered, dropping her purse to the floor. She held up her other hand, her palms up, imploring him to believe her. If I'd said I'd seen you or spoken with you, maybe he wouldn't have guessed. But he knows you're in Boston and... Shit. She didn't even believe herself. I'm sorry. She finished the apology lame. God, this sounded so familiar. 6 years ago, he'd accused her of conspiring with her father. Now she was doing the same with her brother.
Sorry?
He repeated, voice soft.
For what, exactly? Do you want to tell me what your brother is up to before I find out for myself?
Shock pummeled her. Did he really think she was in on? She'd been apologizing for her brother's actions, not for being in cahoots with him. After the last week together? After the kiss? Her face flamed, anger surging bright, hot, and high. How could he believe she would use him? Because she was Arena. In the end, it all came back to her last name. Her father, her brother, and Aiden's hatred for both, and his determination to lump her in with them because of 4 letters. Screw him. No, fuck him. You obviously have your mind made up. You had it made up before I walked through that door. And you know what, Aiden? I don't give a shit. Not anymore. I'm tired of trying to prove myself to you when I will always be under suspicion, guilty until proven innocent. She snapped. Snatching up her bag, she backpedaled several steps. Since I've already been tried and convicted, I'll get out. Because if you really accept that I'm capable of using you like that, I'd rather live in a cardboard box under a bridge than stay here another night with you. Pivoting, she charged up the steps. 10 minutes. That's all she needed. 10 minutes to throw clothes and shoes for work into a bag. She'd call Chauncey from the road for directions to where she was staying. Details. She shook her head, pushing to her bedroom. Former bedroom. Details she could figure out later. First, and most importantly, she had to get the hell out of here. Pain stabbed her chest, stealing her breath. But she didn't stop to regain it. Stopping meant remembering what a naive idiot she'd become to actually hope Aiden had started to see the real her. The her who worked hard, had dreams, and insisted on paying rent to stay here because accepting a free ride was an anathema to her. Sucking back a useless sob, she strode into the closet, grabbing a duffel bag and tossed it on the bed. Another trip to the closet and she returned with an armful of dresses, pants, and shirts that she threw on the bed. Picking up a skirt, she folded it and stuffed the garment in the bottom of the bag.
Stop.
The dark murmur in her ear preceded the press of a hard, big body to her spine and a large hand covering hers seconds later.
I'm sorry,
Aiden said, and the deep rumble of the apology vibrated against her back. No fair. She squeezed her eyes closed. And it wasn't enough. Jerking her hand out from under his, she whirled around, palms up. Don't. You don't get to come near me, much less touch me, she snapped. God, she hated her body for tingling at his nearness, for craving more of his touch. FYI, I was apologizing for Tony's actions because he wouldn't. Yes, the fact is, if I wasn't here, he wouldn't have called you. But I'm not in on some nefarious plan to betray you. For you to think that, especially after the time they'd spent together, after the kiss. She shook her head. I have nothing to prove to you.
You're right,
He said quietly, his emerald gaze steady, unflinching.
and I'm sorry.
He repeated. For what exactly? She asked, hurling his earlier words at him. For being an asshole?
Yes.
Well, they say the first step is acknowledging the problem, she drawled, turning back around. She grabbed a shirt and skipped folding it, instead just shoving it in the duffel. Anger and hurt coiled inside her like clinging vines. You fucking hurt me, she whispered. I hate that I let you hurt me. Again. The admission escaped her before she could trap it. Once more his heat warmed her moments before his hand encircled her wrist, halting her movements.
I am an asshole. For accusing you without hearing you out. For not relying on what I've come to discover about you. For hurting you. And I'm asking for your forgiveness.
Her breath sawed in and out of her lungs, echoing in the heavy, tense silence of the room. She picked up another shirt and clutched it in her hand as if it were a lifeline. As if it alone saved her from tumbling into an abyss she wouldn't be able to climb back out of.
It's not an excuse. I have no excuse. But I heard your brother's voice, and I couldn't.
She heard the deep drag of breath behind her, felt his chest rise and fall against her back.
Hearing his voice took me back to a place I hated. He reminded me of...
He didn't finish, but he didn't need to. Peyton. Tony had reminded Aiden of Peyton and her betrayal.
But none of that excuses me not asking you instead of accusing you. So yes, I am an asshole.
His lips moved against her hair, the top curve of her ear sending a shiver through her.
Don't go,
he said. The low timbre rolled through her, stroked over her skin, even through the clothes and coat she had yet to remove. Part of her wanted to edge away from it. The stimulus was too intense, too overwhelming for her to keep her head afloat. And with Aiden, she had to keep her nose above water, or this need he stirred would drown her. Then the other part. The other part craved his heat, his strength, his power, yearned for it to cover her, brand her, fill her.
You.
He paused, his fingers tightening around her wrist.
Unsettle me. I shouldn't want you. I don't.
His other hand palmed her hip, held her steady, and her heart stuttered as his lips grazed the top of her ear, as the wall of his chest pressed tighter to her back.
I shouldn't ask you to stay knowing all I can think about is touching this sweet, tiny body. About taking your mouth again, and not stopping until every part of you has been under my tongue.
Jesus. She shuddered. She squeezed her thighs together, attempting to smother the ache his words created. No man had ever made her feel. She'd never allowed one close enough to try. Just him. Aiden, she breathed, trembled. Stop talking. Please, don't stop talking.
It's wrong to ask you to stay when all I can think about is how tight you would squeeze my cock. How good you would feel coming around me. How you would look. How you would sound when you came apart under me. Because of me. I missed the chance all those years ago. I didn't get to have that with you, and as much as I want to deny it, I can't erase it from my mind.
Slowly he released her hand, stroking his palm up her arm, and gently but firmly grasped her chin. He turned her head until she met his dark, hooded gaze.
Don't go.
Pack your shit and go. Now, before you're in deeper than you already are. He doesn't trust you, and God knows you don't trust him. Only pain waits for you down this path. Go. His mouth brushed hers, silencing the voice of reason in her head. She parted her lips, accepting his sensual invasion. His tongue swept in, tangling with hers, an erotic dance where he was clearly the lead and expected her to follow, to give. And she did, willingly trading prudence for pleasure, handing off caution for the carnal oblivion she knew he could give her, that she'd never experienced, with any man. Had it always been him? Had she subconsciously waited for him? Just using her disdain for sex and his abandonment as reasons not to let another man into her body? If so, when it came to this man, she was in deeper than she ever realized. And pathetic. She was pathetic. And when he tried to push into her body and met the resistance of a 25-year-old virgin's body, he would know just how much. God forbid he assumed he was the reason behind her celibacy. Panic seized her, momentarily capsizing the need, heating her veins, swelling her breasts, pinching her nipples tight, and pooling low between her legs. She stiffened, the freezing bite of fear pushing back the pleasure. Not fear of him, but of his rejection. Again. A man who could probably author a manual on doling out orgasms might find her an oddity. Hell, she was in this day and age. She'd been called whore, frigid, slut, and confused. She was none of those, and she didn't give a damn about those people's opinions on her or her sexuality. But Aiden's? He could wound her in a way no one else could. But she'd rather face it now than when she was naked and vulnerable, exposed.
Noelle?
Aiden murmured against her mouth, his fingers stroking a path of fire down her throat. Smothering a groan, she shifted forward and away from him, placing space between them. Space that didn't fill her lungs with his heady, sexy scent with each breath. Give me a minute, she said, hating the plea in her voice, as she burrowed her fingers through her hair and clenched the strands. Damn it.
Noelle.
He cocked his head to the side, his hooded gaze on her. Tension seemed to vibrate from his big body, but he maintained the distance she'd set, respecting it even though he resembled a predator ready to pounce.
Sex with me is not a requirement to staying.
No, I know. That's not it, she objected, hand outstretched. That's not it at all. It's just... She hesitated, mortification swirling in her chest. What you want from me, I've never done, never given to anyone else. Silence boomed in the room like a deafening thunderclap. Shock flared in his eyes, slightly widening them before they narrowed and slowly scanned her. She could feel his visual touch on her mouth, throat, chest, the flesh between her legs that dampened and throbbed for him. Even her toes received his attention.
Are you telling me I'm the only man who's touched you?
He pressed, the question a dark rumble in the room. I shouldn't have said a damn thing. The admonishment battled against her skull. She fought not to turn and walk out or open her mouth and spill objections, lies, or excuses. Like being a virgin was a crime, not a choice. And it wasn't because of him. At least, not consciously. Look, His gaze lifted and, oh, Christ, the heat. Her voice evaporated under its power. She'd expected disbelief, condescension, even amusement. But not lust. Scorching, intense, searing lust. She sucked in a breath, unable to move, her heart pummeling her sternum, the thunderous beat echoing in her ears. Desire, thick and molten, flowed through her veins, burning her from the inside out, licking every part of her, swelling her breasts, detonating a clench deep within her, a primal demand for an invasion her flesh had never known. Aiden, she breathed, not sure what she intended to say.
Do you want to give it to me?
He asked, his voice a sandpapery rasp that sounded as if it must hurt his throat. It. Did he mean her virginity? Her body? Her pleasure? Her fears? Her trust? She didn't ask him to clarify. She was too much of a coward to hear his answer. And because her answers weren't that simple. She believed he could give her pleasure that would be worthy of cult worship. But give him her trust? Offer him her vulnerabilities, her fears, and believe they were safe with him? No. Staring up at him, she didn't say any of that. Instead, she nodded and whispered that safest and most dangerous word. Yes. The skin across his cheekbones tautened, making them appear impossibly sharper. In direct contrast, his lips seemed fuller, lush, carnal.
Come here,
he said. The order soft, but containing an underlying thread of steel she found herself acquiescing to before realizing her feet were in motion. She didn't stop until the toes of her shoes bumped his. And when he widened his stance, she shifted closer, beckoned by the dark, almost savage emotion roiling in his stare. So when he cupped her cheek and gently swept the pad of his thumb across her skin, she started, flinched. She'd expected a harder, fiercer touch, not this tender caress that shattered any residual shadows of doubt. Exhaling a trembling breath, she leaned into his hand, brushed her lips against the heel of it. This time, when he bent his head, the kiss didn't just conquer, it seduced, teased, played. No less hot or raw, but coaxing, inviting her to join him, follow him. And she did, tilting her head back, meeting him thrust for thrust, lick for lick. His other hand slid into her hair, tangled in the strands, held her steady for his erotic rating. The pinch to her scalp reverberated low in her belly, and it pulled on something inside her, something needy, achy, something she instinctively understood only he could satisfy. Tugging her head farther back, he dragged his mouth over her chin, down her neck, tonguing the base of her throat. She whimpered, cradling his head, loving the sensual slide of his thick, silken strands over her fingers and the backs of her hands. Craving more of his wet strokes on her skin, abandoning her hair and face, he grabbed the lapels of her coat and shoved it down her arms, temporarily dislodging her hands from him. But she immediately reclaimed him, needing to hold on to him like a piece of driftwood tossed on swirling, rushing rapids.
I've had my hands on these before.
His husky voice slid over her as his palms stroked up her sides to the undersides of her breasts.
I've touched them, pinched these pretty nipples.
He plucked at the tips, swept his thumb back and forth over them, eliciting a cry from her.
I remember that they're the loveliest shade of pink, until...
He bent his head, grazed his lips over the beaded crests,
After I've sucked them. Then they darken to a deep rose. And then they're even more beautiful. He drew on one tip, his tongue coiling around it over her shirt. She clutched him harder, loosing a harsh groan. Electricity jolted from her breasts to her clit as if a current connected them. The pleasure stole her breath. I haven't forgotten how they feel. Hard and tight on my tongue, but I don't want to rely on my memory anymore, he said, his scalding gaze fixed on her as his thumbs tormented her flesh. Yes. Anything. She'd give him anything he asked, just as long as he didn't stop touching her. Please. His low, wicked chuckle vibrated over her damp top and skin. He lowered his hands to the waistband of her pants and tugged the shirt tail free. He slid underneath, the surprisingly calloused and hard palms lightly abrading her belly and torso, sending shivers cascading through her. The material bunched around his wrists as he steadily moved higher. Up, he ordered, and once more she abandoned her hold on him, lifting her arms. With a quick, economical tug, he removed the top, leaving her clothed in only a simple black bra and her pants. Latent shyness and modesty struck her, swarming over her and crawling up her chest and neck, and in that moment, the 20-year-old made an unscheduled appearance. Noelle veered far from the type of women Aiden was often pictured with. Gorgeous, pampered, beautiful bodies, money and elegance pouring from every inch of skin exposed by short and expensive-looking dresses. Models, actresses, socialites. None had been poor, tatted, aspiring gallery owners who trimmed their own hair and shopped at consignment stores. He was used to seeing women adorned in delicate lace lingerie from high-end boutiques, not plain, serviceable bras that came too on a hanger. Don't you dare, he rumbled, as she halted in the middle of folding her arms over herself. Don't you dare hide from me. For too long I've been dreaming about this beautiful body, and now that I finally have you here in front of me, I want to see every damn inch, touch and taste every inch. So put your arms down. Floored not just by his words, but by the smoldering hunger and bared truth in his eyes, she obeyed and slowly lowered her arms to her sides. She didn't move when he unfastened the front clasp of her bra, or when he smoothed the straps over her shoulders and down, the undergarment falling soundlessly to the floor. Air caressed her bared flesh, but her tremble had nothing to do with the heating and air conditioning, and everything to do with the man setting her on fire with his gentle but fierce seduction. His big hands engulfed her breasts, molding, shaping, squeezing. On a rough hum, he captured her nipples between his thumb and fingers, tugged, rolled, tweaked. Dark, erotic pleasure pummeled her, pinching her hips forward, arching her back toward him, offering him more of her. Just as I remembered, he murmured, rubbing his cheek, then lips over a beaded tip. He sucked her deep in his mouth, the suction hard, intense, knee-weakening. Hers buckled, and he immediately shifted, bracing her against the wall. He didn't let up on her flesh, his tongue coiled around her tip, pulling and stroking until every pint of blood in her body seemed to congregate in her breasts or between her legs. Delivering a long lick with the flat of his tongue, he pulled back, studied his handiwork. So pretty, he stated, lust stamping his features. Satisfaction gleamed from his eyes as they shifted up to her face. The prettiest dark red after I've had them. Her fingers flexed against his scalp, her fingernails biting into his scalp. Aiden grunted, and she breathlessly apologized, easing her grip. But he nipped the peak, nuzzling it. Don't apologize. You can't hurt me. Mark me up, sweetheart. Do your worst. She took him at his word and clung to him as he switched his attention to her neglected breast, licking and savoring her like his favorite treat.
and when he trailed a damp, hot path down her torso and dipped his tongue in her belly button. In that moment, she believed she was something treasured and favored. All her insecurities were long-distant memories because here, in this quiet guest bedroom in a penthouse fit for a king, he made her feel like no other woman existed, like no other had ever roughened his breath until it came heavy and ragged from his chest, like no other woman mattered. No other woman except her. It was a fairy tale, an instant of sex-induced hysteria. But for now, tonight, she would bask in it, greedily. With deft movements, he released the pants fastener at her waist and slid down the zipper. The whisper of the metal teeth separating seemed deafening in the thick silence. She clenched and unclenched her fingers in his hair, anxiety-edged excitement knotting her stomach, pulsing in her clit and deeper within the core of her. Knowledge of what he intended, of where the feather-like caresses across her lower abdomen were headed, rocked through her. Nerves jangled under her skin, and she shook in his grasp, the only thing holding her up his strong, wide hands on her hips. He tipped his head back, studying her.
Have you ever allowed a man to taste you here, Noelle? Let him eat you like a meal he can't get enough of?
Oh, shit. She heard men describe oral sex in crude ways, but never like this. Never like it was all his pleasure, something he hungered for.
Noelle.
No, she stammered. Kisses, yes, even touching, but no, she'd never permitted any this particular intimacy. Being this exposed, this vulnerable with someone, the thought had made her skittish. Until now.
Will you let me?
He pressed his thumbs into the spot just above her sex, inches away from her aching, pulsing clit. His stare dropped, as if he could see her flesh through her black panties. You really want it? She trailed off, not sure what or why she was asking. Aiden was already nodding.
Fuck you with my mouth. Get you off with my tongue. Suck your clit and lick you until you come. Hell, yes.
He ground out, his thumbs massaging small, tight circles into her pelvic bone.
The only thing I want more is my cock buried inside you.
Oh, God, this man could talk her right into an orgasm. He should have an advisory label slapped on his forehead. Warning, ovary explosion ahead. He leaned forward, planted an open-mouthed, wet kiss over the band of her underwear.
Will you let me?
He repeated, another kiss.
Say yes.
Yes, the answer burst out of her. In the next instant, her back was pressed against the bed instead of the wall. Her pants were removed, leaving her naked except for her black panties. She blinked and the ceiling disappeared, replaced by Aiden. His lips covered hers, his tongue thrusting past her lips, sweeping inside, stretching her wide for his possession, just as he would her body with his mouth and then his dick. Before she could claim his head again, he drifted down over her neck, chest, doling out a lazy lick to each nipple, then lower still. His large body skimmed down hers, the solid weight of him a caress in itself. He wedged his wide shoulders between her thighs, and his breath bathed the flesh at the juncture of her thighs. He lifted his head, met her gaze, and hooked his fingers in the band of her underwear, drew the material down her legs, not freeing her from his visual ensnarement. Not when he dropped the clothing on the floor. Not when he dipped his head and licked a scorching path up her drenched cleft. Electric, sizzling. Her spine arched hard as if whipped. Her lips parted on the cry that surged up from within her, but it lodged in her throat. Jesus. Oh, Jesus. She scrambled for his head, his shoulders, but couldn't reach them. Instead, she clawed at the covers, grasping them in a stranglehold, and he repeated the caress, his tongue circling and stroking her clit, She couldn't prevent the scream that ripped from her throat.
"Where are you going?"
Came Aiden's dark whisper. His hands clamped down on her hips, controlling the frantic bucking and rolling.
"I'm not nearly satisfied. I could stay here feasting on you all night."
He flicked the small bundle of nerves, drawing on it, tormenting it.
"Maybe I will."
He growled, then proceeded to devastate her. God, it wasn't neat or quiet or decorous. No, it was messy and full of wet smacks and hungry moans. He left no part of her a mystery. With one palm shoving her thigh back and the other cupping her ass, he devoured her, sucking her clit, raking his teeth over her folds before diving between them, lapping at her, dining on her, driving her crazy with a jagged pleasure that threatened to tear her into ribbons. She alternated between wanting to curl in on herself and spreading herself wide, squirming away from this terrifying lust and begging him to give her more, show her more. A blunt fingertip rimmed the entrance to her body, and she stiffened. The last man to caress her there, to penetrate her, had been Aiden. Shh, he soothed, continuing the same rhythmic rubbing.
"Let me in, sweetheart. Let me in."
Slowly he entered her, and she whimpered at the fullness, the sound almost drowned out by his moan. He was thicker, longer than her, and though it was just his finger, it stretched her. He withdrew, eased back inside, then again.
"So fucking tight. Just like before, and wet. You love my mouth on you. Love it so much I can get my finger inside you. Take another one, sweetheart."
He urged. Maybe he knew she wouldn't deny him or had faith she could accept him. He returned to her, sliding 2 wide digits into her, simultaneously easing the ache and exasperating it. He was preparing her. She realized it. But Christ, this invasion battered the breath from her lungs. How would she? His lips closed around her clit, his fingers burrowing deeper. And then she didn't care. Didn't give a damn. Not with him shoving her closer and closer to an orgasm whose heat reached out, singed her, beckoned her. Helpless, she let him play with her like a newly constructed young instrument, unaccustomed to the demands placed on her, but so damn eager to learn. Humming, he coiled his tongue around the bundle of nerves and plunged his fingers high inside her, hooking the tips and pressing against a spot that tore a scream from her and catapulted her into a white-hot release that left her shuddering, damn near babbling. Over the harsh gasps of air she diligently sucked in and the aftershocks rippling through her body, she was dimly aware of Aiden rising off of her and the whisper of clothes sliding over flesh. She forced her eyes open, because as heavily as the sensual lassitude weighed her down, no way in hell was she missing a naked Aiden. Beautiful. He was a thing of absolute beauty. Bright hair tumbled by her fingers, green eyes blazed with lust, that full, sensuous mouth, and miles of golden, taut skin stretched over firm, toned muscle and tendon. Wide shoulders and chest, a rippled abdomen, thick columns of thighs and powerful calves. And his cock. She swallowed. A flash of feminine anxiety shimmered through her, stronger than moments earlier. The thick column of flesh protruded from a dark brown nest of curls, capped off by a swollen, flared tip. It was gorgeous in a primal, almost brutish way. She'd never really understood women's fascination with dicks, big or otherwise. But then, she hadn't seen Aiden's. Now she not only got it, she was running for president of the club. Before she registered her intention, she sat, extending her arm toward him, needing to touch him, wrap her hands around him, pump that intimidating flesh. Aiden encircled her wrist, edging closer until the outsides of his legs spread her thighs open. With the other hand, he brought a foil packet to his teeth and ripped it open. Releasing her, he quickly rolled the condom down his length and crawled on top of her like the big, dangerous cat he reminded her of. Her belly twisted with nerves. Excitement crackled under her skin like a live wire. Desire rolled through her veins, drugging and energizing her. And this man, this powerful, enigmatic, sexy as hell man, enraptured her. His elbows bracketed her head, and his emerald gaze burned down into hers.
Tell me you want me buried inside you, Noelle. Taking you, claiming what no man has ever had. Tell me it's what you need. That I'm who you need.
She stared up at him, her breath like small blasts against his lips. The words wedged in her throat. He referred to her body, giving him permission to have the body no man had ever been inside, and he'd been the only man to ever possess her heart and trust before crushing both. If she repeated the words he wanted her to state, which would she be attesting to? She didn't know. Didn't want to analyze it and find out because she was too frightened of the answer. I want you, she said, compromising. And from the narrowing of his eyes, he knew it. But the slant of his mouth over hers, the erotic dance and duel of tongues translated his acceptance. His hips settled between her legs, and at the first nudge of his dick against her flesh, she went motionless. Her heart hammered against her chest, and her fingers curled into the dense muscle of his upper arms.
Easy, sweetheart,
he whispered, smoothing the hair off her damp forehead.
Open up for me. I want to know what it's finally like to have you wrapped around me, squeezing me, holding me,
he murmured. A flex of his hips, and he pushed inside her, the swollen tip alone stretching her entrance. She couldn't hold back her whimper.
All the time you need, sweetheart,
he breathed, drawing back and slipping just a little of himself back in. For seconds, minutes, hours, he coaxed her sex to open to him, to accept him. The effort cost him. By the time he nudged up against the part that declared her a virgin, sweat poured off him. Her flesh quivered around him, and she trembled with the strain, the pressure of his cock prying her open and leaving her helpless and strangely empowered. With him burrowing through her, branding her, she'd never been more aware of her femininity, never felt both fragile and strong. She was pinned under Aiden, but he shook like a leaf caught in a storm above her.
Hold on to me,
he rasped, sliding his arms under her back and hooking his fingers over her shoulders. She encircled his neck, clung to him.
Good, sweetheart.
With no other warning, he drove forward and, God, she stiffened. The fullness, pummeling the air from her chest. There was pain, yes, but not the kind she'd been led to believe she would experience. But the sense of being possessed, of being filled to the point where it scared her a bit, where she couldn't tell where she ended and he began. It had her squirming in his embrace, trying to get free, trying to get closer, trying to ease the pressure, trying to get more of it.
Stop moving, sweetheart. I need...
He broke off with a grunt, grinding his hips against hers.
Give me a minute to...
Again he trailed off, levering off of her and balancing on his arms. Tendons stood out in sharp relief, a testimony to the control he exerted.
You okay?
He growled. She forced herself to relax, breathed deep, and took stock of her body. Already the sting blurred, but the weight of his invasion didn't. With the panic fading too, every sense and nerve seemed to focus on him embedded deep within her.
Noelle.
He flexed his hips, eliciting a moan from her.
You okay?
Unable to speak, she nodded and tightened her grip on him. Maybe he took that as her acceptance because he pulled back, and damn, every inch and ridge dragged over her sensitive flesh. And when he returned, slowly thrusting into her again, she lifted her hips, meeting him. Pleasure exploded within her, widening her eyes, strangling the breath from her. Again, she breathed, already snapping her hips back to repeat the movement that had caused lightning to streak through her. A low, wicked chuckle reverberated above her. Then he submitted to her demand. He'd asked her to hold on to him. That's all she could do as he introduced her to passion, lust, and clawing need. He rode her gently at first, tenderly. Then as she twisted under him, begging for a harder, deeper possession, his strokes lengthened, became fiercer, and maybe just a bit wilder. The bed groaned under them, joining the smack of wet flesh against wet flesh, her short, keening cries, his hoarse moans, their harsh breathing.
You're so fucking tight. So wet for me, sweetheart.
He snapped his hips, his dick tunneling into her, plunging, shoving her forward, closer to a release that part of her reared back from the power of it. Maybe she inched backwards because he palmed her ass, held her in place for him, while the other hand cupped her nape. He crushed his mouth to hers, whispering,
So goddamn perfect.
Desperate, hungry, she raked his back, hiking her legs higher around his waist, bucking, grinding, demanding. The almost too big column of flesh she'd been anxious about, she now craved, would have begged for if she had any breath left. But that precipice loomed nearer, the crumbling edge beckoning a sweet seduction that with one final hard thrust had her succumbing to it. Jesus! She detonated, exploded into dozens, hundreds of pieces, and depended on him to gather them up. What did I do? The question crawled through her mind, jackrabbiting against the walls of her mind like a pogo stick gone wild. What the hell did I do? Aiden's furnace-like heat reached out to her, reminded her he lay naked in the bed behind her. The heady, thick scent of sex still clung to the air, and in spite of the what the fucks pounding in her head, her body lazily pulsed in response to the erotic perfume. Goddamn, not 15 minutes had passed since her world had erupted in the orgasmic equivalent of Pompeii's Mount Vesuvius, and already her core clenched around a phantom cock, bemoaning the emptiness, craving to be filled again. Somewhere a village was missing its idiot, and her face was featured on all the milk cartons. Because of an apology from a hot man, she'd become one of those women she'd vowed not to become, one who knew a man wasn't good for her, wasn't meant for her, but fell into bed with him anyway. A woman who substituted desire for common sense. A woman who believed the power of the pussy could change a man. Well, no, that crime she couldn't claim. The other two, yes, but she bore no illusions about how Aiden saw her. He might have apologized for his accusations, but the anger, pain, and hatred toward his father and brother hadn't disappeared. Those emotions ran too deep, were rooted in childhood issues that had spilled over into adulthood. And Tony's phone call had only ripped off whatever scab had managed to cover the wound. Though Tony had never confessed to her why Aiden hated him, she'd overheard him telling their father the truth. It further solidified her belief that Aiden was so blinded by the last name she shared with the two men he detested most, that their having sex tonight had been the dumbest move she could have made. Second dumbest. The first would be falling in love with him, and she'd already fucked up once. Losing her heart to a man who could never love her back, a man who was the equivalent of an emotional freefall who she couldn't depend on not to abandon her, a man who would always resent her for her family. She wasn't that idiotic or crazy.
Why?
Aiden's low, rasped question might as well have been a shout in the shrouded silence of the room. She flinched from the suddenness and the inquiry itself. Contrary to what her actions of the past hour would declare about her intelligence, she wasn't dumb. She understood what he referred to. She lifted a bare shoulder in a shrug, keeping her back to him. It wasn't on my list of priorities. It was on her not-to-do list rather than her to-do list.
Liar.
The soft word struck the air, reverberating like a quivering dart. It wasn't anything Victorian. I wasn't saving myself for marriage or the right man to come along, she scoffed. Heart tripping in her chest, she sat, clutching the covers to her chest, just like that Victorian miss she'd claimed not to be. Don't worry, I'm not going to start envisioning picket fences or 2.5 kids. Shut up.
Noelle.
He growled. The bed shifted behind her, and panic flared inside her like an SOS. Bounding off the bed, she dragged the sheet with her, twisting around so the material covered her front even as she mooned the window. Damn it. She searched the floor for her clothes, desperation raking her throat, knotting her stomach. Where the hell? There. On the other side of the bed, where he sat, glaring at her. A faintly hysterical gurgle of laughter bubbled up inside her. Screw it. Dropping the sheet, she darted to the dresser and snatched a t-shirt. She swore she could feel his gaze on her breasts, belly, sex, and thighs as she tugged on the top, and the visual caress only hastened her actions. The modesty and humiliation that had been missing when he'd stripped her of her clothes returned with a vengeance and a vendetta. The sibilant hush of material over flesh sent a jagged spear of dread straight to her chest. She turned, and Aiden, naked, so gloriously naked, stood beside the bed, his pants in his fist. That steady, incisive stare cut through her, and she whipped back around on the pretense of grabbing a band for her hair, which probably screamed, freshly fucked.
Noelle.
Look, according to the Maury Povich show, women fall on men's dicks all the time, so this one? She paused, squeezed her eyes shut. Indiscretion is no big deal. It happened. Now we move on. Pasting a patently false smile on her face, she turned and faced him. The smile slipped at the sight of his wide, taut shoulders and bare chest. Jesus Christ. Sex one time and she was turning into a nympho. I'm going to shower. Thanks. Thanks? She strode to the bathroom and shut the door behind her before leaning on it and staring up at the ceiling in abject horror. Freaking thanks? Goddamn. Sex had turned her into a nympho and an idiot.
Chapter 11. Aiden slipped the end of his tie through the loop at his neck, pulling the end through and tightening the knot. Since his own father had always been MIA, his 11th grade English teacher had taught him and Lucas how to put on a tie. Then the process had been awkward, but now it was almost muscle memory. Good thing, because other matters besides the perfect straight knot occupied his mind. Matters like Noelle, and the sex 2 nights earlier that had damn near left him blind, deaf, and dumb. Damn. He smoothed a palm down the light blue and black silk and turned to grab his jacket off his bed. A virgin. Noelle had been a virgin. He would have never guessed the exotic, independent, slightly wild pixie with the mural inked into her skin would be untouched. When she'd confessed the truth to him, he'd been taken aback by the lust and possessiveness that had roared through him. Had it rendered him a caveman in that moment? Probably. But he owned it, couldn't deny it, knowing no man had ever given her pleasure, had been inside her, had caused a primal urge to rise up in him, an urge to take, to brand her with his mouth, his hands, his body, imprint himself on her so thoroughly that she would never forget who introduced her to hunger, to ecstasy. That's when he discovered that underneath the elegant, sophisticated suit existed a man who only pretended to be civilized. She'd done that to him, and making her come on his fingers and with his mouth, pushing into a pussy that had been 2 sizes too small and utterly perfect, had sealed his fate, stolen his mind, so now all he could think about was returning to that smooth, wet, tight haven. I wasn't saving myself for marriage or the right man to come along. Don't worry. I'm not going to start envisioning picket fences or 2.5 kids. At first, lying there with the sweat barely dry on his skin, the scent of her sweet flesh still clinging to him, her flippant words had angered him. But under the anger, anxiety had lurked, the kind of anxiety that raked at the skin and heralded a panicked bout of claustrophobia, like the sheet tangled around his hips and legs bound him tight, restricted him. In the past, sex had been fun, not a prelude to a commitment, but he couldn't indulge in a no-strings affair with Noelle. Their history wouldn't allow it. Too much tied them together, their past, their families, the promise that had brought her here to Boston, the overwhelming guilt he couldn't separate from her. Not to mention her attachment and involvement with a man who had decimated his life and stolen the future he'd once held within his grasp. Hell yes, complicating an already complicated relationship was madness. And then there was him. He wasn't any woman's idea of a happily ever after. He was incapable of having and maintaining a relationship. Because a commitment required trust. It required unconditional belief in a person. It required risk. And he couldn't give that to a woman. Not after Peyton. His willingness to blame Noelle for her father's theft was evidence enough of that. And yet, all he could think about was sucking on Noelle's pink nipples and watching them darken from his mouth and tongue, eating his fill from her pussy and teasing the delicate button of her clit, burying his cock inside her and having her flutter around his flesh, milking him dry. That need, that ravenous hunger, had incited the flash of panic in her bedroom. Because even as his mind acknowledged they couldn't do this again, his dick twitched and jerked in anticipation of the next time, hoping the next time was less than 2 minutes away. Clenching his teeth, he snatched up his suit jacket and shrugged into it. In the past couple of days, he'd kept his Johnson in his pants and his hands off, and they were back to avoiding one another like before. Unlike before, though, now he knew the mind-numbing pleasure to be found in her bed, smelled her unique scent on his skin, no matter how many times he showered. "Fucking ridiculous," he muttered, and glanced down at his watch. 7 o'clock. He had 30 minutes to arrive at Jocelyn's Beacon Hill townhouse to pick her up for their date. After he'd called her as promised, they planned to meet and discuss the trip to Los Angeles that she'd won in the auction. Almost 3 weeks ago, he would have been excited to spend 2 days and a night in California with a beautiful woman. Now his body rebelled at the thought of touching another woman whose
This peaceful moment is yours. Rest in it, breathe in it, and let it soothe you before the story resumes.
skin wasn't covered in flowers, birds, and bows. After tracing the artistic beauty with his fingers and lips, all other women seemed bland, boring in comparison. He shook his head hard, as if he could jog that last observation free. Get it together, damn it. Sneering at himself, he exited the penthouse. Now he had 28 minutes to make it across town. 17 minutes later, he stood on a South End sidewalk outside King Gallery. Idiot. He was a goddamn idiot. He should be nearing Jocelyn's home, not staring into the front window of Noelle's workplace. What was he doing here? What was his endgame? To walk in there, demand she look at him, talk to him? Let him part those lush pink lips and thrust his tongue in? Exhaling a long, hard breath, he ran his fingers through his hair. Not 20 minutes ago, he'd acknowledged nothing could come of them having sex. That maintaining space and distance during the remainder of the time she spent in his home was the best idea, the right thing to do, for her and for him. Yet, here he waited to do what? Convince her to come back to the penthouse so he could get lost in her again? Again, he berated himself, calling himself about 10 kinds of asshole, but he still pulled open the gallery door and entered, and drew to a halt. Noelle stood beside a white, freestanding wall, where a photograph of a woman standing on the ledge of a roof offered a dramatic backdrop, an appropriate backdrop, because as he stared at Noelle, smiling and laughing up at a tall, suited man, her hand resting on his arm, Aiden identified with that woman on the ledge. Part of him demanded he turn around and exit the gallery. The other half snarled and snapped, demanding he cross the gleaming hardwood floor and snatch her hand off the other man. He wanted to claim her smiles and the laughter she so sparsely gave him, the need to stalk over there and place his lips on the sweetly scented crook of her neck so the asshole she talked with would know she was his, rode him like a horse jockey. The longing to then usher her to one of the back rooms, push her black skirt up around her waist and her panties down her legs, and plunge into her tight, hot, welcoming heat, made him fist his hands, his palm itching to shape her soft but firm flesh. His ears ringing to hear that telltale catch in her breath as he tunneled deeper and deeper still. The fuck? The dark, roiling desire to surrender to the possessive urge whipped through him, across him. With barely leashed control, he sharply pivoted and shoved out of the gallery. The brisk November evening wind lashed at him, tugging on his hair and the lapels of his coat, as if imploring him to turn around and return to the gallery, return to claim Noelle. Damn that. He'd been a fool to come down here. His asshole quota for the night had been met. Pressing the key fob, he unlocked the doors to his car with a muted beep and flash of the lights. He rounded the trunk of his car and grabbed the handle of the driver's side door. Aiden! A hand appeared on the sleeve of his coat, and the image of that hand on another man flashed in front of him, as did that unwanted, resented possessiveness. He didn't do possessive. Not until now. Spinning, he encircled Noelle's wrist and pulled her out of the road and back onto the sidewalk, where the traffic whizzing by had no chance of hurting her. Go back inside. I don't want you. Forget I was here. The words streamed up his throat and hovered on the edge of his tongue, but when he parted his lips, he crushed them over hers, immediately taking advantage of her surprise. He backed her up against the side of his car, swallowing her gasp and tangling his tongue around hers, demanding, pleading, that she spar with him. The relief that poured through him when she tilted her head back and opened wider to him shouldn't have been as strong, as important. Pushing it to the back of his mind, he groaned and fucked her mouth, sucked it, thrust inside it, worshipped it. Christ, he couldn't get enough. Cupping her face, he angled her head how he wanted, needed, for a greedier, wilder exploration. Not that Noelle let herself be conquered. Hell no. She might have been a virgin up until 2 nights ago, but she kissed like a seductress. With every lick, stroke, and moan, she locked another chain of lust around him, fettering him to her. I'm not gonna lie, he growled against her mouth. I had no intention of showing up here tonight. I still don't know what the hell I'm doing here. Nothing can come of it. But here I am, and when I saw you smiling up at that asshole... He paused, nipped at the slightly fuller bottom lip. I wanted to break him in 2 for receiving what I want from you for myself. Aiden, he's a buyer, nothing else, she murmured, cuffing his wrists. Not that it's any of your business. He shook his head, pressed a hard kiss to the corner of her mouth. You don't think I know that? But it doesn't matter, because even if he was the damn Pope, or you were shaking his hand with gloves and a fucking hazmat suit on, I hated it. I hated that it wasn't me, when all I can think about is having you under me, over me, bent over in front of me. I go to bed and have to force myself to stay there instead of going down the hall to your room and climbing in next to you." Slowly, she lowered his hands from her face and shifted back a step. "And you can't stand that, can you? Can't stand that you want me?" "No," he admitted, his voice low and fierce. "Part of me wishes you were nameless, faceless, that after being inside you I could walk away and forget you. It would be easier, simpler. But then there's the part that can still feel you squeezing my cock, that can't forget how you look as you come, that can still smell your scent on my skin, no matter how hard I try to scrub it off. That part doesn't give a damn about anything but getting inside you again." "How romantic," she murmured, a half smile curving one half of her lush mouth. But her eyes remained dark, shuddered. "No wonder women fall all over themselves to be with you. The truth, and here's more of it." Moving forward, he eliminated the space she'd placed between them. He burrowed his fingers through her hair and pressed his forehead to hers, briefly closing his eyes. Relief, regret, disgust, and desire, that ever-present, never-satisfied desire, swirled inside him like a cyclone bent on destruction. His, hers. None of it was black and white, not anymore. Hell, it hadn't been since that November night he'd shown up at that party. Romance requires thinking, planning, control. I'm not capable of that when I'm around you. He shouldn't have her. As long as he stayed away from her, she was his penance, his act of contrition. But he was tired. Tired of fighting. Tired of being alone. Tired of aching. He wanted her, needed her. The only defense he had left was the truth, acknowledging that this, whatever this was between them, was temporary, because an expiration date loomed over their heads like Damocles' sword. Her apartment would be ready in another week or so, and they would go their separate ways and return to the lives they'd had before a promise and a leak in an old woman's apartment had brought them together. That phone call from Tony on Monday? Fury streaked through Aiden before he could stifle it. Hearing her brother's smug, arrogant voice had brought all the pain, grief, and helplessness back on a tidal wave that had damn near submerged him. The urge to rip Tony apart with his bare hands had strangled Aiden. That easily, the riptide of emotion had taken him under. That had been a phone call. If he and Noelle were together, what would happen when she insisted on her brother visiting, or on her returning to Chicago to see him? The bitterness and resentment would turn to hate. For her. Aiden had moved thousands of miles to Boston, but Noelle's presence and the echoes of the past that had come with her were proof positive he hadn't let go. He hadn't let bygones be bygones. He hadn't forgiven, and he doubted he would ever be able to. Still, that knowledge did nothing for the ravenous arousal that knotted his gut, swelled his cock. He could have right now. They could have each other for right now. And the greedy bastard that he was, he intended to take it. "Come home with me," he said, tangling his fingers in her thick raven hair and tilting her head back. He stared down into her bright eyes. "I can't." His grip tightened on the dark strands. "I'll never lie to you, Noelle. I'm not a good bet. You deserve more than I'm offering. But I want you. For one night, 2, 3, and I'm enough of a selfish bastard to ask you to say yes. Do you understand what I'm telling you?" Silently, he willed her to understand, to agree. But if she didn't, he would walk away from her. But goddamn, it would hurt like hell. Noelle studied him, her expression sober, revealing nothing. He waited, determined not to pressure her, needing her to come to him of her own free will. After a long moment, she slowly nodded. "Okay," she whispered. The satisfaction that crashed through him should have seemed disproportionate to the one word, but not when that one word meant he could taste her again, touch her again, have her again, for however long they had. No, that one word was everything. Chapter 12. Aiden opened the door to his home, stepping back and allowing Noelle to precede him. As she passed him, he inhaled her light floral scent. the scent that thickened, deepened when sweat dotted her body. If he were in a perfume shop with every jar open, their fragrances drifting into the air, he would still be able to identify hers. It was pretty, delicate, strong. Her. His eyes fixed on her, he closed the front door behind him. At the sound of the lock engaging, she spun around. They stood there, staring at one another, the quiet humming with the tension between them. He couldn't stop staring at her, at the tumble of black waves that draped over her shoulders like an obsidian cape, at the wide blue eyes that, at turns, could gleam with innocence or burn with passion, at the wide plump curves of her mouth that stirred images of those lips on his skin, around his cock, at the petite, slender body currently hidden by her winter coat but emblazoned on his mind. Had any other woman ever ignited this blaze inside him? Had he ever possessed this clawing desire that insisted if he didn't get inside her, he wouldn't be the same? Had he ever felt this urge, this instinct to take, but give so much more in return? He sidestepped the thought with the agility of a pro athlete. Focus on the here, the now, the sex, the need. Not tomorrow, not the future. Hell, not hours from this moment. With those instructions ringing in his ears, he advanced on her. Hunger beat at him, insisted he grab her, press her against the nearest wall, and rock into the wet heat waiting for him. But instead, he cupped her face, stroked his thumbs across those ridiculously high and feminine cheekbones, and brushed his lips over hers. She, her strength wrapped in fragility, her passion layered with innocence, her artist heart, and her creative spirit, she tempered the fierce need. He slid his hands down her neck to her shoulders. For a long second he stared at his hands circling her slender throat, his thumbs pressed into the shallow bowl at the top of her collarbone, his fingers meeting at her nape. Slowly he rubbed the front of her throat, massaging it, feeling every swallow. He lifted his gaze to hers, but found her thick lashes lowered, hiding her eyes from him. "Are you nervous?" he murmured. She nodded. "Yes, a little." "Why?" He lowered his hands and unbuttoned her coat, then slid the garment down her shoulders and arms. She shrugged one shoulder, still avoiding his regard. "This feels different." She said the last word so softly he almost didn't catch it. But he did, and analyzed it. This time wasn't the same. Monday night, it had been one of those carried-away moments, but now they were both going into sex with their eyes wide open, a decision consciously made, aware of the consequences, of the limitations, different. "Look at me," he said, and waited until her lashes lifted. "At any time you decide this is over, that you don't want this, it's over. Understand?" Again she nodded. "Not tonight." Mimicking his actions, she unbuttoned his coat and removed it, the wool clothing joining hers on the floor. Her palms flattened over his abdomen, and the muscles contracted under her touch. He felt the touch, as innocuous as it was, in his dick. She slid her hands up his stomach, pausing on his chest. "Can I?" she asked, her fingers hovering over his tie. "Anything you want from me, you can have, sweetheart. Just take it. You don't have to ask." Arousal mixed with tenderness twisted in his gut, but to punctuate his statement, he dropped his arms to his sides, offering her free, unhindered access to him. The irony didn't escape him. 3 weeks ago, he hadn't wanted her in Boston, had preferred to go on living as if she didn't exist. Now, he stood in his foyer telling her she could have him. Hell, he needed her to take him. With a sigh, she quickly loosened the tie, and before it hit the floor, her fingers were busy on his shirt. Unable to not touch her another second, he grasped a large, thick lock of her hair and clenched it, wrapped it around his fist. He noted the flutter of her lashes and the small blast of air that burst past her lips. Intrigued, he tugged a little harder, and her fingers fumbled on the buttons. Just like he remembered. She liked when he pulled on her hair, was a little rough. The knowledge hardened his body, sent blood thundering through his veins and throbbing in his dick. Noelle might look like a delicate pixie, But she wasn't frail. More like a decorative sword, beautiful and jeweled but forged in steel. She could take everything he longed to give her and probably dish it out in return. "You're so beautiful," she breathed, jerking his shirt tails from his pants and smoothing her hands over his chest. Another of those soft sighs escaped her and feathered over his bare skin as she explored him. Tracing the line bisecting his pecs, sweeping her thumbs over his small, flat nipples, lightly raking her nails across his abdomen, even dipping a fingertip into his navel. He clenched his jaw, not interfering and subjugating the urge to take charge, but her light butterfly caresses were driving him to the brink of his control, teasing and torturing him. "I used to dream of this," she whispered, rubbing her cheek over his skin, then placing a kiss in the center of his chest. When had she dreamed of it? For the last 2 nights? He frowned, but her lips closed around his nipple, and every thought but her hot mouth and lashing tongue fled his mind. "Oh, fuck," he groaned, thrusting both hands into her hair and gripping her head, pulling on the dark strands. He tipped his head back on his shoulders, unable to contain the punch of his hips forward. She didn't try to avoid the grinding of his flesh against her belly, but shifted closer to him. Her hands fell to his waist, holding on as her teeth grazed the bud of flesh she tormented. "Harder, sweetheart," he half pleaded, half demanded. "Don't be afraid of hurting me. Harder." Apparently taking him at his word, she closed the edges of her teeth around his nipple, worrying and tugging it, then soothing the sting with laps of her tongue. He growled, dropping a hand to her ass, cupping the gorgeous curve, kneading it. Each pull and graze over his flesh caused his hips to buck and roll. His balls tightened with every stroke and drag of his cock against her stomach. When she switched to his other nipple, he swore under his breath and hiked her up into his arms. She was going to kill him. He strode into the living room and continued to the dining area. In spite of the dark lust that had replaced blood in his body, he gently set her on the edge of the long oval table. That same tenderness didn't extend to the chair he tore away and slung across the floor. As soon as he stepped back between her spread thighs, she latched her mouth back on his skin, flicking her tongue over the beaded tip. With rough hands, he jerked her ass closer to the edge of the table and notched his rigid flesh against hers. Both of them groaned, hers vibrating over him. Damn, it was good. Even though clothes separated them, he swore her damp heat burned him. He pumped his length over her, and when her head tipped back on her shoulders, her loud gasps punctuating the air and each stroke, he worked her harder. "Aiden!" Her lashes lifted, revealing a gaze bright like the heart of a flame. "Please." She shuddered, and oh, fuck, she was close. Jesus, she was so responsive, so sensitive, that a few thrusts through their pants had her nearing orgasm. How the hell had he gotten so lucky to have this woman in his arms? "You want to come?" he rumbled, massaging her clit with the thicker, wider root of his dick. "Say it, sweetheart. Tell me you need me to make you come." "Yes," she gasped, clutching at his shoulders, his arms. "Please let me come. Make me." She loosed a low, keening whine as she writhed against him, begging with her words and her body. God, she was gorgeous. Face flushed, eyes glazed, lips parted. No way could he deny her. Hell, he didn't want to. With a growl, he surged harder, and on the downstroke wedged his fingers between them and rubbed her clit. She slammed her hands on the table, arched her back, and undulated wilder, attempting to get closer, grab more leverage. But she was at his mercy, under his control, what little he retained. She'd stripped him of most of it, and he couldn't resent her for it, not when he was allowed to witness her coming apart under his fingers, his dick. Before, control had been important. Maintaining a certain distance had been vital. But not with Noelle. Her passion, her spirit, her lack of inhibition and reserve didn't allow it, and he didn't want it. He longed to be burned to cinders by her, razed to the fucking ground by her heat. Gripping her hips, he rode her, hard, and several seconds later, when she cried out and shook with orgasm, he continued to stroke her through it, hoarding each tremor and gasp as his. Satisfaction surged through him. He'd given her, this gorgeous, passionate, bold woman, pleasure. On the tail of that thought, he grabbed the bottom of her turtleneck and ripped it over her head. Her pants and boots received the same frenzied removal, leaving her clad in only a nude-colored bra and panties. He placed a palm in the center of her chest and gently pressed her back. Her orgasm would have left her drenched, and he was starved to sample the evidence of her pleasure, devour it. Wait! Breathless, she sat, shoving her hair out of her face. The glaze of passion still hadn't completely ebbed from her eyes, but they fixed on him. Wait, she repeated, scooting forward and shifting off the table. Automatically he reached for her, his attention focused on the shadows of her nipples visible through her almost sheer bra. Now his mouth watered to taste the erect tips and her pussy, but a hand on the center of his chest halted him. You said I didn't have to ask for permission to take what I wanted. Slowly she lowered to the floor, her palms resting above his belt. So, I'm doing that. Suddenly struck mute by the inked beauty kneeling before him, he could only stare as she loosened his belt, unfastened his pants, and lowered his zipper. When she reached inside and wrapped her fingers around his flesh, he rediscovered his voice. Noelle, he rasped, pinching her chin and tilting her head back. Sweetheart, you don't have to. You're wrong, she interrupted, squeezing him and temporarily cutting off his air supply. I definitely have to. She tugged his boxer briefs down, completely freeing him. Humming, she pumped her fist up his cock, pausing under the swollen, ruddy head before stroking down. Show me, she murmured, her hooded gaze studying his face as she delivered the erotic invitation. Show me what you love, how to please you. God damn, another first. He would be the only man to ever breach, to fuck her mouth. He shut his eyes for a long moment, desperately scrambling to locate any remnants of his tattered control. His muscles strained with the effort, and he ordered himself to breathe, to find restraint for her. Jesus. He lifted his lashes and refocused on her upturned face and the arousal that suffused it. Mixed in with the need was curiosity, excitement. What man with a working dick could resist this? And this woman was Noelle. Jesus could ride down in a chariot of fire right now and he wouldn't move. Stroke me again, he said, his voice a hoarse version of itself. When she obeyed, he closed his hand over hers and brought them over the head, squeezing and twisting, before retracing the path down to the base. Like that. Hard. Remember, you won't hurt me. He released her, letting his arms fall beside him as she took to the task of jerking him off. Timid at first, she soon lost her uncertainty and pulled at his flesh with enough enthusiasm and skill to have the air bursting from his lungs like bullets ejected from a gun. Color flagged her cheekbones, and a glance down revealed her nipples, tight and beaded under her bra. He'd bet his left nut her panties were soaked. As if they had a mind of their own, his hips rocked into her healthy long pumps. Sliding his fingers into her hair, he cradled her head between his palms. You ready? He rasped, pleasure scouring his throat like sandpaper. Ready to let me in that pretty mouth? Her answer was to part her lips, lean forward, and suck the tip of him into her wet, scorching heat. A growl reverberated in his chest, and he had to force himself not to drive himself toward the sweet tunnel of her throat, especially when her tongue curled around him, urging him to fill her with more of his flesh. Surrendering to her siren's call, he gave her more. Instinct seemed to guide her to the sensitive as hell spot directly under the rim of his cockhead. She played with it, stabbed the tip of her tongue at it, and there was no way he could control the tight buck of his hips. Her moan vibrated over him, adding more sensation and threatening to overload him with the lust tearing at his gut, squeezing his balls. He pulled back, thrust forward. Open wide, he instructed, pressing his thumb under her bottom lip. She complied, her lips forming a perfect O. He slid his erection along her flattened tongue until half of him was buried in her mouth. "Close, sweetheart, and suck hard. Don't tease me." She complied, her mouth like saran wrap around him. "Yes, like that, just." He drew back. "Like." He plunged forward. "That." God, she was good. Better. She was perfect. No artifice. This might have been her first time at oral sex, but she erased every experience with other women from his head. None existed before her. Her eagerness, her arousal, her openness. Shit, she was destroying him. He tried to be gentle, go slow, but the moans, the relentless drawing on his dick, the utter ecstasy wouldn't allow him to ease up. Cum churned in his balls. Electricity sizzled at the base of his spine. On a muttered curse, he jerked free. She blinked up at him, her eyes hazy, dilated, her breath harsh and quick. Damn, once more she looked on the verge of orgasm. From giving him head. The sight almost sent him spiraling headlong over the edge. But, grinding his teeth together, he curled his fingers under her arms and brought her to her feet. "You didn't finish," she breathed, slicking the tip of her tongue over her bottom lip, as if savoring the taste of him. Groaning, he took her mouth, broke away, and pressed another kiss to her jaw. "The only thing better than coming in this beautiful mouth is coming inside you. Are you gonna let me back in, sweetheart?" He cupped her between her legs. Hell yeah, just like he'd known. Drenched. "Yes, please," she said. "Now." She shoved at the pants still hanging at his hips, and he loosed a low, dark chuckle. Towing off his shoes, he quickly shucked his socks, pants, and boxers and shrugged out of his shirt. He didn't bother removing her bra, but dragged the cups under her breasts so the material propped them up, offering her flesh to him like a sacrifice. One he took the time to feast on while skimming her panties down her legs. Noelle clapped her hands to his head, arching into his caress. Releasing one nipple with a wet pop, he moved to the next and sucked it deep, coiling his tongue around the peak. "Aiden, I need you," she whispered, her voice cracking on you. The need inherent in that word, it echoed the same gnawing hunger inside him. He'd had her mouth on him, and he'd tasted her flesh in return, but he was desperate for more. Wouldn't be satisfied until he was seated so deep inside her she felt him even when she was alone in her room or at the gallery. He'd brand her, mark her, tattoo her as surely as the ink etching her skin. Giving her nipple one last lick, he snatched his pants up, removed the wallet, and plucked a condom from the fold. Quickly he sheathed himself, and, setting her back on the dining table, positioned his cockhead at her tiny entrance. Yanking himself from the lure of her glistening, pink, swollen sex, he raised his gaze to her face, needing to ascertain she was with him. "Yes," she said, as if reading his mind. She undulated her hips and wrapped her fingers around his rigid length, and guided him forward, penetrating herself on him. She whimpered. "Yes," she repeated on a small cry. "Lean back on your hands," he said, palming her thighs and spreading them wider. "Keep your eyes on us, sweetheart. Watch us." He did the same, studied how her folds parted for him, how he stretched the tiny portal to her pussy, how she took him, swallowed him, and the heat, fuck! Her sex was like a furnace, burning him alive even while giving him life. She closed around him, tighter than her hand, her mouth. Smooth muscles quivered around him, struggling to accommodate his size and width. This. He fought to keep his eyes open, but this was heaven and hell. Though no longer a virgin, her flesh still resisted his invasion. He paused, waited for her to relax around him, waited for the telltale softening. He pulsed against her, neither fully withdrawing or pushing forward. Just small restrained thrusts that didn't give or relinquish the flesh he'd already conquered. And then, oh, fuck, there it was. The natural signal he'd been waiting for. Her walls fluttered, eased, allowed him to rock forward deeper. This time when he withdrew, only his tip remained inside her, and then he buried himself inside her. Her sex surrounded, molded, and embraced every inch of him, bathing him in liquid fire. He was lost in her, drowning in her. Every heavy thrust pushed him farther under. Every milking of his cock stole more of his breath. Every sharp cry and low whimper pilfered more of his will. Here. He could stay here, fucking into her like a madman, forever. His hips jacked back and forth like a hammer, pistoning inside her, driving, slamming, riding. Sweat rolled down his temple, slicked his chest, but he didn't stop, not when orgasm bore down on him like a freight train, threatening to run him over, knock him out. So close, so damn close. Swearing, he thrust a hand between their bodies and swiped his thumb over her engorged clit. She screamed, bucking into the caress. But he didn't let up, circling and rubbing it. Noelle twisted under him as if her body didn't know whether to get closer to him or squirm away. Yeah, he understood that kind of clawing pleasure, the kind that made you afraid to let go because you knew you wouldn't be the same on the other end. But he didn't ease up, instead pinched the shiny, fluttering bud. She exploded. Her pussy clamped down on him like a vice, sucking him farther inside like a mouth, her back arched high, thrusting her breasts into the air. Gritting his teeth, he fucked her through the orgasm, each ripple, each pulse dragging his seed closer to the head of his dick. Once her flesh loosened, he powered into her. 1, 2, 3 fucking strokes, and he was done. Surrendering to the pleasure, he came on a hot burst of light and heat. God damn, it seemed never-ending, like he poured his soul and spirit into her body along with his seed. She weakened him. She strengthened him. And, most of all, she scared him. Chapter 13. How long did it take for you to get this whole tattoo done? Aiden traced a petal along her hip and then skipped to a branch that arced down her thigh. After their cataclysmic sex downstairs, they'd moved to her bedroom. The second time had been slower, longer, and just as explosive. He could have left for his room, should have, but he was content to stay here in the sex-scented sheets, staring at her bare body and beauty. 5 hours for the first sitting, and then another 3 for the second. Noelle curled her arm under her head and drew a small pattern over his pec and around his nipple. When the small flat peak responded to her light caress, she smiled. "It's gorgeous," he said, running the backs of his fingers over the inked mural. "I've never seen anything as beautiful." In the low lamplight of her bedroom, he caught the faint color tinging her skin at his compliment. "Thank you," she murmured. "Have you ever thought about getting a tattoo?" she asked, stroking his shoulder and arm. "I could see you with one." He loosed a bark of laughter. Hell no," he said, folding an arm under his head. Noelle sat up, the sheets falling to her waist. Unbidden, he dropped his gaze to her breasts, momentarily distracted by the small but full flesh. "Hey," she snapped her fingers. "Eyes up here. There's a story here, and I want to know." Aiden grunted. "If you want to talk, you might consider covering up." Grumbling something about men, thinking, and dicks, she tugged the sheet up under her arms. "Now, spill the details." Sighing, he shook his head, a reluctant smile quirking the corner of his mouth. "I hate needles," he confessed. Surprise flashed across her face. "What?" "I hate needles," he repeated, admitting just one of the secrets he'd never shared with anyone, including his best friend Lucas. "I have since I was a kid. During doctor's visits, they would need to call at least 2 more nurses in to hold me down for a shot. You know when they show drug users on those TV documentaries like Intervention? I can't even watch people shoot up." He shuddered. So the thought of sitting there and voluntarily allowing someone to drill me with one? Hell no. Noel stared at him, blinked. Wow. He narrowed his eyes on her. Go ahead and laugh. I can see your mouth twitching. She shook her head, eyes wide. No, I wouldn't laugh at your trauma. She snickered. Sorry, I don't know where that came from. He arched an eyebrow. In my defense, it's just that you're so big, and needles are so tiny. She held up her hands when he glared at her. But hey, we all have our issues. In high school, I knew a girl who was afraid of olives. No joke, she insisted when he snorted. When she was a kid, her grandfather died in their house. She saw the body before the paramedics arrived, and his eyes were open. So olives reminded her of his green eyes. She wrinkled her nose. Which really sucks, because she'll never know the joys of a stellar Greek salad. Aiden laughed, the burst of amusement catching him off guard, as did the surge of pure delight that warmed his chest. If someone had told him he could laugh with Noelle, enjoy talking to her, would confide one of his fears to her, he would have escorted that person to an extended stay at McLean Hospital, one of Boston's finest asylums. It's a shame, Noelle murmured, stroking his shoulder. You would be even more beautiful in ink. Huh. Aiden cocked his head, a smile quirking the corner of his mouth. So, you think I'm beautiful? Another of those adorable blushes stained her skin. Please, she scoffed, throwing back the cover and scrambling out of bed. As if the scores of women fawning over you isn't a big-ass clue, she muttered. He would have replied, but the sight of her bare body rendered him mute. Hell, his mouth and fingers had explored every inch of her, and his cock had been balls deep inside her. He shouldn't still be struck dumb just by a glimpse of her slender shoulders, painted back, perfect ass, and long legs. Noelle put every woman he'd been with to shame. No, that wasn't true. She relegated them to the status of nameless and faceless. She returned to the bed with the drawing pad he'd noticed her with several times. Curiosity to garner a peek into this other side of her propelled him up, and he sat, facing her. She set the pad on the covers, then snatched a piece of clothing that had been draped over the headboard. Quickly, she pulled a big T-shirt over her body, then settled cross-legged on the mattress. He didn't remark on her need to cover up, but he didn't need a Ph.D. in psychology to interpret the gesture as defensive. As if she needed to don armor before revealing this part of herself to him. Why? Did she think he would hurt her? Ridicule her? Better question, who had made her feel like protecting herself was necessary? While the questions tumbled through his head, she thumbed through the pad, and after several seconds, paused on a sheet. For a moment she gripped the drawing pad between her hands, staring down at the sheet. Then she inhaled, and flipping the pad, handed it to him. I drew this for you. Well, it's what I imagined for you, she explained, voice soft, hesitant. For a tattoo. Aiden shifted his attention from her shuttered gaze and expression to the paper. He sucked in a sharp breath, stunned. Slowly he accepted the pad, handling it as if it were the most delicate, precious artifact, because to Noelle it probably was. And he could understand why. Jesus Christ, the drawing was gorgeous. A lion stared back at him from the page. Stared because his gaze seemed alive, patient, intelligent, watchful. His strength and beauty seemed to radiate from his face, muzzle, and mane, captivating him. She'd captured the fierceness of the beast, but also his cunning and majesty. Though in black and white, Aiden could clearly imagine the rich golds and browns and striations of black that would cover him like a regal mantle. The animal was gorgeous, and she'd drawn it with Aiden in mind. He returned his attention to Noelle, who silently studied him. Though her bright eyes and the firm line of her mouth revealed nothing of her thoughts, he didn't miss the tension tightening her shoulders or the clenching of her fingers in her lap. You drew this for me? He murmured. Why? She shrugged a shoulder, shoving a lock of tangled hair behind her ear. It reminded me of you. You've always reminded me of a lion," she said, the clenching in her lap increasing though her voice remained steady, almost unemotional. "When I was younger, this nature show would come on television after all the Saturday morning cartoons went off. Because nothing else was on, I watched it. From the first time I met you, you reminded me of the lion on that show. You very rarely raised your voice. You seemed in control, above the madness, but so mature and a protector. And beautiful." Again she'd struck him speechless. A protector? Beautiful? Was that really how the 11-year-old girl had seen him? And the woman? The one he'd grown so close to, only to push her away? What about her? "I would put it right here." She placed her palm over his right pec, smoothed her hand up his shoulder, distracting him from his thoughts. "Spread out his mane here." He almost wanted to change his mind for her, see her work come to life on him. Part of him longed to wear her art on his skin, longed to be marked by her in this special way that so reflected her spirit, her passion. "This," he traced the outline of the mane, careful not to touch or smudge the pencil, "belongs on a canvas or a wall, not me." "Well, it was just an idea," she murmured. She reached for the pad, but he lightly grasped her wrist before she could remove it from him. "No, sweetheart, don't misunderstand me. I'm humbled that you saw this likeness in me. But something so powerful, so gorgeous, deserves a bigger canvas than me. It needs to be seen, not hidden under clothes." He lifted her hand, placed a kiss to the center of her palm, wordlessly praising the hands that could create such images. "Why aren't you exhibiting your work, Noelle? Your job is giving artists their own shows, but why haven't you had one?" Silence filled the room, and he studied the crown of her bent head. When she lifted it and met his gaze, he caught the struggle in her eyes, as if, internally, she warred with confiding in him. That was okay. He would wait as long as it took, as long as she needed. "My dream is to open an art gallery that's for everyone, and not just those with deep pockets. I do want to provide new artists a place to launch and build their careers, where they can make a living from their passion. But that's not all. My dream is to introduce people who wouldn't ordinarily have access to the art that saved me, that provided an outlet to me while growing up, and even now." Passion vibrated in her voice, energizing it. Her reserve melted under it. Damn, that kind of excitement and pleasure was contagious and hot as hell. The gallery would exhibit everything: paintings, sculptures, photography, woodwork, street art, even tattoos. Some of our most talented, gifted artists work in tattoo shops. Hell, for some kids, street art and tattoos are the only art they see. But I also want to start a program for inner-city youth to expose them to the different mediums early, give them a safe place to express themselves without ridicule or rejection. "Did someone ridicule or reject you, Noelle?" he asked, careful to stifle the anger stirring inside him. "Some people," she said slowly, seeming to be carefully choosing her words, "cannot give what they've never received. My father didn't have parents like Caroline. My grandfather was a drunk, and my grandmother, what little I remember of her, was a shadow. Affirmation wasn't big in his childhood home, and though he did the best he could with me, he didn't understand my wanting to spend all my time drawing, or taking art classes, or going to college for it. And like a lot of people, what he didn't understand, he didn't approve of, or like. Art school was—" She waved her hand, as if conjuring the term she was looking for. "A haven. I felt safe there. Safe enough that I didn't have to pretend to be someone else. There I didn't have to worry about being approached by someone because my father owed them money, or my brother had screwed their girlfriend and they figured turnabout was fair play. I was only judged on my art, not my last name. I haven't felt that way since." Pain, regret, shame pierced him. He heard what she hadn't specifically said. He'd failed to make her feel safe, accepted, valued. Hell, he was one of those who'd rejected her, persecuted her, because she was a reina. It amazed him that she'd allowed him to touch her at all, that she'd lowered just one of those steel walls of hers to be vulnerable with him, to trust him with her dreams, her goals, give him a glimpse into her heart. "I think you can do both." He turned the pad around. "The artist who can create this," he tapped the page, "can nurture artists and inspire them, as well as bring pleasure into other people's lives. You can and should do both." "Thank you," she whispered. He nodded. "Will you show me more?" She contemplated him, then after several heartbeats flipped to the next page in the pad. For the next few minutes he perused her drawings, awed by the evidence of her talent. Beauty, at turns vivid, wild, and haunting, filled page after page. He turned to one of the few color drawings. It contained the outline of a man, but his body disappeared into the beige, brown, and black colors that depicted cracked and dry earth. On another page, also color, the outline of a man curled into the fetal position was almost obscured by a vivid painting of a stork in flight. "Those are some of the pictures I've been working on for Lowe's new body paint show. They're gorgeous." He flicked to the next page, bearing the outline of a reclining person whose body had been transformed into the gold, orange, red, and black plains of what he assumed was the Serengeti at sunset. "I'm glad you're going to do the show. And if any of these will be the art you display, prepare to have people fighting to buy anything of yours." A smile slowly spread over her face, like the sun breaking over the horizon at dawn. Jesus. His heart thudded. No new contract or acquisition of a company had ever filled him with the satisfaction and joy of seeing her light up. "Do you want to be my guinea pig?" she asked, her eyes bright with humor. Apparently, she didn't believe he would agree. To what exactly, he didn't know, but if it would keep that light in her gaze, he was game. "I'm all yours." He spread his arms wide. "Really?" She laughed. "All right, give me a few minutes." She climbed off the bed and disappeared into the closet. Seconds later, she emerged with the box she'd carried into the penthouse the day she'd moved in and a green plastic tarp. With efficient movements, she soon had the wide sheet spread on the floor and tubes of paint set on the table she'd scooted over from the sitting area. "Come on over," she said with a jerk of her head. He rose from the bed and reached for his pants, but her mischievous grin gave him pause. "Oh, you're not going to need those," she drawled. "Hell," he muttered. "What did I just agree to?" "Too late to back out now," she chuckled. "Stand here in front of me and I'll do the rest." This is a first. A wry smile curved his lips. Never had he ended up a body paint model at the end of sex with a woman, but none of those women had been Noelle. For the next 40 minutes he stood still, allowing her to coat, draw, and dab paint over his skin, her order not to peek preventing him from glancing down. By the time she stepped back, a gleam in her blue eyes and a grin on her face, curiosity consumed him. "Can I look now?" he demanded. When she nodded, he wasted no time surveying the work she'd created using his body as her canvas. Shock and delight rolled through him like a summer storm. "A tuxedo?" He loosed a loud bark of laughter, staring at the black jacket and pants, the white shirt with jeweled studs for buttons, and the dark bow tie. It fit him impeccably. "Why?" "Because," she said, placing her paintbrush on the tarp and shifting back. Arousal darkened her gaze as she tugged her t-shirt over her head and let it fall to the floor. Lust punched the breath from his chest, immediate need replacing amusement. She stepped forward onto the tarp and tipped her head back, her raven hair tumbling over her shoulders and bare breasts. "Since the night I saw you at the auction, I've wanted to fuck a man in a tux." That was one need he was more than willing to satisfy.
Chapter 14. Talk about making a silk purse out of a sow's ear. For what had to be the 10th time in as many minutes, Noelle paused in front of the cheval mirror in her bedroom. And for the 10th time, she couldn't believe the reflection staring back was her. The woman there shared her face, sort of. The carefully applied eyeshadow, blush, lipstick, and foundation, courtesy of the makeup artist Aiden had hired, had changed Noelle into a sultrier, more mysterious version of herself. As had the hairstylist who'd fashioned an intricate updo of curls, twists, and braids. Then there was the dress. A gorgeous creation that towed the line of sexy and elegant. She smoothed a hand down the black silk skirt that draped from low on her hips to the floor. The high-necked top, a laced concoction, molded to her torso as if she'd been sewn into it. And the back. She exhaled as she turned to the side, her belly somersaulting. The back was non-existent. Instead of hiding her tattoos, black, lovely lace edged them like a frame bordered a picture. The dress was the most exquisite thing to ever touch her body, and Aiden had chosen and bought it for her. After all the intimacies they'd shared since Thursday night, him personally dressing her ranked among the highest. A kernel of unease took root in her stomach. He'd spent money on her, and not chump change. The dress, the makeup artist, the hairstylist. The kernel sprouted roots at the thought of the cost. Other than her father and brother, she'd never allowed any man to buy her anything, not even lunch or dinner, because favors or gifts became obligations and debts owed. They always expected something in return. But Aiden had already received what the others would have expected, so why had he gone to all this trouble? For her? Because he didn't want to be embarrassed, a sly voice whispered against her skull. She tried to shake the thought, but like a pit bull, the taunt sank its teeth into her brain and held on. The truth tended to do that. From the clothes he'd seen her wear to work for the last 3 weeks, Aiden probably knew she didn't have something appropriate or lovely enough to wear to Sydney's dinner party. Lucas's wife had called earlier in the week and invited her to their get-together Saturday night. Not wanting to be rude or offend Sydney when she'd been so nice to Noelle the first and only time they'd met, Noelle had accepted with every intention of bowing out later. She didn't belong in Lucas's and Sydney's and Aiden's world. She didn't know how to navigate it, or, if not fit in, at least not stick out like a sore thumb. If Jocelyn was any indication of the people who would be attending this party, Aiden would want Noelle to be presentable and not an embarrassing reflection on him. That hurt like hell, but it made sense. Sighing, she exited the closet and crossed the room to sit on the bed. The box containing the silver and black shoes that matched the dress rested on the sheets. She sat and slipped on the shoes, unable to corral her thoughts or gaze from traveling to the unmade covers. Since Thursday night, she hadn't slept in this bed alone. Aiden had exhausted her with his fierce, passionate lovemaking, then lulled her to sleep with the furnace-like heat of his body curled around hers. They didn't speak of it in the light of day. Wait. Her mind backtracked, skidding to a halt on the phrase lovemaking. They didn't make love. They screwed like rabbits. If she'd so casually let that term slip, a term that intimated a caring, devoted, emotional as well as physical connection that didn't exist between them, then she was fucked. Royally. Aiden didn't want more from her than a fuck buddy. He'd made that abundantly clear the night he'd shown up at the gallery.
You deserve more than I'm offering, but I want you. For 1 night, 2, 3.
He'd been nothing but honest with her, and she'd agreed because they had temporary stamped on them in big, bold black letters. Their living arrangement, their friendship, their sexual relationship, it all had a ticking clock attached. And the moment she started believing they could be more to each other, well, she couldn't. She'd worked too hard, come too far to end up dependent on a man so far beyond her reach he might as well live on Uranus, or whatever planet was still a planet. Since she was old enough to understand how relationships worked, she'd vowed she would never be one of those girls who waited on the scraps of attention a man doled out in order to validate her worth and happiness. Too easily, much too easily, she could see herself allowing Aiden to become her joy, her heart. And he would take both, walk away, and leave her with nothing but a dark, gaping hole in her chest. Straightening her shoulders, she inhaled a breath and picked up the ridiculously tiny purse that had been nestled in the shoebox. Resolve strengthened, rose-tinted glasses firmly removed. She left the relative safety of the bedroom and headed down the stairs. As she stepped off the bottom step, Aiden's voice drifted to her. The living room. She moved in that direction, but her steps slowed as she neared the entrance.
Yes, I received the report,
Aiden said, his back to her. She couldn't help but admire the impeccable cut of the black suit jacket and pants. Some men were born to wear formal clothing, and he was one of them.
Thank you for your quick attention to the matter.
The phone. He was speaking to someone on his cell. She started to edge away, grant him privacy, but then, maybe sensing her, he turned, and his emerald gaze settled on her.
No, thank you. I won't need your services any longer.
A pause while his steady, hooded scrutiny scanned her from her styled hair to the hem of her dress.
Yes, I'm sure. Thank you again. And if you'll email me that invoice, I'll take care of the bill.
He lowered the phone from his ear, his stare holding her prisoner. The self-consciousness that had swamped her upstairs returned full force. She lifted her hand to her hair and touched a twisted strand before forcing her arm down. Clutching her purse in front of her, she restlessly fidgeted and waited for him to say something, anything. "I'm ready," she announced, and then inwardly cringed at the insane statement. Hell, she stood there dressed. Of course she was ready.
Not quite,
he finally murmured, crossing the room toward her. He once again snagged her attention, distracting her from the nerves doing the Macarena in her belly. His long-legged, sensual gait sent a delicious swirl of heat coiling through her, pooling between her legs. Everything the man did reminded her of sex. His voice, his gaze, his walk. He was a living, breathing orgasm billboard. He paused in front of her, and she couldn't help but inhale his earthy scent. That same scent permeated her sheets, her bed. Reaching up, he removed the earrings that dangled from her lobes. They were the only things she wore that belonged to her. Embarrassment crawled over her, firing her skin. "I know it's only costume jewelry, but I thought it went okay." "Shh." He pocketed her earrings and dipped a hand into his suit jacket.
They were fine. I just want you to wear these tonight.
He opened his hand, and a small velvet box perched on his palm. He nodded.
Open it.
With slightly trembling fingers, she did as he requested. And a deluge of emotion flooded her. Awe, joy, sadness, anxiety. They coalesced inside her chest, pressing so hard against her sternum she could barely draw a breath. Of course, she recognized the pair of diamond earrings fashioned in the shape of rosebuds. Caroline's. They'd been his mother's. And once they'd been Caroline's mother's, an heirloom passed down from mother to daughter. The same earrings her father had stolen and pawned after Caroline's death. I can't, she whispered, voice shaking. She reached out but stopped short of actually touching the small pieces of jewelry. Aiden, I can't. She started to shift backward, from him, from the jewelry that reminded her of the only mother she'd ever known, from her overwhelming desire to wear them.
You can and you will,
Aiden said, his tone gentle but brooking no argument. He caught her wrist and drew her forward.
Hold this.
Maybe he didn't trust her to comply because he worked open her hand and placed the box on her palm. He carefully plucked one earring from the case and, with ease, put one earring in, and then the other. Stepping back, he studied her, his gaze inscrutable.
Beautiful,
he murmured. Touching one lobe, he swept a caress over the jewelry and her skin.
Perfect.
Aiden, she objected, her fingers curling around the box. This isn't right. They're your mother's and should go to whomever.
Mother to daughter.
He interrupted. Something flickered across his face, there and gone too quickly for her to decipher.
That's how it's always been, and she considered you hers. This has nothing to do with you and me. Just as she would have left you the money in the will, I believe she would have given you these as well. So they're yours.
Tears that she fought against with every ounce of her will clogged her throat, momentarily strangling her. Reverently, she brushed both earrings with fingers that hadn't stopped trembling since he'd removed the box from his pocket. You think she really would have given them to me herself? She asked, voice thick. Expression solemn, he slipped his hand into his pockets.
I know she would have.
Thank you, she rasped. Thank you. He didn't reply except to lightly grasp her elbow and turn her toward the foyer.
We should leave now or we'll be late.
Noelle's idea of a dinner party resembled a small gathering of family and friends around a long dining room table with conversation and laughter. Maybe soft music playing in the background. Not that she'd ever been to one. Her father's idea of a dinner party would have been a card game around a kitchen table. Still, she could imagine. But her imagination had been light years away from Sydney Oliver's dinner party. Instead of being at her and Lucas's home, Noelle and about 30 other guests stood in the spacious ballroom of an exclusive country club with a crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The tables were exquisitely set with fine tablecloths, cutlery that sparkled, and tall vases of blooming lilacs. Elegant, refined, and obviously wealthy. Those 3 words could describe everything from the venue to the decorations to the guests. And Noelle was none of those things. Her dress could compete with any of the others, but the similarities ended there. They were the high society, cliquish Boston elite, and she was not. Damn, what the hell had she been thinking coming here? And with Aiden? If she had $1 for every cutting look she'd received from the women in attendance, Noelle could buy her gallery outright. Then there were the whispers and not-so-subtle once-overs. None of them snubbed her, but she attributed that more to Aiden's presence than manners. However, not all of the women had treated her like an oddity in the Lincoln Park Zoo. Sydney had been as warm and welcoming as Noelle remembered. And then there were the 2 older women Sydney had introduced as Yolanda and Melinda Evans, sisters who ran a youth center in the Brighton area. When Sydney had informed them Noelle was an artist, they immediately asked her if she would be willing to teach a couple of classes at the center. There'd been nothing shy about the no-nonsense, straightforward women, and Noelle had happily agreed to visit the center. But those 3 had been an anomaly. The women stared and the men leered. Maybe not as obviously as the men she'd known, but they were just better at hiding it. Noelle, are you doing okay? Sydney arrived, breaking into Noelle's morose, mental lambasting with a smile and a glass of wine. Here. She pressed the delicate flute into Noelle's hand with a wry chuckle. You look like you need this. Wine is the one drawback to being pregnant. Noelle glanced down at the baby bump under Sydney's gorgeous, purple Empire waist dress. I'll drink for you, then, she said, gratefully accepting the glass. Gee, thanks, Sydney drawled, smiling. So, how long did it take Yolanda and Melinda to hit you up to teach at the center? Noelle laughed. About 20 seconds after you introduced us. They didn't bother beating around the bush. I didn't think they would, Sydney said, shaking her head, grinning. A blind man couldn't mistake her love for the 2 women. When I mentioned you last week, they started plotting to corner you tonight. Don't feel obligated, Noelle. I know you're starting graduate school in another month or so, and with your job... No, it's fine, Noelle assured her. I would be glad to help, really. Teaching at the center would provide her with experience for the program she planned to implement in her gallery one day. Besides, she said with a snort, I seriously doubt they would have taken no for an answer. You would be right about that, Sydney agreed. Someone called her name and she glanced in that direction, pasting a cool smile on her lips. Since Noelle had been on the receiving end of Sydney's amused grin, she could tell the difference between the real thing and her hostess' smile. You know, this started out as a small, intimate get-together for friends. Noelle arched an eyebrow, surprised. They aren't all your friends? The Evans sisters and a few others. They're real friends. The others? Acquaintances or friends of friends who invited themselves. Next time I plan a dinner, I'm swearing every person to secrecy under threat of bamboo shoots under their nails. Noelle snickered, and Sydney's true smile returned. Thank you for coming, Noelle. I know from personal experience being in a room full of people you don't really know is difficult. Don't let them steal your joy, though. With a small squeeze to Noelle's free hand, Sydney left. Don't let them steal your joy. 45 minutes later, Noelle clung to the advice as if it were a life raft in the middle of a turbulent sea. Dinner had been torture. Aiden had conversed with Lucas and the other 2 men at their table, business associates as far as she could tell. And while Sydney had drawn her into conversation, the women joining them had deliberately ignored her. Usually she didn't give a damn whether people judged her or not, but tonight it hurt, like a bitch. Tonight had drilled home the knowledge that she didn't belong in this circle, this world into which Aiden seamlessly fit. As they rose from the dinner table, she touched Aiden's arm. He immediately excused himself from his conversation and turned his attention to her. I need to go to the restroom. I'll be back. He nodded, his narrowed gaze searching her face.
Are you okay?
Yes. She forced a smile to her face, and it felt brittle and fake. Of course. Excuse me. Before that too perceptive for comfort stare could decipher more than she wanted, she circled him and exited the ballroom. As soon as she located the women's restroom, she pushed into one of the large stalls and leaned against the wall, exhaling. Just as she closed her eyes and her shoulders wilted, the outside door opened and 2 voices carried into the bathroom. Oh, just great. Did you see her? Tattoos? A woman said with a cackle that would have made the Wicked Witch of the West jealous. How vulgar. Where did Aiden Kent pick her up at? A biker bar? The second woman joined in her friend's laughter. You're being too kind, Jen. I was thinking more along the lines of the red light district. Pain and humiliation seared Noelle's insides like a blowtorch. Her. They were talking about her. She eased off the wall, careful not to make any noise that would betray her presence. A peek through the door panels revealed 2 women she didn't recognize touching up their makeup as they ripped Noelle up one side and down the other. I had lunch with Jocelyn Davis a week ago, and she told me about Aiden's date. The first woman, whom the other had called Jen, shared. Apparently he calls her a family friend, she snorted. He's probably her uncle, she sneered. I don't know what he could have possibly been thinking bringing her here. Maybe men bring their whores to respectable places in Chicago, but in Boston, we shouldn't be forced to endure her company. The second woman sniffed. I heard Sydney invited her, Jen said, snapping her purse closed and running a hand down her straight blonde hair. Well, Aiden is Lucas's best friend and business partner, but this is carrying friendship too far. Do you suppose... The rest of her gossiping vitriol trailed off as both women exited the bathroom. Noelle didn't move. Her legs wouldn't cooperate as anger and embarrassment poured through her, drowning her in its slick, oily sludge. After several minutes, she slid the lock back on the stall door and stepped out. The wall-length mirror caught her attention, and she stared at her reflection. Eyes dark with hurt, skin pale so the makeup that had been lovely stood out garish and harsh. A whore. They thought she was Aiden's whore because, of course, why else would he be with someone like her? Once more, she was back in high school with the mean girls who had made those 4 years miserable. Stop it. Who gives a damn about them? They don't know jack shit about you. The whispered hiss snapped her head up. She was no longer that teenager. She was a grown woman who'd scraped her way out of her broken circumstances to earn her way, to capture her goals and dreams. Everything she owned, she'd worked her ass off for, and she wasn't ashamed of it. Not when she could have so easily followed in her father's and brother's footsteps. Jen and her BFF most likely wouldn't know anything about good, honest hard work. They could call her a whore, gold digger, or vulgar, but as long as she didn't answer to any of those epitaphs, those bitches could suck it. Straightening her shoulders, she again met the mirror's reflection. The hurt lingered, but at least she didn't look like she'd been hit by a bus. Hiking her chin up, she pulled open the door and stepped out into the hall. She headed toward the ballroom when her cell vibrated inside her purse. Other than Lo, only one person would be calling her. She removed the phone and a glance down confirmed her assumptions. She swiped her thumb across the screen. "Tony, I've been trying to reach you," she snapped in lieu of hello. Since the night Aiden had accused her of being in cahoots with her brother, she'd called Tony's phone daily, and he'd avoided every one of those calls. "I know, Ellie," he said, a hint of a whine in his voice. God, how did women find that shit attractive? "I meant to call you back, but I've been busy." "Really?" she drawled. "Doing what? Working?" Before he could reply, she charged on. "No, of course not. Or else you wouldn't have called Aiden behind my back and asked him for money."
"See?" Tony crowed. "I knew you weren't telling me the whole truth. You have been seeing him."
"Don't try to turn this around," she snarled. "You threw me under the bus. And for what? To get under Aiden's skin? To remind him you're breathing? You two hate each other. What did you expect?"
"That bastard owes me,"
Tony snarled, fury vibrating down the phone line.
"The very least he could do is loan me a few dollars. It's not like he has a shortage of them."
By loan, Tony meant give, because he'd never repaid a debt in his life. But his previous statement snagged her attention. "What do you mean he owes you?" she asked. Silence met her. "Tony?" she pressed.
"Fine," he snapped. "I can't believe you don't know already, though."
He paused, his deep inhalation of breath loud.
"Peyton and I, we're in love."
"Oh, Tony," she breathed.
"Don't take that tone with me,"
he growled, offended.
"Of course you would take his side. Yeah, the reason I went after her in the first place might have been for revenge."
"Revenge?" Noelle interrupted, confused. "What did she do to you?"
"Not her, Aiden. You think I forgot how I found you crying your damn heart out over him?"
He snarled, and Noelle smothered a groan. Damn. She'd forgotten about Tony catching her in a weak moment during those weeks after Caroline's death and Aiden's defection. Normally, she wouldn't have dared confide anything in her brother, who couldn't hold water.
"I hated him for hurting you, for tossing you aside like trash just because he had money."
"No, Tony," she objected, voice soft. "It had nothing to do with—"
"I don't want to hear your excuses for him. You were always so weak when it came to him, but that was just the original reason. Soon, I did fall for Peyton and—"
He broke off, but his rough breathing echoed over the line.
"He had everything. Has everything. But after he ended their engagement, she dropped me. Couldn't face the pressure from her parents after they found out about me. So yeah, that bastard owes me."
Deep sorrow immobilized her and froze her vocal cords. Maybe Tony had loved Peyton. As much as her selfish brother could love anyone besides himself. But in all the years they'd been in each other's lives, she'd never known him to place someone else above his needs or comforts. Because her brother didn't comprehend the meaning of sacrifice or honor. And he might have had feelings for Aiden's ex-fiancée, but Noelle would have bet her most prized graphite pencil set that Peyton's money had been as much of a lure for Tony as her stunning beauty, if not more. If he'd truly loved Peyton, he would have insisted she end her relationship with Aiden first before becoming involved with her. But that probably wouldn't have occurred to him, because the thrill of getting one over on Aiden, who he'd resented and been jealous of for years, would have been too great. "Tony," she whispered.
Noelle?
She jerked her head up, meeting Aiden's hooded emerald scrutiny. "I'll talk to you later. I have to go," she told her brother before hanging up, ignoring his loud objection. Slowly, she dropped the cell in her purse and snapped it closed.
Who is that?
Aiden asked, his expression inscrutable. Tony's name lodged in her throat. She hated lying, detested it. And the knowledge that she was going to do it soured her stomach. But the only thing she hated more than lying was glimpsing the frigid ice and betrayal in Aiden's eyes at the mention of her brother. Admitting that Tony had called, and that she'd spoken to him, would snap the tenuous truce they'd established over the past few days. She didn't want to see him return to the cold stranger he'd been when she'd arrived in Boston. The one who had greeted her last week after Tony's first phone call. That ticking clock she'd been determined to put out of her mind chimed louder, impossible to ignore. The expiration date couldn't be denied, but greedily, she yearned for just a little longer. A little more time. "Lo," she said, the untruth rancid in her mouth. But she swallowed past it and continued. "She just needed some information from me about an artist for the show." Several heartbeats passed, and the swill in her belly churned harder. Finally, he nodded.
They're serving after-dinner drinks, but if you're ready to go, I can make our excuses to Sydney and Lucas.
Relief streamed through her. Both that he hadn't questioned her and that they could leave this place. "Yes." She dipped her chin and accepted the hand he extended toward her. "I'm ready." Chapter 15. Noelle entered her bedroom and, sighing, toed off her shoes. The beginnings of a headache pulsed at her temples, and she massaged the area. Stress and tension courtesy of the evening from hell. And the lie. She crossed the room and perched on the bed, staring sightlessly at the far wall. Her shoulders slumped as if weighed down by the burden of her deception. One woman. The one he'd been ready to pledge the rest of his life to. The one he'd given his heart and trust to. Had lied to him in the worst possible way. Now, Noelle herself also deceived him. Not on the level of Peyton, but to someone who had been violated by a lie. Aiden probably wouldn't see the difference. And if Noelle were honest, neither did she. The stink of the untruth seemed to permeate her until it was all she was able to think about, smell, feel. Shoving to her feet, she retraced her steps and exited the room. She couldn't allow fear of his reaction or of him rejecting her transform her into the very thing she'd worked so hard to avoid all her life. A no-good, lying Raina. Her footsteps whispered across the floor as she hurried down the hall and staircase before the anxiety coiling and twisting inside her could convince her to retreat to the safety of her bedroom. Problem was, she would be holed up in there with herself. And unless she told Aiden the truth, that bedroom wasn't big enough for her conscience, and the lie. A quick glance into the living and dining rooms didn't reveal Aiden, so she headed for the room he seemed to favor when home. The door to the library stood open, and she zoned in on him, as if he emitted a signal for her to follow. Her heart thudded, the heavy drum echoing in her ears. Why did it feel like she'd lost him when she'd never had him? "Aiden?" He turned, a tumbler of dark alcohol in his hand. Behind him, the Boston skyline provided a gorgeous backdrop that still couldn't rival him in beauty. Though her stomach nodded, she couldn't help admiring him, tracing each feature from his sharp cheekbones, sensual mouth, and down his tall, lean frame. He'd removed the tie and jacket he'd worn to the dinner party, and the white shirt stretched across his wide shoulders, hugging him. Was it crazy to be envious of a shirt?
I thought you'd gone to bed, he said, voice quiet. I did. She moved farther into the room. But I need to talk to you first. Gathering her courage, she met his steady gaze. I lied earlier about the phone call. It wasn't Lo, it was Tony. Silence met her admission, but she didn't miss the tension that invaded his body. It fairly emanated from him, reaching out and humming over her skin. Still, she pushed on. I'm sorry for lying to you. I was scared to tell you the truth because of your reaction the last time Tony called. That's not an excuse, I know, but I didn't want to see the end of this time with you. I'm sorry. She waited, bracing herself for an accusation or the cold barrier he could throw up in an instant, leaving her shivering from frostbite. What did he want? He finally asked. He explained why he pursued Peyton. She admitted softly. I'm sure he did. He drawled, setting his glass on the desk. What did he say? Quickly, she repeated her conversation with Tony, cringing inside as shame stole through her, even though the guilt didn't belong to her. When she fell silent, a muscle ticked along his jaw, and his emerald eyes were cold and sharp enough to cut glass. If his reason for paying me back is true, I can understand his motive as a brother, he said, the quiet tone belying the hardness of his gaze. I hurt you. But worse, I hurt you to save me pain. That's inexcusable, unforgivable. Aiden, she shook her head. I don't want to talk about that. We need to, Noelle. Didn't you ask me if we were going to pretend those 2 years didn't happen? We tried, but it's right there, this thing we tiptoe around. She crossed her arms over her chest, maybe as a defense, definitely as protection. What can you say? It wasn't you, it was me. Just let it go. That is the truth. You are, perfect. You did nothing wrong, but trust me, that was your only crime. My father abandoned my mother before I was born. He wanted her to have an abortion, but she refused. Chose me over him. Literally, from the time I was born, she was my champion, my rock. And when she needed me most, when she was in the fight of her life and losing it, I was with you. You. He broke off and glanced away for a brief moment before returning his gaze to her. You were my happiness when I didn't know I wanted it, when I didn't know I was missing it. But I couldn't handle knowing that while I had those bright moments, she was dying. Silence fell between them as he shoved his hands in his pockets and stared a hole in the floor. I couldn't separate my guilt from being with you. Not that I blamed you, Noelle. I didn't. It was myself I couldn't forgive. But you were a reminder. Your eyes, your voice, your scent, you, of my failure. It was easier to paint you with the same brush as your father and brother, even knowing you were nothing like them. Could never be. I was selfish, a coward. The bleakness in his eyes caught her off guard, punched the air from her lungs. I hurt you, and I'm sorry, Noelle. I'm sorry for every tear you cried, every second you doubted how brilliant, gorgeous, and worthy you are. It's another sin that I have to answer for. 6 years had passed since that night and the aftermath. Time had dulled the pain, but not until he uttered, I'm sorry, did she feel the scabs start to knit together over that particular wound. Those 2 words weren't a miracle cure, but not until she heard them did she realize how much she'd needed to hear them. Thank you, she whispered. He nodded, then turned back to the window, a new finer tension invading his body. As for everything else your brother said, when I first met Peyton, I believed she was redemption, so to speak. You, I wouldn't allow myself to have, but with her, maybe I was meant to have joy in life. At least, that's what I believed. he said, a coldness invading his tone.
She was beautiful, intelligent, funny, kind. I didn't care about her social status, her money, or the connections her family could bring. I just wanted her. To take care of her, love her, protect her.
Part of Noel hung on every word he said. He rarely mentioned his fiancée's name. But the other half longed to clap her hands over her ears and block out his voice, telling her how much he'd adored another woman. Not when, at one time, she'd wanted those very same things from him. She was jealous of a woman who'd been foolish enough to squander away such a precious gift as Aiden's heart.
For the first year, we were perfect. But then, Peyton changed.
He fell silent, and Noel glanced down, clearly seeing the outline of his fists through the material of his pockets.
As the company grew, my role and responsibilities did along with it, and we spent less time together. She became needy, clingy, resentful. When I couldn't escort her to dinners, parties, or charity events, she accused me of not loving her like I used to, of taking her for granted. That's when I started noticing the extreme mood changes. One moment she would be hyper, a whirlwind. She'd jump from one conversation topic to another, started forgetting simple things, went on these extravagant shopping sprees. And when she spent the night with me, she would walk the floors all night. Then there were times when she couldn't crawl out of bed or care about her appearance, her family and friends, or the committees she loved serving on. What I didn't know, what Peyton had hid from me, was she'd been diagnosed as bipolar 3 years earlier. I can only assume she believed I wouldn't have accepted or loved her if I'd known. And that's ridiculous, because she never gave me the chance to tell her or show her that.
Noel stared, spellbound by his heartbreaking narration. Had Tony known? Had Peyton confided in him what she hadn't with Aiden? And if so, had Tony deliberately taken advantage of her? Noel would love to be able to say an emphatic no, but she couldn't. She couldn't.
I learned about her disorder and that she'd stopped taking her medication too late. She'd begged her parents not to tell me, and they agreed, not admitting the truth until after I broke off the engagement. The entire time we were together, the three of them conspired to keep the truth from me. I loved them, and they lied to me. If Peyton had trusted me, we could have faced her episodes and her going back on her medication together. I wouldn't have left her. Instead, none of them said anything, not even after we found out we were going to have a baby.
What? Noel gasped. Shock doused her in a freezing deluge. Peyton had been pregnant? Tony hadn't said.
We found out 2 weeks before I caught her and Tony together. Since she was about 2.5 months, we decided not to announce it, except to her parents and Lucas. I was so happy, and so was she. Or so I thought. It's too cliché how I found out about her and Tony. A text. She'd left her phone on the bed unlocked, so when the text came through, I picked it up to take it to her and read the message. Apparently, she'd been cheating for months. That's how far back the texts went. Are we meeting tonight? He's working late, come over. I followed her the following night to a motel and saw them together. Later, when she arrived home, I ended the engagement. For a week, she called me, crying, pleading, screaming, cursing me out. It was my fault she'd turned to Tony. If I wasn't always working, if I'd been there for her, she wouldn't have had to find another man to give her attention, love. Even her parents called me, begging me to think about the baby.
He loosed a crack of bitter laughter.
Think of the baby.
His mouth flattened into a grim line, and her heart pounded. Instinct warned her she didn't want to hear the rest of his story.
I thought my heart had broken that night in the motel parking lot. I discovered I didn't know what that truly was until Peyton called a week later. She'd miscarried. But according to her, I shouldn't care because the baby hadn't been mine anyway. She'd lied. The pregnancy had been 16 weeks along, not the 12 she'd led me to believe.
And since I'd been out of the country on a business trip during the period of conception, I couldn't have been the father. Of course, I only had her word to go by, and she'd proven to be a damn good liar. Picking up the forgotten glass of alcohol, he slung it back and slammed the tumbler back down on the desk. Either way, whether the baby was mine or not, I'd already started to plan a future with and for our child. Peyton and Tony had stolen one last thing from me. Aiden, she breathed. Her heart and hands ached to touch him, to comfort him. I never told anyone that, not even Lucas. So no one knows about the baby's paternity except you and your brother. Horror dawned on her. Somehow she knew where this was going. Nausea churned and scorched a path toward the back of her throat. Please, God, no. He wouldn't. The day after I found out how far along she'd been, Tony called me. In spite of how our engagement ended, Lucas and I had made sure nothing about your brother or an affair appeared in any of the papers or those damn gossip pages. But, according to Tony, if I wanted news about their affair and the baby to remain quiet, I would have to pay him off. Bile raced to the back of her throat, and she choked on it and the rage that swelled inside her. Last week, Aiden had accused her of conspiring with her brother. Now, with all the details of what had transpired between the two of them, she understood why Aiden had jumped to that conclusion. Considering Tony's despicable actions, how could she blame Aiden? She had to go, get out of Aiden's life. When she thought of showing up weeks ago at that auction and requesting he pay her tuition, the nausea returned with a vengeance. He would have seen her as another taker, another user, another Reyna wanting something from him for nothing. Yet he'd paid for her education, invited her into his home when she had nowhere to live, and cared for her when she was sick. The kind, merciful thing she could do right now would be to go pack her few belongings and leave this man's life. To not bring her drama or her brother's painful presence into the world he'd created for himself, separate from Chicago and the agonizing memories he'd left behind. But maybe there was more Reyna inside her than she cared to acknowledge. Because instead of backtracking and heading up the stairs to her bedroom, she crossed the room and rounded the desk. She slipped between Aiden and his desk and closed her arms around him. He stiffened, his body as rigid as a statue. But she held on, tight. She needed to hold him, touch him. And maybe, just maybe, he needed the same from her. After several interminable moments, his arms encircled her and she exhaled. Relief coursed through her as his solid weight leaned against her and around her. I'm sorry, so sorry, she whispered against his chest. For what? He murmured, his chin grazing the top of her ear as he drew her impossibly closer. And I didn't give him $1. He didn't bother calling back after that. Aiden sighed, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. Those were your brother's actions, not yours, Noelle. She didn't reply. Couldn't. Because no matter what he said, the truth flared in front of her like a flashing warning sign. He would never forgive her brother for his role in Peyton's lies, or for the pain he'd inflicted afterward. And part of her wasn't sure he should. But Tony was her brother. And while she detested his actions, choices, and non-existent morals, she loved him. If he ever needed her, she would be there for him. Because that's what family, good or bad, did for one another. In spite of his selfishness, Tony would do the same for her. And then there was the thing he'd glossed over, barely touched on. The people he'd loved had lied to him, betrayed him and his trust. Just as he hadn't forgiven Tony, he hadn't forgiven himself for believing in those who'd deceived him. They'd taught him that love couldn't be taken at face value, that agendas trumped everything else, and the cost was too high.
So that left her with a dilemma that weighed on her heart like an albatross. She was falling in love with a man who would never trust her. Might even resent her one day, before he came to hate her.
Chapter 16. Aiden stepped out into the chilly night, the last of Monday's evening traffic rush providing a cacophonous symphony. The stress from the workday melted off of him as his car and driver pulled up to the curb. Tonight, his schedule was free of business dinners or late meetings, just Noelle. Earlier, he'd called her at the gallery to invite her to dinner. His fingers tightened around the handle of his briefcase. An image of how he'd last seen Noelle drifted across his vision. Her arms tucked under her pillow, her bare, slender back taunting him like a flag taunts a bull. The vivid colors enticed him to trace every line with his fingers and tongue. He'd almost surrendered to the temptation. Almost. Only the knowledge that he might already be in too deep kept him from sliding back under the covers and curling his body around hers. Saturday night had crossed a line. He'd admitted the entire truth about Peyton and the baby to her, a truth he'd never revealed to anyone, not even Lucas, his closest friend. Anger, pain, and humiliation had locked it up inside him. But for some reason, he'd shared it with Noelle. That scared the shit out of him. "Mr. Kent?" Aiden turned around and came face to face with James Wilson, owner of Wilson Investigations. The private investigator was persistent, Aiden would give him that. "Mr. Wilson?" Aiden greeted him, nodding at his driver as he stepped out of the car. "I thought I made myself clear Saturday night that I would no longer need your services." "I understand, Mr. Kent," James said, inclining his head. "But you originally paid us for surveillance, and I couldn't let it drop." He extended a manila envelope toward Aiden. "I personally took these earlier today." Aiden stared at the folder, unease and dread dropping into his stomach like a lead weight. He didn't want to accept it, but seemingly of its own volition his hand reached for the envelope. Numb, he opened the flap and drew out several black and white photographs. Noelle and Tony. Brother and sister hugging, talking, Noelle handing Tony money. The blast of anger and betrayal shook him, followed by pain that radiated throughout his body. The photos were time-stamped 1:15 p.m. It was now after 6. When they'd spoken several hours ago, Noelle hadn't mentioned her brother being in Boston, her seeing him, or her giving him money. Why? Lies. Lies had almost destroyed him at one time, and he had zero tolerance for them, especially when they involved Tony Reyna. He shoved down the pain, instead cultivating and concentrating on the anger. He'd been taught the price of trusting a woman so quickly, of confusing passion and lust with not love. Even he couldn't be that stupid again. Could he? From the size of the hole in his chest, he wasn't so sure. "Thank you, Mr. Wilson," he said, his voice flat and hard in his own ears. "Your invoice was paid this morning. End the surveillance, now. I no longer need your services." He repeated his words from Saturday night. The other man nodded his salt and pepper head. "Yes, sir." A chill invaded Aiden's chest as his driver opened the rear door of the town car, and he ducked inside. The deep freeze spread as they traveled across town toward his home, toward the second woman to betray him.
Shivering inside her coat, Noelle hurried up the walk to Aiden's apartment building. 7 o'clock. She'd left the gallery a little later than she'd intended, but if she pushed it, she could change and be on time for dinner. With Aiden. A small and, what she freely admitted, silly smile curved her lips. The giddy delight that had bubbled inside her at Aiden's invitation tickled her now. An actual date. Saturday night didn't count, as Sydney had invited her. But tonight? For the past 4 hours, she'd been trying to convince herself not to read too much into a simple dinner. She still stayed with them, and they both had to eat. But as of this afternoon, their living together could come to an end. Her apartment would be ready on Thursday. She could move out of Aiden's apartment, and his life, by the end of the week. They could go on with their lives and pretend they're connection had never happened. She could continue working at the gallery, start grad school in January, and forget that Aiden Kent had ever re-entered her life and changed it. Changed her. She could try to ignore the fact that she'd fallen in love with Aiden. God, she'd tried to avoid it, tried to deny it. But the moment he'd slipped his mother's earrings into her ears, her heart had begun its treacherous slide toward damned to love the most unattainable man everville. No person, man, woman, relative, had ever made her feel worthy. He'd done more than give her Caroline's jewelry in that moment. He'd said without words that she belonged, was accepted, and for that gift, she tumbled head over ass in love with him. Maybe. She clung to that maybe with all the desperate hope of a schoolgirl with a crush on the popular captain of the football team. Yes, their past loomed between them like a minefield riddled with holes and IEDs, but they also had a tenuous friendship, an even more fragile trust, and an overwhelming passion that connected them. Relationships had been found on shakier, smaller ground. Sighing, she grabbed the door handle.
Ellie!
A voice called behind her. She squeezed her eyes shut, her heart thumping hard before sinking. God, no. But when she turned around, her brother stood on the curb, a wide grin stretching his mouth. She stumbled back, her hand lifting to her neck. What was Tony doing here, at Aiden's home? Tony, she whispered, striding forward. Panic streaked through her as she glanced behind her. Aiden would arrive any moment, if he hadn't already. She had yet to tell him about Tony's presence in Boston. She intended to let him know, but damn it, he couldn't find out like this. What the hell are you doing here? She demanded. I gave you all the money I had on me for a hotel room. I don't have any more to give you. Tony had called her that morning out of the blue, announcing he'd just arrived in Boston. He'd come by the gallery, broke, of course, because he'd used the last of his money for the bus. So she'd given him money she really couldn't spare for a hotel room. But apparently that wasn't enough. Not for her brother.
Whoa, sis,
he said, holding his hands up, palms out.
Relax. I know. I'm not here to ask you for more money.
Then why are you here? She hissed. How did you even know where I was staying?
I followed you from the gallery.
He shrugged, then let out a low whistle.
This is where you're staying? Your roommate must be rich as hell. And you led me to believe you were in a hole.
He arched an eyebrow.
You've been keeping secrets, Ellie.
Damn it, Tony, she growled. This isn't my place and you had no right to follow me. Hell, you shouldn't be here in Boston with no plans, no job, no place to stay. You can't keep doing this shit.
I already told you it's temporary. If you can start over, so can I. And a change of scenery is probably what I need,
he said, cupping her shoulders and smiling down at her. She didn't trust that smile. Never had. It predicted trouble for whoever was on the receiving end.
But it occurred to me that I should save up the money you gave me. Why waste it on a hotel room when I can just crash with you for a couple of nights?
No, she snapped, stepping back out of his grasp. His hands fell to his sides, his smile morphing into a confused frown. Her throat started to close up, as if a noose tightened around her neck. She recognized it. Helplessness. Powerlessness. The claustrophobia of obligation and duty.
Come on, Ellie,
Tony whined.
Don't be like that. It won't be for long, just until I get myself set up.
Jesus Christ. He'd come here, expecting to entrap her in the same prison she'd run from in Chicago. No, Tony.
What the hell are you doing here?
Came a smooth, deep, furious voice from behind her. She didn't need to glance over her shoulder to identify who'd spoken. Her eyes closed, and fear coalesced and swirled inside her chest. Fear for Aiden if he lost control, fear for Tony's safety, Fear of the hatred she would spy in Aiden's gaze. Tony's eyes widened before narrowing to angry slits.
None of your business, he snarled. I'm here to see my sister, not that it has fuck all to do with you. What, you own all of Boston now? He sneered.
Reckless. Her brother had always been reckless and overconfident, and so unaware of how close to danger he stood.
Don't you mean you're here to use your sister?
Aiden asked, and Noelle shivered at the low, menacing tone.
You've already hit her up for money because that's what you do, right, Tony? You use people, exploit them, like father, like son.
Both she and Tony flinched, the pain of Aiden's jab striking the sore, still grieving heart of her. Like father, like son, like daughter? God, that hurt. Then his words penetrated the hurt. You've already hit her up for money. How had he known?
You son of a bitch!
Tony surged forward, sandwiching Noelle between him and Aiden.
You don't mention my father. You got an issue with me, then take it up with me. But we both know how the last time turned out, don't we?
A smug, taunting smile curled his mouth, spite gleaming from the blue eyes he shared with Noelle. Big, strong hands clasped her shoulders and gently but firmly shifted her out of the way.
Noelle, go upstairs,
Aiden said. The dark tone sent a shaft of pure fear arrowing through her. No! She grabbed Aiden's arm, preventing him from moving toward her brother. Either he stopped or he'd drag her along with him. Go! She ordered Tony. Now! Tony glanced down at her before quickly returning his attention to Aiden.
Noelle,
I don't want to hear it. She almost shouted at him. Tony, I love you. But you shouldn't have come here, much less to Boston. You intend for me to support you like Dad and Charlene, like the other women. I can't, Tony. Not anymore, and not again. You have to grow up, to stand on your own feet and not depend on me. All we've done is hurt you by not allowing you to be a man. Shock wiped the arrogance from his face, confusion and then anger following on his heels.
Ellie, you can't mean it. I'm your brother. You're choosing him?
He jabbed a finger at Aiden.
Over me? Your own blood?
No. She shook her head. I'm choosing me, and doing what's best for you. Goodbye, Tony. Stepping back, she stared at her brother. And maybe he saw the resolve that hardened inside her in her expression, because his face twisted into a grimace of rage and pain.
Fine, he snapped. Dad's gone, and now I don't have a sister either.
She'd expected his reaction, had even braced herself for it. But it seemed she'd been inadequately prepared. The blow from his words sent her reeling, the pain blooming across her chest as if the verbal punch had landed directly over her heart. Tears burned her eyes as she watched her brother stalk off. Part of her wanted to run after him, apologize, and ask for his forgiveness. That was the little sister who'd always adored her charming, funny big brother. But the woman understood that what she'd just done was the best for her and for him. She'd enabled him. They'd enabled each other for too long. Aiden cupped her elbow and, still numb with hurt, she followed him into the building. The elevator ride and walk to his apartment rang with silence. Not that the silence was quiet. No, it echoed with accusations, regret, and recriminations hummed with tension. I'm so damn tired. Weary, she pinched and massaged her forehead. How could a day that started out so promising, so full of light and hope, end so darkly? She felt a hole the size of a fist in her chest, and the cold emanating from Aiden would probably make the hole grow to the size of a crater before they were through with each other. She entered the apartment ahead of him, but didn't go any farther than the foyer. Instead, she turned and, tipping her chin, faced him. As he stared at her, she couldn't compare the shuttered, aloof man to the lover who had made such passionate love to her just this morning. There she went again. Made love. He hadn't been, but God, she had given him her heart, her soul, everything. Even if he didn't know it. Even if he didn't want it.
Were you going to tell me?
He finally asked, studying her with his penetrating gaze.
About Tony being in Boston? About giving him money?
The fact that you have to ask tells me where this is going, she said, sadness a heavy stone in her stomach. Cocking her head, she posed the question that had been niggling at her since the confrontation with Tony. You mentioned the money downstairs. How did you know? A muscle ticked along his clenched jaw, his wide, sensual mouth firming into a straight line.
I hired a private investigator when you first arrived in Boston.
You had me followed? She demanded. A sound somewhere between a gasp and a serrated burst of laughter escaped her. Were you afraid that I would swindle you? Were you that intent on finding dirt to send me packing?
I hired him the morning after the auction, Aiden bit out, and I also told him to end the surveillance. But he didn't listen. He came to me this evening when I left work and gave me pictures of you and Tony.
And of course you jumped to the conclusion that all along I've lied and intended to bring Tony here? Support him? Set him up right in your backyard without telling you?
Honestly, I didn't know what I thought,
he admitted, frustration evident in his rough voice. He thrust a hand through his hair, tousling it.
I want to believe you would have been truthful.
But something in you can't quite make that leap called faith. Shaking her head, she shifted backward, crossing her arms over her chest, protecting her heart from any more pain. You'll never trust me or believe in me. And at first I thought it was because of whose daughter and sister I am. Yes, they do have something to do with it. My family has cost you. And I'm so sorry for that. But I'm not them. I was a child who had less power than you did at the time.
I know that, Noelle.
He growled, stepping toward her. Do you? She challenged, even as she placed more space between them. Being near him, if he touched her, she wouldn't be able to say what needed to be aired. She wouldn't be strong enough to tell him no. I'm not so sure because whose blood I share isn't your real issue. If you're completely honest with yourself, my father and brother aren't your real issue either. She inhaled, her heart pounding against her ribcage. Your mother and Peyton are. He went rigid, his green eyes glinting like jade shards. Anger and shock darkened his features, slamming his eyebrows down in a V and tautening the skin across his cheekbones.
Leave it alone, Noelle.
That's the problem. You leave it alone, Aiden. For too long. Dad and Tony, they weren't perfect by any stretch of the imagination. But the two most important women in your life? They failed you. They hurt you. They left you. Both chose other men over you. And you won't let that happen again. You loved them and they let you down and you refused to open your heart to another woman and risk being hurt like that again. Even when love stares you right in the face, you can't see it because you don't trust it. Her words echoed between them, ricocheting off the walls of the foyer and seeming to grow louder with each pass. Do you know why I was a virgin, Aiden? She didn't wait for him to reply, not that he probably would. The fury and pain, God, the pain in his eyes almost convinced her to shut up. Almost. Like a festering wound that couldn't heal unless lanced, this needed to be said. Partly out of fear. The worst fate I could imagine for myself was allowing myself to become so emotionally invested and dependent on a man that I would lose myself. Voluntarily give up my dreams and hopes for a four-letter word that most people really didn't know the meaning of. But the most important reason? The one I didn't want to admit to myself? None of the men were you, she whispered. None caused my heart to trip and fall before pounding so hard I couldn't hear myself think. None of them could light up my day with just a glimpse of him. None can make my dream of being more, being better, and striving for it. None of them were you.
Noelle.
He murmured, the ice in his eyes gone, replaced by a sadness that hurt more than the anger, the bitterness. She held up a hand. No. I'm not telling you I love you to force something from you that you don't feel, something you don't have to give me. This is about me. For me. I love you, Aiden Kent. I have since I was a little girl when you reminded me of princes in my ratty fairy tale book, and later when I realized the pain of loving someone who could never love me back. I didn't stop, though I convinced myself I had. Still, I won't be your whipping post for your guilt. Earlier today I thought maybe, just maybe. But after what just happened, I have to admit, there's too much animosity and pain that you can't let go of. Won't let go of. She drew in a deep breath, straightening her shoulders and dropping her arms to her sides. My apartment will be ready Thursday. I'm going to stay with Chauncey for the next couple of days until I can move back.
Noelle.
Aiden repeated. She closed her eyes as his big palm cupped her face, not able to meet the sorrow and damn resolution that would wreck her. Fight! A voice inside her head shrieked at him. Fight, damn it! But for what? There was no them. He'd never made any promises, never offered hope about a happily ever after. Just an expiration date.
I'm sorry. I wish.
She jerked her head away, moved away from the temptation of his touch. Maybe you are sorry. Maybe not. Maybe you prefer the safety of not risking being hurt again, of living a half-life. You're a coward, Aiden. At least I'm willing to take that leap, even if it hurts like hell, even if I'm alone. Pivoting, she climbed the stairs to pack, to leave this place, and the man who owned her heart behind.
Chapter 17. Maybe you prefer the safety of not risking being hurt again, of living a half-life. You're a coward, Aiden. At least I'm willing to take that leap, even if it hurts like hell, even if I'm alone. Noelle's parting words from 9 days earlier reverberated in Aiden's head like a persistent ghost, and like he'd done every time her accusation haunted him, he dived deeper and harder into work. Only the myriad of contracts, meetings, and clients seemed capable of drowning out the memories of the last month since she'd re-entered his life. Memories of their last conversation. The two most important women in your life. They failed you. You refused to open your heart to another woman and risk being hurt like that again. I love you, Aiden Kent. Damn it, he muttered, enlarging the P&L statement of the company they were considering acquiring on his computer screen, as if it could block out the barrage of words bouncing off his skull like bullets. He forced himself to focus on the column of numbers and drove himself to forget everything but the work, because then he didn't have to think about her. Didn't have to dwell on how empty and lonely his home had become, when before it had been his sanctuary. Didn't have to brood over how he found every excuse in the goddamn book to remain at work and not return to the penthouse that echoed with her. Didn't have to face the mirror she'd held up to him that evening. Didn't have to admit that, no, just fucking no. In case you have forgotten, this place is zoned for commercial property, not residential, Lucas drawled, striding into Aiden's office without knocking. So, as the old saying goes, you don't have to go home, but you gotta get the hell out of here. I don't think that's a saying as much as a way of kicking people out of a bar, Aiden muttered, dropping back into his office chair. Okay, Lucas conceded with a shrug, lowering into the visitor's chair in front of Aiden's desk. How about this one? Unforgiveness is like drinking a poison and hoping the other person dies. Does that sound familiar? Since Aiden had been the one to give that unsolicited piece of advice to Lucas a year ago, when his friend had embarked on his plan of revenge against Sydney, he should recognize it. "I can tell from your stellar comeback that it does," Lucas smirked. "Here's one for you," Aiden snapped. "And since you have a baby girl on the way, I think you should become acquainted with it. As Elsa would say, let it go." A smile softened Lucas's austere features. "A girl. Can you believe it?" "I'm happy for you," Aiden said, and meant it. "No one deserves happiness more than you two." "Oh, there are a couple more people," Lucas disagreed. "You and Noelle." "I don't want to talk about it," Aiden growled, clenching the pen in his fingers so tightly he wouldn't have been surprised if ink splattered his desk. "And I don't give a damn," Lucas snapped in return. His dark frown emphasized the scar bisecting his eyebrow and marring the skin over and under his eye. The scowl would have sent most people running for cover, but Aiden wasn't most people. "It's been over a week. I figured you would get your head out of your ass and come to your senses in about 3 days, since you were always the more reasonable of the two of us. But obviously I was wrong. You're apparently stubborn as well as stupid." "Your pep talk skills leave much to be desired," Aiden bit out. "If you want a pep talk, join a goddamn football team. I'm your friend, and I'll always give you the truth, even when you don't want to hear it." Lucas leaned forward, his gaze pinning Aiden to the chair. "And the truth is, you're fucking up." Aiden surged to his feet and stalked to the window. He stared out, not seeing the view that so often brought him joy and satisfaction, because none of it, the success, the money, the reputation, mattered a damn. Not anymore. "She said I was mad at Mom and Peyton, that Frank and Tony were scapegoats to cover my guilt for blaming Mom and Peyton for hurting me." The shuffle of a chair being slid across the floor announced Lucas rising from his seat. He saw his friend sit on the edge of the desk in the window's reflection. Silence filled the office, broken a few moments later by Lucas's sigh. "She was always an observant little thing," he murmured. "So small and quiet, you almost forgot she was in the room." "I never forgot," Aiden added, accepting it as truth before the words rolled off his tongue. He'd always been aware of Noelle. "Do you think she's right?" "It's not what I think, but what you know and are afraid to admit." Was he afraid? Yes. The answer almost knocked him on his ass. God, yes. He shook inside. Guilt and shame over being an ungrateful son and a weak, distant partner slammed into him like unrelenting waves against a shore. "Peyton cheated on me with Tony, and I never told you, but the baby was his," Aiden confessed, his gaze focused on the window. "If not for me catching her and Tony and ending the engagement, I don't know if she would have gone on letting me think another man's baby was mine." "Shit," Lucas hissed softly. "God, Aiden, I'm sorry. Why didn't you tell me?" Humiliation, not wanting to place one more black mark on her name, or inflict more pain on her parents, even though they all conspired to lie to me about Peyton's mental health. He huffed out a humorless chuckle. "I hated that she betrayed me. Lied to me, but I hated most of all that she didn't trust me to love her, didn't have enough faith in me to believe that her bipolar disorder didn't define her. She tried so hard to be someone she thought I wanted that she went off her meds, for me. I didn't want that for her, for us. It seems wrong being furious with her for an illness she couldn't help, but why didn't she love me enough to trust me instead of believing I would reject her? She stole that choice from me, and I've been so damn mad at her for that. But it was easier to focus on Tony. But it wasn't Tony I was in the relationship with. And then there's Mom." Lucas didn't speak, and for that Aiden was grateful. Because if his friend had offered any platitude, interrupted with one word, Aiden might not have been able to get this out. "For so long she worked hard, brutal hours, to provide for me, to keep a roof over my head. We were poor, but I never went to bed hungry, never went without, never felt unloved. Until Frank, the confident, independent, strong woman I knew my entire life, disappeared. It was easier to blame Frank for using her, for sucking her dry of her vitality and joy. But deep down, I blamed her. I resented her for staying with him. I built her a new home, something I'd always dreamed about as a boy. But she wouldn't take it because I wouldn't allow Frank to move in as well. She chose him over her own health and happiness. She chose him over me. And believe me, I know how fucking petty that sounds. He shook his head, loosing a harsh crack of laughter. But she hurt me. Peyton hurt me, and Noelle was right. I've been so busy being angry and protecting myself from any real emotion because of the past that I pushed her away, even though I love her. He swallowed, pressed his forehead to the glass. He loved her, and he'd let her walk out of his life. Fuck. Yeah, Lucas murmured. Been there. Aiden closed his eyes. I love her. The 3 words were on repeat in his head. He did. So much he hurt with it, but was he ready to take that leap? He'd finally cracked open his heart and confessed to the secret shame he'd been hiding from himself. Could he let go of the past? Could he forgive? I don't know, Lucas said, rising from the desk. Is she worth it? Shit. He hadn't realized he'd voiced the questions throbbing against his temples like snare drums. Was she worth it? Hell yes.
Tonight is going to be a hit, Lo crowed, clapping her hands in delight. Her huge afro seemed to shiver in excitement as she surveyed the organized chaos of the gallery. Noelle grinned as the gallery owner swept across the room to speak to one of the artists. Anticipation skipped through Noelle. This was her first Friday with King Gallery, and her first show, period, outside of art school. Yes, she was sharing it with 9 other artists, but she didn't care. It was a milestone in her career. She turned to the floating white wall with its full canvas that Lo had assigned her, studying it and envisioning the completed piece, including the model who had yet to arrive. Glancing at the clock on the far wall, she sighed. 12 o'clock. Since she was new in Boston, Lo had arranged a model for her, but the girl had yet to make an appearance. The show started at 5, and Noelle needed every second of those 5 hours to have her model finished and ready by then. Picking up her drawing pad, she flipped to the piece she'd decided on, the Serengeti at sunset. She traced the outline of the model and remembered when she'd shared it with Aiden. She sucked in a low breath at the thought of him, the thrust of pain sharp before ebbing into a steady, pulsing ache. Placing her palm over her heart, she rubbed the tender spot, as if she could wipe away the hurt that had dogged her like a hungry stray for the last 10 days. Funny how her biggest fear about falling in love had been losing herself like Caroline had, about handing over her independence. But now, she closed her eyes. Loving Aiden didn't mean losing who she was, but discovering what she was capable of, standing on her own, loving herself, demanding the best for herself. And she deserved Aiden's love and trust, and if he couldn't give them to her, then she was strong enough to walk on her own. Sighing, she set the tubes of paint, her brushes, and other supplies on the small table next to her. 30 minutes later, she stepped back, having finished mixing her paints and setting out the precise brushes and pens she needed. Now, that just left the model, if she ever decided to arrive. Sweetie, I have good news and bad news, Lo announced, gliding up to Noelle, her long beige dress swinging around her legs. I don't want you to panic, but your model can't make it. Something unavoidable came up. Oh, damn. Her heart dropped. And though she tried not to let her alarm seep into her expression, she must not have succeeded because Lo clasped her hands and shook her head. Now I told you not to panic. I've already arranged for another one to replace yours. God, Lo, can you lead with that next time? Noelle laughed, relief streaming through her. You know I wouldn't let you down. A huge delighted grin illuminated her lovely face. Ah, there he is now. The he barely registered just as the chime above the entrance rang. Please let that be the mysterious he. Shock, pain, grief, and so much love barreled through her it stole her breath. Her next thought, Aiden. God, she couldn't stop staring. Was it possible for him to have grown more gorgeous in the last week and a half? His golden hair gleamed in the cold afternoon light streaming through the glass windows. The beams wrapped around him like a halo, emphasizing the width of his shoulders, the leanness of his waist, and the strength of his thighs. It wasn't fair. Not his masculine beauty or the way her heart tried to break out of her chest for him. Only him. Oh, good, you're right on time. Lo purred, crossing the gallery floor to greet him with outstretched arms. I believe you know your artist, she declared. A smile flirted with her mouth as she led Aiden over to Noelle. Well, I'll just leave you to get, acquainted. Then her employer, her Benedict Arnold, sailed away on a cloud of hair and Chanel No. 5. What are you doing here? She asked when he didn't speak, just studied her in that intense, unnerving way he had.
You're here,
he murmured. She snorted, turning away from him, unable to think while meeting those emerald eyes. And I've been here all along, so why today of all days?
because today is the first time you're showing your work since you've left school, he explained. I wanted to be here for you.
His hands wrapped around her upper arms, and then his big, hard body pressed against her back and ass.
Sweetheart.
She closed her eyes, and for a brief moment, the weakness when it came to this man welled up inside her, letting her savor the feel of his body, his earthly scent, and the deep, rumbling timbre of his voice. But then she stiffened, stepped forward out of his hold. I don't know why you're doing this. I don't have the time right now to figure it out. This is too important for me. She couldn't break here, and he could break her. And right now I need a model, not a pseudo-stepbrother, a savior, a roommate, or an ex-whatever we were. So, if you're really here to help... She turned around, crossed her arms, and arched an eyebrow. Strip. They stared at one another, and she gathered every ounce of I don't give a damn in her to meet his intense scrutiny. She was calling his bluff. Aiden, the head of a national conglomerate and the darling of the society columns, wouldn't dare risk being seen as a body paint model by his peers and business associates. What the hell are you doing? He folded the jacket he'd just removed and set it on the floor. His fingers went to his shirt buttons, pushing the first, then second, then a third through their holes. The slice of golden skin widened until the shirt gaped open, revealing his taut chest. Aiden, she hissed. What the hell are you doing? Even though his intention was obvious.
Stripping, like you told me to.
He shrugged free of the clothing and folded it neatly too, before placing it on top of the jacket.
You think I don't know how important today is to you, sweetheart? If you let me, I just want to be a part of it.
He toed off his shoes, whisked off his socks, and dropped his hands to the band of his pants.
Tell me what to do, he murmured. What you need from me.
I need your trust, your heart, your love. The words ricocheted around her head, but she'd been there, done that with him. So instead, she returned her attention to her paints and brushes. Take off your pants, she said. Today he wasn't the man she'd loved who had broken her heart. Today he was the model, her canvas. That was it.
Okay, I'm ready.
Damn. Her breath echoed in her head like a roaring wave, and sweat prickled her skin, her palms. It wasn't as if she'd never seen him naked. But God, it had been 10 long days since she'd laid eyes on him, and he was simply beautiful. Standing there in the middle of a gallery showroom in boxer briefs, he was a work of art. He didn't need her paints to bring him to life. Wide shoulders, a hard, muscled chest, ridged abdomen, and thighs that seemed to ripple with strength even though he stood still. Even his feet were masculine perfection. As an artist, she'd seen men naked before, had drawn them. But as much as she tried to convince herself, he wasn't a simple model, a blank sheet she would create on. He was Aiden. And for the next few hours, he was hers, to touch, to shape into something that was created and made for her, by her, to control, if only for a little while. I need you to stand over here. She pointed to a drop cloth in front of the wall. Once he complied, she picked up her sketch pad and flipped to the page, although she knew the image by heart. She shifted her gaze to Aiden and was once again struck by his strength and power. And as he stood there, silent, ready for her instructions, with that emerald gaze watching every move she made, it struck her that he was submitting all of that strength and power to her. Hope, that wily bitch, had her throat tightening. Because for a man who helmed a Fortune 500 company, control was important. Even more so, for a man who came from the background they did, it was vital. And he was giving it to her, getting bare for her. What did it mean? Stop playing armchair psychologist and get to work. Right. Clearing her throat, she pulled up her stool, selected a brush with a thin tip, and got to work. Minutes, then an hour passed, then another hour. She got lost in him, in them. Every stroke of her brush was like a caress, every line drawn a kiss. And though he remained absolutely still, she caught Aiden's harsh inhales, the flexing of his muscles as the thin, soft bristles swept over his skin. The thick column of his cock, hardly camouflaged by his boxer briefs, lengthened, hardened. And yet he remained motionless, just as she'd ordered him to. Teasing. Foreplay. Though her concentration was on her job, she couldn't stop her breasts from aching, her nipples from tightening, her sex from moistening. Preparing itself for him. Only for him. She leaned back, inserting distance between them on the pretext of stretching her back and rolling her shoulders. Narrowing her eyes on the image emerging over Aiden's chest and abdomen, she almost shook her head. She'd planned on painting the Serengeti at sunset, but somewhere between the first stroke and her last, the drawing shifted. As if of its own accord, her hand had started creating something different, off-plan. A white, brown, and black muzzle, hazel eyes, a proud, majestic face. The lion she'd pictured and sketched for him.
It's gorgeous, Noelle.
Aiden murmured the first words he'd spoken since she'd started painting. She flicked a glance up at him. Thank you. Strange how her soul knew what she would paint before her brain did. This lion wasn't what she'd planned, but it was perfect.
I miss you.
She jerked her head up at the soft admission, her brush hovering over his pec. Closing her eyes, she exhaled, willing her pulse to slow, willing her heart to get a grip. She forced her gaze back to his chest and dipped her brush into the paint again.
Sweetheart, look at me.
He rasped. No, I'm not doing this, she said, a hint of desperation creeping into her tone before she iced it out. I can't do this. I don't want to think.
Then tell me how to do it too.
He insisted, his voice hushed, rough.
Tell me how not to think of you, smell you on my sheets, my skin, feel you against me. Because I can't stop wanting you there beside me, keeping me warm. Reminding me that I'm human, alive. That I'm capable of feeling, of trusting, of loving.
Why? She whispered after finding her voice, confused and more than a little rocked. What did he mean? What was his agenda? It's been almost 2 weeks since I've seen or heard from you. Why now?
Because I love you.
The stark, bald statement seemed to echo in the room. It resonated in her ears, her heart, her chest. She shook her head.
I love you, he repeated. Really? She huffed out a hard, bitter chuckle. When did you figure that out? Day 2? Day 7? An hour ago? I told you I loved you and you said nothing. Nothing! The hurt poured out of her as she set her paintbrush down on the table with a trembling hand. Days, hours, minutes of replaying that last conversation over and over in her head, of her humbling herself and him saying he was sorry. Sorry! You were right, he said, his tone quiet, solemn. I was a coward. I was so afraid of letting another woman close again, of being hurt, lied to, of feeling that I wasn't good enough. But you aren't another woman. You're the self-sacrificing woman who cared for her ailing father, putting aside her own goals to take care of someone she loved. You're the bold, heroic person who braved the lion's den to fight for her future. You're the woman with an amazing artist's soul who sees beauty and kindness in a world that can be so ugly and mean. You're a loving, courageous woman who was fearless enough to tell a man so unworthy of her love that she wanted his heart. And he was a scared, stubborn, blind asshole who was too wrapped up in unforgiveness and guilt to accept her gift. He edged closer and lifted a hand to her cheek. It hovered there for a moment, and when she didn't flinch, he cupped her face, brushed the pad of his thumb over her cheekbone. Let me in your world. Let me in. That's why I'm here, Noelle. Why I'm letting you use me for whatever you need. Take however much or little you want to give me. And if it's only a little, I'm going to earn more. I'm not going anywhere until I have your heart and your trust, sweetheart. He brought his other hand to her face. You want to know when I figured out I loved you? A couple of days ago, I admitted to myself that it started when you walked in that ballroom. Stubborn, chin lifted, defiant. So fucking beautiful. It continued when you let me care for you, protect you when you were ill. It continued when you trusted me with your body and pleasure for the first time. It deepened when I saw the awe-inspiring beauty you have in your soul that pours out into the most stunning drawings. And it was final when you dared to be more honest with me than anyone in my life and challenged me to have the same honesty with myself. Well, shit, she whispered, the tears that had been stinging her eyes and choking her welling over. He laughed, stroking away her tears. You said that about my home, and that was good. She chuckled, grabbing his wrists and holding on for all she was worth. I love you, Aiden. I love you. Standing, she rose on her tiptoes and pressed her mouth to his, but he was already meeting her halfway, careful not to smudge her work. Her lips parted under his, and his tongue swept in, reacquainting, reclaiming, promising. Joy surged through her like a powerful geyser. She belonged to this man, and he belonged to her. Come home with me, Noelle, he breathed on the end of their kiss. You're here, so I am home. His eyes closed, and a spasm of emotion passed over his face. You can't say things like that to me in the middle of all these people, and when I'm about to be your best piece of work yet. She pressed her mouth to the strong line of his jaw. You already are. Epilogue. 3 years later, Boston, Massachusetts. Is all this secrecy really necessary? Noelle asked, tugging at the blindfold covering her eyes. A light tap landed on her fingers. Move 'em, and yes, Aiden said from beside her. He'd placed the scarf over her eyes as soon as they'd slid into the back seat of his town car after dinner. She grinned. 3 years together, and he still surprised her. Just one of the things she loved about him. One of so many. To tease him, she touched the edge of the scarf again, and he didn't disappoint her by grabbing her hand. This time, he held onto it, placing a quick, open-mouthed kiss to the center of her palm. She shivered,
pleasure zinging on a direct conduit from her hand to between her legs. The man could still make her hot with one touch or a look from his emerald eyes. If possible, she wanted him even more now that she had his love. She snuggled against him. How much farther?
We're here, actually.
The car rolled to a stop, and moments later, he guided her from the back seat, a hand on her elbow and one on her hip. He led her several steps and then paused.
Ready?
He murmured in her ear. Yes? She did a little shimmy, and his chuckle tickled her skin.
1, 2.
3, she growled. Another low laugh, and he removed the blindfold. She blinked for a second, not really certain what she was looking at. A busy sidewalk with shops lining it. South End, maybe? She glanced over her shoulder at the street sign. Harrison Avenue. Definitely the South End.
Sweetheart?
Aiden pinched her chin between his thumb and forefinger and turned her head toward the front.
This is your surprise.
Oh my God. She gasped, pressed her hands to her chest directly over her pounding heart. Oh my God, Aiden.
At least it's not holy shit,
he drawled. Sudden tears made her laugh sound waterlogged. I can't. It's mine? This can't be mine. But the gold, elegant scroll across the front of the huge storefront window proclaimed this store, this gallery, hers. Raina Art Unlimited. As did the photograph that was propped on an easel and illuminated by halogen lights. A lion covered a wide chest and ridged abdomen. Strong shoulders formed the ears, and the mane melted over taut arms, as well as the wall behind him. The paint, the man, and the wall were one in the photograph. A beautiful work of art. The photo represented the most magical night of her life. Not only had the show been an absolute success and the onset of a successful career that continued to grow even 3 years later, but it had been the night she'd started her new life with the man of her dreams. Her prince from the fairy tales she'd long given up on. Aiden had given her love, joy, security, peace, and acceptance. And now he'd bought this gallery for her. He'd made her dream come true. Well, actually, he'd done that the day he'd shown up at her first show and told her he loved her. God, I love this man. Actually, she rasped, I'm not a Raina any longer. I'm a Kent. Aiden picked up her left hand and pressed his lips to the 4-carat diamond ring cut in the shape of a blossom.
I love everything about you, Noelle, including who you were and who you are.
I love you too, Aiden. So much. She turned and threw herself into his arms, amazed at the healing power of love and forgiveness. That prince she'd read about so long ago had nothing on her man, her husband, her heart. This recording of The Bachelor's Promise was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC, narrated by Philip Elsez and Ava Lucas, and produced by Tech Digital Salon. Text copyright 2016 by Naima Simone. Sound recording copyright 2020 Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording was produced by arrangement with Entangled Publishing, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.